Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Gedgar swept his gaze across the red carpet of the chapel and looked up at the platform. As he raised his eyes a bit further, a statue of the goddess hanging on the wall smiled benevolently. For something made from a prostitute, it's quite well done. In response to Gedgar's sneer, a pot-bellied man in luxurious attire spoke up. Now, stop calling her a prostitute. She was a woman as pure as ivory, you know. Gedgar stared blankly at the pot-bellied man. The true power behind the empire that made his sister a queen Gillam. It was obvious that the statue reflected his twisted tastes. So what? She's probably rotted away by now, Gedgar sneered, causing Gillam to click his tongue in disapproval. Beauty is preserved in its original form before it fades from memory. That's aesthetics. I can never understand your tastes. That's my line, Gedgar. After a few seconds of silence, Gillam stepped onto the platform. I apologize for the long introduction. Now that it seems everyone is here, shall we get to the main topic? Gedgar scanned the room. The people sat with dazed expressions, as if indifferent to life. Including himself, there were only 6. Didn't I say one of them wouldn't be present? Judging by the recent lack of news, there must be an obvious reason. Ah, so that's it. Gedgar immediately understood. There were only 2 reasons someone wouldn't attend this gathering: either they had just been born, or they were too old to even move. Of all times, they should have known about the meeting, but it seems they couldn't align with the cycle of life. Everyone present here was a reincarnator. They were beings who had lived countless human lives over an extremely long time, their existence worn down by repeated reincarnation. Gillam then uttered words meant to resonate with them. As you all know, the day of rest is approaching. Reincarnation was a curse. Being forcibly born by someone's will and forming new relationships, everything was an experience they had already endured. There was likely not a single act they hadn't attempted in their lifetimes, whether virtuous deeds or vile acts. Their greatest wish, therefore, was the eternal rest of never being reborn again, a perfect death. But Gillam's face suddenly grew grim as he looked down. What have you all been doing? I was born a vagrant and created this fraudulent religion. I rose from a wretched household and turned vermin into nobles, even placing a brainless creature on the throne as queen. Why? Because if things went wrong even once, we would never escape this eternal cycle. The others seemed disinterested in participating in the conversation. Left with no choice, Gedgar humored Gillam, who was ranting alone. Destruction is already destined. The world is bound to perish. You're the only one overreacting here. Anyway, you did all that without being told to, and now you're seeking credit? It's ridiculous. Gedgar reclined in his chair. Perhaps the sight irked him, for Gillam shouted in anger. Stay alert, Gedgar. No, not just you, all of you. Gillam gasped for breath, having exhausted his rage. Gedgar couldn't understand where Gillam's energy came from. Despite having lived so long, he's still full of ambition. It's all pointless, though. The creation of a nonsensical religion called the Church of the Sun, his takeover of the royal family's authority, these were all the same. A man who delayed the world's demise at the cost of his own life. Gillam's paranoia was driven by fear that this man might return someday. No one here is sane, but this one is particularly unhinged. To shut Gillam up, Gedgar spoke. The arrogant immortal no longer exists. He's gone for good. So, stop fretting and keep your mouth shut. Don't be foolish, Gedgar. Do you truly believe that immortal is completely gone? Gedgar let out a deep sigh. Did you find any trace of him in the relics you were searching for? Gillam's rise to power in the empire was driven by one reason, the suspicion that the immortal's heart might still exist somewhere. There was also the possibility that his subordinates had hidden it away. If it did exist, the destruction of the world could be averted. However, even after thousands of years of searching, it had not been found. Admittedly, with just 7 of them scouring the vast labyrinth, many areas remained unexplored. But even considering this, Gillam's obsession had become excessive. Don't be such a perfectionist, Gillam. If that many people couldn't find the immortal's heart after all this time, it likely doesn't exist anymore. Gillam seemed to calm down, relaxing his shoulders as he replied, if that's the case, then it's good news, I suppose, but there's something else that's been bothering me. Gedgar wasn't even annoyed anymore. He closed his eyes as if signaling Gillam to keep talking, and Gillam voiced his new concern. Have you all heard? The reckless fool of House Tenist who survived the breath of the monstrous bird. Though it was old news, it did pique some interest. You don't think he's the reincarnation of the arrogant immortal, do you? Gedgar asked, surprised. Gillam nodded. The chances are low, of course. But it's not impossible. Some of the others snickered at this, finding it amusing. The arrogant immortal, reduced to a mere fool. Avoiding eye contact, Gillam responded, it's a possibility. Seems like you've lost perspective from our constant belittling. Let me ask again, the man once called the King of Immortals, who united the races, now reduced to a mere fool. This time, Gillam fell silent entirely, prompting Gedgar to sigh in exasperation. The one who killed the monstrous bird was an AOL, wasn't it? Stories like that tend to be exaggerated to enhance the family's reputation. They probably just wanted to make that fool of a child seem more dignified. After living this long, you should have seen it often enough. Seems like you're starting to lose your mind. Everyone except Gillum nodded in agreement. Gedgar then offered some genuine advice, looking at him pitifully. Why don't you just die and reincarnate? Get yourself a new brain. What was once a common joke among the reincarnators was, in this moment, a sincere suggestion. Clouds drifted smoothly across the sky. The weather was perfectly clear, and I lay idly on a sunbed on the terrace of Schlaf Hall. After a few minutes of emptying my mind, thoughts slowly began to resurface. Judging by the lack of comments from Professor Gaumont, it seemed Luan had successfully retreated alive. It was plausible enough, especially with Felia's support, who had the Crimson Grimoire. Should I ask directly? I turned to Professor Gaumont, who was lying on the sunbed next to me. Professor, did you fail to catch him again? Huh? Oh. Professor Gaumont, who had been dozing off, sat up groggily. I must have dozed off. This spot is so nice, it's perfect for a nap. Oh, right. You mean Luan, right? Yes. Judging by the lack of news, probably. Besides, it's better if he's not caught. It helps spread the rumor that he's uncontrollable, saving us some embarrassment. So, they managed him diligently but failed because he was a lost cause. A pathetic excuse. But any more news from the outside? There seems to have been a lot going on lately. I subtly hinted at the playable characters active in distant lands. By now, the early scenario should have progressed significantly. Given the magnitude of events, Professor Gaumont was likely aware. There's a lot, actually. In Wisdom, a mirage-like fortress appeared in the sky. Wisdom, the Academy of Magic. The key players there would be uncovering the secrets of the fortress. Presumably, professors who had previously investigated the site had deemed it suitable for educational purposes. The story would likely involve them getting trapped inside and struggling to escape. And what else? Valiant had an incident too. An earthquake struck, and then strange giant trees sprouted up everywhere. The Night Academy Valiant was likely undergoing a transformation into a jungle, preparing its inhabitants to become jungle dwellers. Professor Gaumont then shared news about the other two academies. At Everblaze, a professor lost his mind and tried to kill the students. As for Scarlet, well, it's near the coast, so they've been mobilized to hunt sea monsters. Everblaze and Scarlet were relatively moderate in difficulty, so there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Let's see, what else? Oh, the Shadow Watchers have started assassinating key figures, and more monsters are crossing into the human realm. Even the Tenest estate, your family's land, has frequent monster appearances. Honestly, it feels like the apocalypse is upon us. It's absurd. The world had fallen into chaos, with bizarre events happening simultaneously. For many, it was a catastrophe. For some, it was an opportunity to rise. Still, there's some hope. They say heroes emerge in times of turmoil. More and more people are stepping forward, with new titles being bestowed on prominent figures from different regions. Dedication eventually becomes achievement. I was secretly worried that things might go wrong, but it seemed everyone was doing well on their own. I took a sip of the cold drink I had placed on the side table, enjoying the current moment of peace. Professor Gaumont spoke with a conflicted expression. I'm not sure if this is okay. The outside world is in chaos, but it's so peaceful here. Professor, try thinking of it this way. How were things here when they were at peace? At my words, Professor Gaumont cleared his throat. Ahem. That's true. So much has happened, and it's not even the end of the first semester for the first years. The Felia of Loss incident. The roaming band during the labyrinth practicals. Luan's takeover of the academy. And the incubus, Eard, whose appearance was disguised as a research accident. Even excluding the things I caused, like the defeat of the doppelganger, the slave revolt, the battle of the 10 elites, and the surprise visit by Pathfinder Elder Arental, this was still a lot. We deserve to rest, Professor. You're right. We do deserve a break. Professor Gaumont also took a sip from the drink on the side table. After emptying his cup, he asked a heartbreaking question. By the way, Hercel, how did you do on the practical exam this time? Haven't you checked it yet? Why bother when I can just ask you? I let out a deep sigh. It wasn't as if my efforts had been in vain. Plus, the practical exam questions this time were ones that even I could manage to handle somehow, and the grade I received was B-. Compared to my first day at the academy, it was a significant improvement. Still, I couldn't help feeling disappointed. It was an issue rooted in my personal values. Wow, that's impressive. You really worked hard. That's not much comfort. I don't really consider it a grade unless it's an A. I still hadn't put in enough effort. My abilities were only at the level of an average student just entering the academy. To establish myself as a proper mage, I had to work twice as hard as others. But today, I decided to rest. As I was about to close my eyes completely, Professor Gaumont suddenly spoke with excitement, as if he'd remembered something. Oh, right. By the way, I heard you got assigned to Adele Hall. What? Why are you so surprised? What, did you think it wouldn't happen because of Professor Rockefeller again? That was true. Did he just sit back and let it happen this time? You got the Triple Wolf badge, didn't you? That's enough, kid. Professor Gaumont didn't say it outright, but as expected, it seemed Rockefeller wasn't happy about it. Still, getting assigned to Adele Hall was thanks to the badge. Since I was recognized by the elders, there wasn't much choice, even if they didn't like it. They had to treat me well. But why the long face? I thought you'd be overjoyed, but you seem indifferent. I'm not sure. Why was that? I had set my sights on Adele Hall from the very first day, but I didn't feel particularly happy about it. Moving to a place with better facilities and getting paid more was definitely a good thing. Yet, there was a sense of reluctance deep inside me. The reason was probably, I looked down from the terrace. Rix and Bellman were chatting as they made their way to the fortress. Soon after, Scylla and Lena joined them. If I went to Adele Hall, Ryaman and Adina would be there too. Studying alongside those people, I felt the need to reconsider. Will Doroshion stay at Schlaf Hall? Oh, that. She'll probably be sent to follow you. Ahem. Forget I said that. Oh no, just thinking about being in the same space as Doroshion made my heart race and chills run down my spine. Could I even survive among those thorny individuals? The door to Adele Hall was starting to look like the gate to hell. I don't want to go to Adele Hall anymore. Rockefeller couldn't close his mouth for a while after hearing Hersel's words. To suddenly show up in the office and say something like this. Withdraw your decision. Rockefeller collected himself and tried to understand the reason behind Hersel's reluctance to go to Adele Hall. He doesn't seem to have any regrets. Well, does he even have a reason to go there? Hercel had plenty of resources, and despite the inconveniences of Schlaf Hall, he enjoyed almost all the benefits a student at Adele Hall would. He's financially secure, so there's no need to worry about living expenses. The prestige of the position or the admiration of the public for Adele Hall wasn't an issue either. Hersel's competence had already been proven the moment he hunted the venomous viper. On top of that, he recently defeated Kerndl of first seat in front of the entire academy. Rockefeller's thoughts became tangled. It's actually good that this guy won't be joining Adele Hall's magic division. But still, Hercel didn't see any merit in Adele Hall, and the means to transfer him to the night division had vanished too. But the real headache was elsewhere. If someone with Hersel's impressive achievements continued to stay at Schlaf Hall, the professors were bound to face scrutiny. If the central administration sees us mistreating someone recognized by the elders, they'll think we're harassing him. Even if they explained that Hercel declined the offer, no one would believe it. Regardless of his accomplishments, public opinion about Hercel was that of a greedy scoundrel. Recalling the possibility of a higher authority visiting someday, Rockefeller felt a chill. Suddenly, he became curious about Hersel's true intentions. But why refuse? There's no reason for him to insist on staying at Schlaf Hall. It was strange, upon reflection. Advancing to a higher hall should be advantageous, more allowances, exemption from the monster defense battles, and the process would be seamless. Why, though? The Hercel Bentenist I know would snatch bread from a crying child. He's a rascal who would always try to extort something from the professors. And yet, he wants to give this up. Based on his past experiences with Hercel, Rockefeller could only assume that there was some hidden motive. What's going on? What kind of scheme is buried within that dark heart of his? Gathering himself, Rockefeller decided to probe subtly, trying not to show his confusion. With a calm expression, he aimed to provoke Hercel a bit and expose his true colors. Realizing your place at this point is commendable. After all, with your skills, the magic division of Adele Hall would be like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. He expected Hercel to react angrily to this sarcastic remark, but Hercel merely nodded. Indeed, I might fit better at Burger Hall, but I'm still far below the level of Adele Hall. So, I assume you understand my decision. Hercel then turned his back without hesitation, causing Rockefeller to realize he'd made a mistake. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Is he trying to draw me to the negotiation table? To strengthen his bargaining position? If that was the case, then Hercel must know that the professors would be troubled if he didn't join Adele Hall. Judging by his confidence, that seemed highly likely. Damn it, he's a sly one. Rockefeller's expression hardened, and he asked directly, enough games, what's your real intention? Hercel stopped and turned around. What are you talking about? Games. Although Hercel's face was full of feigned confusion, Rockefeller could only see him as brazen. He let out a deep sigh. What's your reason? It's hard to ignore the benefits of Adele Hall to this extent. When asked, Hercel lowered his gaze and answered, I have Limberton and Aslay, who've been with me until now. I'd feel guilty to go alone. Those two. Rockefeller's eyes wavered. Aslay was a martial artist and Limberton an archer, both skilled, but not aligned with the Academy's formal courses. I was planning to promote them to Burger Hall due to their merits. But this guy, not wanting to go to Adele Hall alone might sound like loyalty, but it was clearly a demand to promote those two as well. As Rockefeller pondered how things had come to this, he let out another sigh. I will write letters of recommendation for Aslay and Limberton. If you understand, you should withdraw your objection. This was a major concession, 100 times more than Rockefeller would usually offer, yet Hercel widened his eyes in surprise. What? The sheer audacity of Hercel was astounding. Rockefeller couldn't figure out what more Hercel wanted, but he wasn't foolish enough to give in further. His face flushed with anger as he dismissed Hercel from his office. The rascal was becoming craftier by the day. I had intended to stay in Schlaf Hall under some reasonable-sounding pretext. After all, people's feelings can change quickly. Initially, there was an advantage to being close to the scenario, but now, there seemed to be more cons than pros. I could already predict how I would be forced into roles meant for side characters at every turn. But things had taken a turn for the worse. Aslay and Limberton ended up getting promoted to Adele Hall. How did it come to this? Was I found out? Considering how extreme the offer was, Rockefeller seemed to take pleasure in ruining my future. Did he figure out my reluctance to go to Adele Hall? Even if not, he was a sociopath adept at recognizing the pain of others. It was possible he'd sensed it instinctively. Ugh. I found myself walking through the lobby of Schlaff Hall when I heard hurried footsteps approaching. Several people came rushing toward me, causing me to frown. Their attire, simple black and white garments with a sun emblem on their chests, marked them as members of the Sun sect, under the Frost Heart faction. One man, appearing to be the leader, blocked my path. The others stood silently, smiling, suggesting the man held some rank. He held a book, mostly concealed in his hand, which I assumed to be the sect's holy scripture. What is it? My voice carried a hint of irritation. The sect members' narrowed eyes and faint smiles gave off an unsettling vibe, like cultists ready to ask, "Do you know the truth? If it's religious solicitation, get lost." Upon my blunt rejection, the man replied in a gentle tone, "Oh, we never force religion upon others. Salvation finds those who approach of their own will." Well, considering we've discussed our teachings through general culture classes, there's no need for a lengthy conversation. The man held out the book, which I recognized from its cover. It was a novel I had read before. It seemed he'd been mistaken. In fact, Hercel, I came here because I heard you were the one who requested this book. Enjoyed it, huh? So, are you here to thank me? The sect members must have grown bored reading only their scriptures, as young people full of energy are bound to explore elsewhere. With a shrug, I made a brief suggestion. Why not read a novel instead of scripture in your next culture class? Even the ones who usually doze off might wake up. As I tried to walk past the man, the sect members blocked my way again. An unwholesome book like this. Unwholesome. When I questioned, the man quickly flipped through the book and pointed to certain passages. The protagonist of the novel was a vengeful character who had lost his family to demons. One of the described scenes depicted him abandoning his beliefs and staining his hands with blood. Helderic thought to himself, soiling his hands was God's will. If so, wouldn't that make him akin to a demon? If God is omnipotent, then it must be true. Both the death of his family and the birth of demons were his intentions. If, however, he offers the excuse that he was unable to prevent it due to his limitations, then he is not omnipotent. Both a demon and a fraud are no different, neither could be called good. Well, that was quite the blasphemous statement. Feeling slightly awkward, I suggested a solution. Just mark it as a prohibited book for your followers. The man maintained his smile, though his eyebrows twitched slightly. I think this book should be burned. Isn't there freedom in what one chooses to read? Besides, it was approved by the professors, adhering to their criteria. It's not a religious issue you should be discussing with me. Take it up with Rockefeller. The man fell silent, clearly frustrated. As I began to push past them, I paused and turned to ask a question. Now that we're talking about it, I'm curious, if you were the protagonist Helderic in the novel, what would you think? The man answered without hesitation. I would consider it all part of God's will. While I am an atheist, I found myself wondering if that might actually be the case. Of course, the God they believed in was a fake one created by the Eternal Eye, the ultimate shadow organization of Asars. If a true God existed somewhere and was watching them from afar, then perhaps everything did indeed happen for a reason. Helderic realized that only at the very end. I subtly spoiled the ending, and the man seemed slightly less displeased. Since this sect had control over the student council, stirring up unnecessary conflict now would do no good. I felt the need to reduce hostility and establish at least a non-aggression pact. Anyway, I don't intend to interfere with your religious freedom. As long as you don't cause me any trouble, it's fine. With that, I left. The next day, 11 a.m. In the Schlaff Hall Magic Division classroom, the students were anxiously whispering among themselves. The topic was the upcoming promotions. Man, I'd be satisfied just getting into Burger Hall. They say if you don't perform well in the first semester of your first year, it takes forever to get promoted. Some even stay here until graduation. The results come out today, right? I'm so nervous I could die. Even the old professor, who usually lectured diligently, seemed to understand the significance of the moment and let it slide. It was a crucial event, after all. Doroshian closed her book with a disgruntled look. As expected, it wasn't a textbook but a genre novel. Ugh, shut up. Why all the fuss? It's promotion day. Of course, people are excited. Moving to Burger Hall means better allowances and more benefits. Things aren't that bad here, except for not being able to leave. Assigned to Schlaff Hall but enjoying all its perks, Doroshian spoke with obvious privilege. Well, you only attend classes here, so you wouldn't know. But Schlaff Hall is far from comfortable. Its dorms are shabby, to say the least. Really? Doroshian, uninterested, reopened her book. Despite the persistent noise around her, she seemed determined to keep reading. I, who was diligently attending class, sighed and glanced at the elderly professor sitting in his chair. He seemed resigned to the fact that today's lesson was a bust. I was paying attention, though. With no other choice, I pulled out a genre novel of my own. Suddenly, Doroshian glanced sideways at my book, her lips curling into a sly smile. Oh, I've read that one before. The ending is. Where did she get the nerve to spoil it? The protagonist dies. Dorojan's unimpressed expression softened, and she asked, rereading something you've already read. Reading it a second time has its own charm. Knowing the ending makes the foreshadowing stand out more. I looked away from her and focused on my reading. For a while, the only sounds were scattered conversations and the turning of pages. Eventually, the bell rang. It was lunchtime, but instead of heading to the cafeteria, the students moved toward the bulletin board. There wasn't much of a surprise in the results. As expected, I, along with Aslay, Limberton, Doroshian, Rix, and Gravel, were assigned to Adele Hall. Rix's remaining gang members were promoted to Burger Hall. A faint chuckle escaped me. Now that I think about it, I remember making a vow on the first day of admission. I had angrily declared in my room at Schlaff Hall that I would make it to Adele Hall. It felt a bit nostalgic now. A grand carriage moved toward a massive gate. Soldiers, clad in armor as if freshly made, marched with squared steps to clear the way. Lord Gillam has arrived. Open the gate. At the commander's warm greeting, Gillam smiled broadly and waved from the carriage window. As the carriage entered the palace, attendants approached respectfully and opened the door, allowing Gillam to step onto the ground. He continued mulling over his thoughts, which had occupied him throughout the journey. Gedgar and the others lack a sense of urgency. Privately, Gillam agreed with their opinions. To place a ruffian on the same level as a great figure of the past was indeed laughable. However, if there was even the slightest chance of something disrupting their peace, wouldn't it be better to keep a close watch? I heard Hercel Bentenist is with Frostheart. Wait, Frostheart. Gillam suddenly recalled a memory he had set aside. Ha ha ha. Oh, right. Lady Dirvian, who had used Tenist's name as her shield. The red-haired woman had fled to that very place. In the evening, an owl that had woken up early started to hoot. I walked while gazing at the light streaming from the window glass. Limberton and Aslay, who were beside me, wore expressions of bewilderment. Really, are we going to Adele Hall? Limberton, still unable to believe it, even pinched his cheek. I asked for his thoughts. I told you it's true. So, how do you feel? Well, I'm not sure if I should be happy or not. Considering the intensity of the lessons there, it might be too much for me. You don't need to worry about that. It's the same for Aslay. Both of you didn't fare that well in the regular classes at Schlaff Hall, remember. The regular courses don't teach archery or hand-to-hand combat. Apart from strategies for dealing with monsters or survival skills in the wilderness, there's not much that would be helpful. Still, since we're entering Adele Hall, make sure to focus more during the after-school lessons. Aslay nodded, looking at me with a sense of admiration. Then Limberton shared some surprising news. Oh, right. My bow's been acting weird lately. Weird? How so? Well, it's hard to explain. The arrows are noticeably faster. Even the instructor was surprised. He asked if I had done something because the bow's tension hadn't changed. Without changing the bowstring, the projectile speed had increased quite a surprise. Blessing of the wandering wind. Fame and honor are things that one must let go of eventually. The only thing that stays with you throughout life is yourself. The blessing provides wind corrections to improve accuracy. It detects targets through sound waves. Traits. Sharpshooter. Hawkeye. Although Limberton's shooting skills were already superior to those of ordinary archers, this development was unexpected. It seemed to be a precursor to an additional attribute called the vacuum bow, which creates a vacuum ahead of the arrow's path, allowing it to travel faster and farther without air resistance. Anyway, it's good news. Usually, when I infuse aura into the bow, it dissipates quickly, but now the range has increased to reach the target before it fades. What is this guy? When did he grow so much? This ability only manifests when one starts overcoming their own complexes. Limberton, by any chance, have you experienced anything unusual recently? I asked indirectly, and Limberton raised his gaze and let out a sigh. After thinking for a moment, his mood seemed to dampen, and he lowered the corners of his mouth. Should I call it a turning point? There was one incident. A turning point. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but remember about a month ago, when the professors accidentally released a strange sleep gas throughout the academy. Everyone had vivid dreams. Was he talking about the Eird incident, the nightmare phantom? I had a weird dream where Serta rejected me, and Scylla appeared. I wasn't sure if he had a lucid dream or was just caught in a complete fantasy. If it were a lucid dream, it would mean he actually faced Scylla. Anyway, she got on my nerves, so I got angry. I said some embarrassing things, but it felt liberating, as if I was reflecting on myself. Limberton's expression, usually light-hearted, showed a hint of self-acceptance. It seemed he was finally overcoming his deeply hidden self-deprecation. Once he fully overcomes it, Limberton's blessing will fully bloom. That's a good thing, I complimented, and Limberton laughed sheepishly. Aslay chimed in as well. You are a proud friend, Limberton. Tonight, I will pray for the great blessing of nature to be bestowed upon you. I'd appreciate that. While we were chatting, we arrived at the main gate of Schlaff Hall. Limberton spoke wistfully. So this is it. Just when I was getting used to it, I'm sad to think about moving out. You sound like you're graduating or something. You can always visit. I replied nonchalantly and stepped into the lobby, where the voices of Schlaff Hall residents could be heard as they set up the tables and laid out the food they had prepared. This time, it's a bit grander. Huh? Did they collect a lot of membership fees? Of course. Thanks to Hercel, the financial situation has improved a lot compared to before. It's only right to show some gratitude. Of course, we should also celebrate the efforts of the others. This was a modest celebration that took place at the end of every term, organized for the students leaving for either Burger Hall or Adele Hall. Oh, Hercel. Athera spotted me and quickly approached. Then, in a sly tone, she whispered in my ear. I managed to bring in some moonshine this time. Want to try? I'm not touching alcohol. Tisk. How boring. It wasn't exactly a farewell party, so the atmosphere was more like a casual get-together. As everyone grabbed a bottle, the dorm warden, who had been watching, sighed and shook his head, but seeing his faint smile as he walked away suggested he'd let it slide for the day. Sitting down and taking a sip of water, I scanned the crowd of noisy revelers. Have I gotten attached to them somehow? I suddenly felt a slight reluctance to leave. All first-year students of Adele Hall gathered in the lobby, chatting away. Displeased by the sight, Colonel of First Seed scowled as he passed by. They're making the dormitory chaotic. Are they asking for discipline or something? His cronies from the 10 elites chimed in. See, this is why too much leniency is a problem. Yeah, isn't there anything to restrict them? Overhearing this, Scylla furrowed her brows. They haven't changed a bit, even after their disgrace. Despite being defeated by the Tenist triplets, their power remained intact. Although their tyranny hadn't worsened, their unpleasant nature persisted. Colonel seemed intent on enforcing discipline as he started walking toward us. But before he could get closer, Emmerich and Bernthal stepped in his path. Bernthal, the Adele Hall dorm representative, spoke. A lot of changes are coming soon, so let them have some discussions in advance. Bernthal. What? Nothing. Colonel sighed and turned away, his followers trailing behind. As they walked, 4th seat Amanda waved in their direction. It was clear that the greeting was meant for Arisil, the 7th seat. Scylla glared at Arisil with a face full of annoyance. Well, what are you smiling about? Ahem. I wasn't smiling. I was just returning the gesture. Arisil tried to play it off casually, but to a woman's eyes, his fluster was evident. Sigh. Scylla sighed, finding Arisil pathetic. After finally taking back the top 10 from them, Hercel and Mercel had relinquished their positions without hesitation. They could have reshaped policies entirely for the first years, yet they chose a lukewarm approach and simply left. Of course, she had already heard the reason long ago. But, senior, why are you still allowing them to do as they please? She once asked Emmerich that question, to which he replied. Is there something wrong with your current situation? I believe we've improved it enough. That's true, but you could still eliminate the discipline drills altogether. Oh, I suppose it's about time to say this. Following that conversation, Emmerich called a meeting for the first years. Listen up. What I'm about to say is what Hercel wanted to convey in response to your complaints. She was anxious, but only for a moment. Hercel's message turned out to be incredibly deflating. If you don't like it, become the top 10 yourselves. That's all. The rest was left for them to figure out on their own. Emmerich then explained Hercel's intentions. Hercel clearly wants you to find your own way through this. So, honor his intentions and focus on your training. As Scylla watched Colonel's group leave, her resolve burned within her. Hercel's decision felt a bit heartless, but when it came down to it, they were the real root of the problem. The anger needed to be directed at them. Right. I need to beat them down myself to feel satisfied. Apparently, others felt the same. Many glared at Colonel's back with blazing eyes. Well, we've chased away the intruders, so we'll take our leave, Bernthal said as he and Emmerich departed. Once the small commotion settled, the previous topics of conversation resurfaced. Ugh, it's so frustrating. I'm getting demoted. I'll have to start the second semester at Burger Hall. Keeping your spot is no easy feat, the competition is fierce. Some were moving to Burger Hall. Having built bonds during their time together, the mood was full of regret about the impending separation. It was Bellman who consoled them. Do your best in the second semester. As long as you meet certain criteria, they'll expand the dormitory slots. Adele Hall's original capacity was 26 students. This number was actually a minimum, as there were plenty of vacant rooms in the dormitory. In previous semesters, anyone who made it into the top 26, even if their scores fell short, was allowed to stay as a stopgap measure. As long as their scores were within Adele Hall's cutoff, they could remain, regardless of additional capacity. That's right. They even increased the spots for Mercel, the special admissions student. As Bellman offered his words of encouragement, Scylla glanced over at Lena. Well, it's only natural that Hercel will come to Adele Hall. How do you feel about that? Teasingly, Scylla brought it up, and Lena averted her gaze. Scylla teased as she leaned in closer. What's with that reaction? It's different from usual. It's just because you're teasing me, Lena replied, trying to avoid Scylla's gaze. You're acting really suspicious. With a playful glint in her eyes, Scylla glanced up at Lena, who shook her head. It's just that everything will be different from the usual environment, and that's something you can only understand once you're there. It's a bit confusing, that's all. Lena was talking more than usual, and it was clear she was slightly flustered. Scylla considered teasing her further, but Lena quickly changed the topic. I heard Limberton is coming too. I guess the atmosphere at Adele Hall will change a lot. Ahem. Scylla cleared her throat and fell silent. Since the dream incident, she felt uneasy around Limberton. She was worried that he might discover the events of the dream were real. But as long as everyone kept their mouths shut, it shouldn't be a problem. Aslay, Rix, and even that girl with no presence. Oh, right, that barbarian. But who's this girl with no presence? I don't know. I'm sure I know her, but her name. Whatever. If you can't remember, then you can't. Scylla stopped Lena, who was trying to strain her memory. In reality, there was no major concern about those students coming to Adele Hall. The real problem was just one person. And then there's Doroshion. The others aren't much of a concern. We just need to be wary of her. As soon as Scylla mentioned Doroshion, a wave of fearful reactions came from the others. Ugh. Darajan. Many among them had suffered at Darajan's hands before, making their reactions unsurprising. Those from noble families were familiar with the Grice ducal house, and it was common for their children to encounter each other. Ugh, I wonder if normal classes are even possible. Still, hasn't she been quieter here? Maybe she's matured. Don't be ridiculous. She's just suppressing it for now, but her twisted nature will resurface someday. As the concerns about Doroshion grew, Bellman intervened. I think you can rest easy. Huh. I heard from Rix that she's been really quiet in the Schlaf magic department. As long as you don't provoke her, it should be fine. The suspicion remained, largely because Bellman didn't explain the reasoning. I didn't do anything, yet I ended up buried underground. Same here. I was just passing by, and she forced me into a doll dress-up session. And you say it's safe? You only think that because you've never experienced it. The victims recounted their traumatic encounters, trembling as they remembered the bizarre incidents, like locking glasses with a magical seal or attempting to launch someone into the sky with a weight reduction spell. However, the mention of a certain name by Bellman quickly calmed the atmosphere. It's because Hercel is here. The anxious expressions relaxed, and they glanced at each other. So, what about Hercel? Well, does he keep Doroshion in check with his strength? Is that why it's been peaceful so far? No, I don't think that's it. I've seen them talking a few times, and it didn't seem like a coercive relationship or anything. Bellman, relying on what he'd heard from Rix, continued. Apparently, Hercel is the only one in the Schlaf magic department who talks to Doroshion. They've even started joking around lately, so I think it's thanks to him that things have been quiet. In short, Hercel acted as a mediator, suppressing Darajan's chaos. Scylla had already heard this from Rix, so there was no need for her to listen further. She half listened while making small talk with Lena. So, you're still not going to tell me what kind of dream you had back then? I've told you several times, Scylla. It was just an ordinary dream. Well, it's just that you never give any details, and that makes me curious. While they were chatting, someone approached them. Looking up, they saw Kerndl grinning slyly. He scanned the area like a conspirator before speaking, evidently relieved that Bernthal and Emmerich were not around. Talking in such a public place, huh? It seems you're asking for some punishment. What nonsense. They were the ones blocking the meeting hall. Moreover, the warden had given permission for this gathering, so there was nothing that could be used against them. This guy, one day I'll break that annoying nose of his. Tension filled the lobby as the unwelcome visitor arrived. Just as Bellman was about to step forward, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Wow, the facilities here are really something. Gravel, wasn't your house similar to this? Sort of similar, Rix. A sleigh, is that all the luggage you have? I do not indulge in excess, Limberton. It was Hercel and his group, carrying large bags. Hercel led the way and approached Kerndl, who instinctively stepped back in surprise. Ugh, I heard something about punishment earlier. Hercel leaned in toward Kerndl with a menacing glare. Senior, do we need to receive it too? Senior, do we need to receive it too? At Hercel's words, Kerndl scanned the first-year students, trying to gauge their reactions. They all seemed to be watching, as if waiting to see how he would respond. A wave of inner conflict surged within him. It wasn't easy to decide whether to maintain his stern demeanor or retreat and bear the humiliation. If I back down now, they'll just laugh at me. Kerndl made up his mind and looked at Hercel. After all, his pride as a first-class upperclassman was at stake. He couldn't just surrender. As he was about to stand firm, Hercel approached with a displeased expression. That's, The moment Hercel's face got close, Kerndl's side started to throb. It was the same spot where Hercel had hit him with his staff before. What? Just make up your mind already. So I know whether to shower later or not. Is that it? Isn't it? The irritation in Hercel's voice was clear. Kerndl, startled, took a step back. But simply walking away like that felt too humiliating. He had to at least save a bit of face. Ahem, it was my mistake. We just welcomed the newcomers, and yet I suggested discipline on such a joyful day. I admit that was thoughtless. Let's just pretend I never mentioned it. Though he tried to appear magnanimous, the whispers behind him were irritating. Look, he's trying to act all serious again. Exactly. As soon as he opens his mouth, it's all just bravado. Embarrassed, Kerndl quickly retreated. Once he reached a place where no one could see him, he couldn't help but shed a tear. How did it come to this? For someone who once reigned supreme at Frostheart, to end up so pathetically was a pitiful sight indeed. Is there no such thing as an eternal throne? Kerndl wiped away his tears and watched Hercel pack his bags with resentment in his eyes. At the same time, his fingers trembled. I may dislike him, but there's a bigger problem here. The main issue was that Hercel had moved in here. Kerndl realized that a dark future awaited him. How could he manage to graduate peacefully, now that this demon was living right under the same roof? Today was spent exploring the changes in the new living environment. In terms of facilities, it was far more luxurious than the Schlaf Hall. The furniture was of excellent quality, and there was not only a private shower but also a bathrobe provided. Laundry and cleaning were handled by servants who managed the dormitories. Additional benefits included no longer needing to carry around a safety mirror to avoid paranormal incidents, as well as having access to facilities for watching music or theater performances. And perhaps the best part was that, unlike the cramped rooms of the Schlaf Hall, this place was very spacious. But at this moment, that spaciousness was a disadvantage. So, this is her cell's room, huh? Limberton grinned as he spoke. Lying on my bed, I looked around at the men sitting in a circle on the floor. Besides Limberton, Rix, Bellman, Aslay, and Ryaman were all in my room. How's the atmosphere at the Adele Hall? The living conditions are pretty good, and I think the classes will be better than Schlaf's. Bellman replied to Rick's question. Doesn't that big frame of yours make it inconvenient to move around? I've never felt that way. Guess that means it's not inconvenient. Ryaman gazed silently at his thin arms, while Aslay flexed his muscles. The intruders started chatting away without paying any mind to the room's owner. Their topics ranged from the general atmosphere of Adele Hall to how its classes differed from those at Schlaf Hall, beginning as questions and ending with answers. It was a fairly useful Q&A session, so I didn't want to interrupt. But why had these guys taken over my room? I didn't recall inviting them. Since the classes here are generally more advanced, you'll probably need to take supplementary lessons. There may be subjects you haven't covered yet, so you'll need to put in extra effort to catch up. Bellman's words seemed bitter enough to prompt a heavy sigh from Aslay and Limberton. Rix, who was fairly bright, didn't seem too burdened by this aspect. The discussion then shifted to things to be cautious about. Burger Hall was supposedly ordinary, and Schlaf Hall was said to be quite liberal, right? Well, you should be careful. The dormitory rules in Adele Hall are strict. Since Adele Hall held a certain level of prestige, there were many regulations to follow. Curfew was strict, any behavior that violated decorum resulted in demerits, and privileges at the facility were reserved for upperclassmen. Bellman meticulously listed things to watch out for, but one particular rule was emphasized with a serious expression. By the way, many of the seniors here are devout believers. Be mindful of your words so as not to offend them. Most of the second and third years were deeply involved with the student council. While some genuinely held religious beliefs, many were simply drawn to the various benefits offered by the council. These included financial support and, for those with limited social skills, the comfort of group activities that alleviated loneliness. Maybe I should consider joining a religion too, Limberton mused, prompting Bellman to shake his head. I wouldn't recommend it. For some reason, I feel like my head would start to get weird even if I only dipped my toes in. Ryaman, with a sullen expression, agreed. Yeah, there's definitely that kind of atmosphere. I'm already worried. Last year, the second years probably viewed the order just like we do now. It seems we'll be gradually influenced over time. Bellman's perspective was surprisingly broad. So, over time, one becomes influenced. If the student council hadn't been the enemy, the current first years might have followed suit. It seems I've conveyed everything that needs to be said. Now, let me ask a question. Do you know anything about the remaining student in the special wing? Bellman asked while looking at me. Are you referring to the last remaining man? There were a total of 5 students in the special wing. The Luan gang comprised 4 members, leaving only 1 man currently remaining. Rumors about him surfaced occasionally after the Luan subjugation, but they quickly faded due to his lack of presence. Yeah, he rarely attends classes. I heard that even the professor's strict punishments have no effect. Given the past offenses of those from the special wing, it seemed like there was considerable concern about this individual. It was only natural to be wary. I knew the man's identity, but I decided to feign ignorance. I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. Well, it's strange that we, who reside in the fort, haven't seen him, so it would be even stranger if you at Schlaf Hall knew him. Is it even worth worrying about right now? We'll meet him anyway once we become second years. True enough. I heard that after spending a year in the special wing, you're freed. We'll find out by then. Bellman accepted the reasoning easily. Then, as if recalling another student to keep an eye on, he brought up another topic. In that case, the most concerning problem is Doroshion. Bellman looked at me and asked, Hercel, what should we be careful about regarding Doroshion? I blinked slowly. What was there to be cautious about? Why are you asking me about that? According to Rix, you're the only one who talks to Doroshion. I was momentarily speechless. These guys seemed to think of me as some kind of beast tamer. Doroshion was a woman who might reveal her true nature at any moment. At Frostheart, she wasn't exactly an ally. She was a potential villain who could disrupt the scenario if things went south. I, too, was hoping she wouldn't cause trouble, watching her warily. Still, if there was any reassurance I could offer, it was this. It seems you all have a prejudice against Doroshion. Everyone was nodding in agreement. For some reason, no one approached her, as if she exuded a terrifying aura. But in reality, there wasn't much to it. The rumors and stories of those who had faced her were mere illusions. So I spoke with confidence. Why not muster up a bit of courage and approach her? Who knows? You might end up building a normal friendship and having a smooth school life. Hercel, Rix told us that when he tried that, he ended up hypnotized into a frog for an hour. At Bellman's remark, Rix let out a deep sigh, as if recalling a traumatic memory. I smirked at the sight, reminded of the time I tried to mess with him. She wants to be friends. She'd like to share meals and have casual sparring matches to enjoy academy life. It seems she's taken a liking to you all. So, let go of your prejudices and try approaching her. Then, you can have fun together, laughing and talking. Haha, they really believed that. The scent of incense filled the room. A book lay on the table. A vivid crimson sun symbol was engraved at the center of the black book's cover, intense enough to nearly melt it. They don't seem to be aiming for a hostile relationship with us, said the man standing across the table. The man seated at the head of the table looked up at him with a benevolent expression. He had soft eyes and was a promising candidate to be the next student council president. Durs, the current student council president, tapped the Bible with his index finger. Is that so? The man, seeing Durs' reaction, let out a lifeless smile. It seems so. Just look at how he immediately ceded the first-rank position to Colonel. If he were truly ambitious for power, he wouldn't have made that decision. Durs nodded at the man's words. Indeed. As the student council president, he was well aware of Hersel's actions. He has many unexpected traits. When I first heard he was challenging for the top 10, I thought he was just trying to take Colonel's spot. At that time, Durs had naturally been considering the benefits and was ready to discard Colonel. In fact, there was no need to weigh the options. From the moment a new power emerged, Colonel's value had diminished. No amount of money or strategy could have enabled a fool like him to win. It's good news that he isn't hostile, but it's still a bit disappointing. Establishing new relations didn't seem like such a bad idea. In truth, Hercel had no interest in the position. The clash between him and the 10 elites had been sparked by a simple dispute. While he wanted to take advantage of the situation, there was a reason he couldn't. The official, finding this strange, asked in a curious tone, "But why are you interested in him? We've already concluded internally that there's nothing significant to connect us." "That's true. I still don't understand why you remain interested in him." Hearing the official's question, Durs ran a hand through his hair. The truth is, an order came directly from the ecclesiastical headquarters. As soon as the name of the headquarters was mentioned, the official's eyes widened in surprise. From the headquarters. Durs' inner thoughts were no different from the official's reaction. The ecclesiastical headquarters was the core institution of the order. Even the most promising members sent to the academy were still considered mere believers. It wasn't the kind of place that would normally issue direct orders without any intermediary. It's too soon to be surprised. In fact, it's not just Hercel Ben Tennis they're interested in. They've also ordered surveillance of Lena Reldirvian, a first-year knight in Adele Hall. Lena. Wait, what on earth is the headquarters thinking? I can't believe it either. I have no idea what their intentions are, but what choice do we have? Orders are orders. Durs sighed, then glanced at the wall clock and rose from his seat. Wow, it's already this late. Let's call it a day. Yes, sir. As the two men left the student council room, the curtains fluttered. Even though the window was closed, the movement continued. Soon, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside, revealing a man hanging from the curtain rod. It was Emmerich. Emmerich carefully stepped down to the floor and looked at the door Durs had exited through. I was trying to dig up some potential weaknesses, but it seems I've eavesdropped on a rather significant. They told them to keep an eye on you from the church's headquarters. Emmerich's sudden words threw my thoughts into chaos. The church headquarters. Isn't that the core of the Sun's order? There's no reason for them to take interest in me. Why? I asked, and Emmerich offered a tentative guess. It's just my personal opinion, but perhaps they heard the rumors about you and got curious. Rumors. You survived the breath of the strange bird. You also distinguished yourself during the demonic realm training. They must have heard of it as well. How long has it been since that incident, and they're still bringing it up? I'm sick of it. It does sound plausible, but if that were the case, they would have acted sooner. Why take interest only now? It seems quite unnatural. Of course, Hercel, it's not like I haven't thought the same. But beyond that, I can't think of any other reason. Emmerich's reasoning made sense. Fine, let's try to think positively. It's unlikely that the Sun's Order's core entity, the final mastermind, the Eye of Eternity, is involved. It must just be a regular high-ranking old man at the church headquarters, suffering from dementia, who suddenly recalled the strange bird incident and took an interest in me. That has to be it. But as always, reality was far from comforting. Moreover, they said to keep an eye on Lena Reldirvian as well. That's something you should have mentioned from the start. If it were just about me, that would be one thing, but watching over Lena as well? It was clear that Gillum, one of the reincarnators, was involved. That pervert had his eye on Lena for a while now. I wondered why they were making such a move at this point, but the answer came to me quickly. It was likely because of me, Hercel Ben Tennis, the eldest son and supposed fiancé who wasn't originally meant to exist. In fact, I had subtly anticipated this when I decided to step into the Frost Heart. It was something that could have happened at any moment. What I thought would pass quietly finally came to the surface. But given how shocking the news was at the start, there was something I couldn't quite process. By the way, how do you know all this, Senior? I asked, and Emmerich chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't hard to find out. Don't worry about it and focus on figuring out how to respond. Did he happen to overhear it by chance? No, I doubt they would casually mention such matters in passing. It was obvious that he had intentionally spied on them, but I didn't think he'd answer even if I asked. And since he seemed to be helping, it was better not to criticize him. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. Well, I've delivered the message, so I'll be off. Emmerich left, looking satisfied. I wasn't sure why he was helping me, but I decided to let it slide as something good. Yet, for some reason, I found myself looking at his back with an uneasy feeling. Come to think of it, that guy doesn't seem entirely normal either. Could he be planning something? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, after hearing Emmerich's words, I walked down the hallway towards the lecture hall. Was it just my imagination? I wasn't sure if I was being overly sensitive, but I felt eyes on me from time to time. Well, I just ignored it with the attitude of let them look all they want. People like me, who live without any faults, have nothing to worry about. Today was the first class at the Adele Hall's Department of Magic. Feeling a sense of anticipation, I continued walking until the lecture hall came into view. Then, I bumped into Doroshion. I thought you'd skip class, but you're here, I commented, replacing a greeting with surprise. Doroshion replied with a sullen expression. Don't you think you've been a bit too casual with me lately? Disappointed to hear that. I thought we'd built a bit of a rapport, I replied, feigning disappointment. Doroshion simply responded with a flat really, and entered the lecture hall. I followed behind her. Voices could be heard, coming from our classmates who had arrived earlier. They glanced at Doroshion and me before quickly averting their gaze. I ignored their reactions and kept walking. I scanned for a suitable seat and made my way over, inadvertently passing Doroshion. She stood still, simply observing the other students. I asked bluntly, "Are you planning to skip class?" Doroshion didn't say much, so I just shrugged and sat down. A few seconds later, she settled into a seat not too far from mine, blurting out an unnecessary comment. "The view from the back is actually pretty good. What's your angle?" "Nothing much. I just felt like messing up your class today." "Oh, really?" I had already prepared for this class by reviewing the syllabus with Bellman, so she could try all she wanted. As I took out my textbook, Professor Gomon entered the room. He scanned my face with a sly expression before greeting the students. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Gomon Gelafran. Just call me Professor Gomon." With his brief introduction over, the lesson began. It was the first day of the second semester, so there was nothing particularly intense. Today's lecture will cover the awakening of senses. I'll be explaining the basics. After Professor Gomon announced the topic, a female student raised a question. "Excuse me, didn't we already learn this at the end of the first semester? There are newcomers this semester. We have to cover the basics. For those of you who were here from the start at Adele Hall, consider it a review." The woman nodded in understanding, and Professor Gomon opened his book with a satisfied smile. It was all information I already knew, and the basics weren't worth paying much attention to. The awakening of senses is closely related to the nervous system. Our ability to see, for example, is thanks to the optic nerve. Each sensory organ is connected by nerves. Severe damage could cause blindness or deafness. Just as mana is sensed through the five senses, the nervous system is crucial in magic. But even a blind mage can manifest visualization magic. How do you think that happens, when the optic nerve is completely deteriorated? However, even with damage, it doesn't greatly impact magic. The reason is, because the mana pathways remain intact. Even if the nerves are damaged, mana within the body can still be transmitted to the eyes. Once senses are awakened, mana itself creates new pathways in the nerves solely for magical manifestation. The nerves may get severed, but they'll recover quickly, so there's no need to worry. The following explanations covered the principles of sense awakening. It wasn't a hands-on class, so I only half listened. But aside from me and Doroshion, the rest of the students scribbled notes vigorously. I could even hear small murmurs here and there. Is it a habit? Why are they writing when it's just a review? What's wrong with that? Refreshing what you've learned isn't a bad thing. It made sense for Rix and Gravel since this was new for them, but even the Adele Hall students, who already knew it, were taking the class earnestly. Despite the diligent atmosphere, Doroshion only looked at the students with a vacant expression. They all live such boring lives. Her voice was dripping with boredom. "It's different from Schlaf Hall," I responded. Perhaps it wasn't the answer she was expecting. Despite my effort to respond, Doroshion remained silent. I wondered if she was reminiscing about the past. The Grice family is a renowned magical lineage. Due to the family's educational policy, its descendants face constant competition. Maybe she was seeing her former self, studying endlessly with her sisters, in these students. Doroshion remained quiet for a while. Not wanting to intrude on her thoughts, I casually flipped through the pages of the textbook to review what we'd be learning. "By the way, did you feel anything strange while coming down the stairs today?" Hearing her voice, I turned my head. Doroshion, resting her chin on her hand, was looking in my direction. "Strange? How so?" "Actually, I have a habit of counting the steps when I go down the stairs. Just as a way to pass the time." "You must be really bored." "Yeah, I was. But today was a little different. The number of steps was off." Sensing something, I asked cautiously, "Are you saying the stairs got longer?" "Who knows? It was only 3 steps more, but still. If it increased, then it increased." "You sure you didn't miscount?" Maybe. Could be. So, you didn't bother to double check." "Right. Because that would mean climbing all the way back up again, and I didn't want to waste the effort of coming down." It made sense. Unless someone was obsessive, most people wouldn't go that far. "So, how about this want to count together after class?" Doroshion proposed. I squinted my eyes halfway and echoed the words she had said to me before entering the lecture hall. Don't you think you've been a bit too casual with me lately?" Doroshion smirked, as if amused. Just then, Professor Gomon pointed at us. It seemed he had heard us talking from across the room. It's the first day, but you two should at least try to focus. Doroshion retorted, I've already awakened all 5 senses. Maybe so, but her cell hasn't, right? I replied this time, when awakening a new sense, the internal body undergoes certain phenomena: vascular expansion and contraction, significant energy consumption, accompanied by mild headaches. The reason for this is that it takes immense energy to form mana channels within the nerves, and the body mutates to adapt to the changed internal environment. The Adele Hall students stared at me with their mouths agape. Seeing their enthusiasm for revisiting this material, I summarized it in my head and explained it in a simpler way to help them understand. When I was about to elaborate on the last topic of the day, Professor Gomon stopped me. No, that's enough, kid. Just let them nap if they want. He said this with a tone of irritation before resuming the lesson. After class, Doroshion and I reached the stairs in question. Even if I didn't want to, there wasn't much choice. The staircase lay between the dormitory and the lecture hall. Since it was rumored to have some hidden mechanism, it was worth checking out. Doroshion, ascending the stairs, spoke. Usually there are 150 steps. But when I counted today, there were 153. I lowered my gaze, inspecting each step, as it was uncomfortable to look up at her swaying figure. We reached the landing near the entrance while counting the steps. Doroshion announced her count. 159. Did I miscount? Her voice was filled with self-doubt. But it wasn't a mistake. It matched my count exactly. I got 159 steps too. What could it be? Maybe it was always 159 steps, and I just miscounted before. How about counting again on the way down? I began descending, counting each step once more. Behind me, I could hear Doroshion muttering under her breath. 13, 14. This time, she was determined not to make a single mistake, vocalizing each number clearly. 158, 159, 160. 168, 169, 170. The number of steps had visibly increased. Doroshion ran her hand along the wall, intrigued. Could it be that the steps increase when you use the staircase? Fascinating. She seemed excited, but this was definitely not a good sign. This staircase was once a prison designed to trap intruders long ago. There were only 2 reasons it would be activated: it was malfunctioning due to age, or someone had triggered it intentionally. It certainly wasn't the former, as this phenomenon wasn't supposed to occur at this point in time. The odds were high that someone had caused it intentionally. Turning to her with a serious tone, I warned, this doesn't feel right. We'd better use a different staircase from now on. Let's get out of here first. I led Doroshion away from the area. I needed to inform the faculty to seal off the stairs immediately. Just then, I bumped into Professor Gomon, who seemed to be heading to his next class, judging by the briefcase he was carrying. You two have class soon. Where are you going in such a hurry? Professor, there's something strange with the stairs. What? The stairs. The number of steps keeps increasing. Could it be some kind of strange phenomenon? In a regular academy, I would have been treated like a lunatic, but this was Frostheart. Here, even the smallest occurrence could trigger an emergency. Okay. I'd better check it out. Which stairs are you talking about? I guided Professor Gomon to the problematic stairs. Upon arrival, he drew his staff with a serious expression. It looks perfectly ordinary at first glance. You just have to count them again. Doroshion replied, stepping onto the stairs. In my memory, if the step count reached 200, a trap would activate. To me, the stairs looked like a ticking time bomb, so I tried to hold her back. Wait a moment. As my foot crossed the boundary of the hallway, a man's voice echoed from above. What the hell? I urgently pulled Doroshion back by the arm. She turned her head sharply, her expression slightly irritated. I don't like being touched without permission. But that feeling only lasted a moment. Her eyes twitched as if she had seen something unsettling. Her cell. I turned my head as well, but Professor Gomon, who had been in the hallway, was gone. All that remained, apart from the stairs, was a pitch-black darkness. BS. What is this place? Doroshion asked in a confused voice, and I felt the same way. Originally, the prison stairs were supposed to open 2 years later. Why had they opened now, and why did the man's voice echo from above? It was all a mystery. But for now, these questions had to be set aside. Even I, someone familiar with many secrets, had never set foot in this place before. I'm not sure either. What I did know was that the scenario prison stairs signified the beginning of the final Felia line, Wrath of Felia. A magic book once used by Felia in life was hidden here, and the villain triggered the hidden trap of the prison stairs in an attempt to retrieve it. After that event, the playable character's monologue went like this. An explosion echoed from the stairs. There, among the debris, was a flesh-stained necklace. Its owner was a female student from the Burger Hall. This fact would later be revealed through the villain's dialogue. To escape this place, one needed to find the magic book. However, the female student who boldly found the book got caught in a trap and died in an explosion. Because of this, the villain had no intention of retrieving the book himself, instead waiting for a sacrificial pawn to do it. Doroshion, did you hear the man's voice from above too? Yeah, it said, what the hell, right. It didn't sound like the villain I had in mind. Based on his character, he wouldn't use such language. Moreover, with a sacrifice already in place, why would he react with what the hell? The most likely reason was this. Was it because of Professor Gomon? The female student had wandered the stairs alone, without witnesses, and subsequently disappeared, prompting a wide search by the faculty. However, Professor Gomon had witnessed both of us disappear. This was certainly not an ideal situation from the instigator's point of view, as it was obvious that the faculty would investigate only the stairs. Who could that be? Doroshion asked, pointing upward. Without hesitation, she climbed up to the landing, turned, and looked up. I stared at her and asked, "Is anyone there?" "No, no one's here. Seems like they managed to escape alone." But who could it have been? I thought it might be the villain responsible for this incident, but he was still in the special ward. In that case, there is one person that comes to mind. I'll think about that later. For now, investigating this place takes priority. I climbed up to the landing where Doroshion stood and surveyed above. The area was vast, with massive pillars supporting the ceiling, and a faint mist spread throughout, creating an eerie atmosphere. It's not as dark as below. I drew the staff from my holster and handed it to Doroshion. Light up the interior with this. Aren't you a mage too? At her mocking tone, I proudly conjured a light. The orb of light at the tip of my staff was like a tiny bulb that could have fit inside a science kit. Doroshion let out a faint sigh, then snatched the staff from me. Fine, I'll do it. A wise choice. Truthfully, I could have increased the output, but I did it deliberately. I wanted to conserve mana as much as possible. This is better, Doroshion remarked. Indeed, it's brighter than my light orb. With a shrug, Doroshion moved forward, the clinking of chain armor sounding especially loud. The stillness of the misty interior amplified the noise as she examined the surroundings. Soon, she found a pitch-black entrance. Doroshion, there's a passage ahead. It was still a bit of a distance away. Perhaps the monotonous sound of footsteps and chains made the silence feel even more oppressive, as Doroshion started to speak. Is this some kind of subspace? Another dimension? I'd actually like that. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if there were such a place. Doroshion suddenly stopped and spun around. What if this place were suitable for living? What would you think? I glanced around at the columns, walls, and stone floor. Doesn't seem like it. That's why I said what if. Imagine it properly. Well, if I don't want to starve, I'd have to leave. What if the food problem were solved? Even then, wouldn't the outside be better? This cramped space isn't appealing. It felt like a child's game. Doroshion kept countering my arguments for the outside world with hypothetical advantages of this place. What if this place also had an outside? Familiarity is comforting. I choose reality. But why is she suddenly acting like this? Really? Doroshion hummed thoughtfully before revealing her true feelings, as if she had been waiting for this moment. Then, what if the reality you mentioned were to disappear? It seemed Doroshion was contemplating the possibility that this place might be a dimension cut off from the outside world. If so, this place would remain safe, even if the outside world were to collapse. It was a question steeped in escapism, predicated entirely on the premise of disaster. I looked into Doroshin's eyes, which seemed to be filled with anticipation for my answer. If it's for survival, I'd have to choose this place. I thought so. But that's only if I tried everything I could and still failed. I took a step closer to Doroshion. Then, shall I ask you a question this time? Maybe it was because I had lost my smile, but Doroshion stared blankly at my mouth. I half-worriedly asked her, what if, just what if, the world doesn't end? What would you do then? Doroshion blinked, staring into the void, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, she resumed walking, saying only, well, I don't know. Before long, we reached the dark passageway. As Doroshion illuminated the interior with her staff, a chilling voice echoed. Someone is coming. Who could it be? If they're not enemies, then what are they? Prepare for battle immediately. The soldiers wore worn-out armor. Did you hear? Hercel and Doroshion. Apparently, Professor Gomon saw them. He said they suddenly disappeared on the stairs. The halls were abuzz with the news of the two's disappearance. Hey, Ikok. Where are you headed? Ikok stopped and glanced at the classmate who had called out to him. As a student council executive and future president, he flashed a smile and responded warmly. It's time for confession. Oh, you mean with that person in the special ward? Haha, even if you're not joining, I hope you can at least see it positively. Off to do good deeds again, I see. You really are fitting to be the next president. Ikok tried to move past his classmate, but she seemed unusually curious and kept pestering him. So, how have things been lately? What do you mean? You know, that guy Loan or whatever his name was. Ever since that incident, you've shown a lot of interest in the special ward. I figured you'd know what kind of person he is by now, seeing how much time you've spent there. Well, he was just lost for a bit, but he does have a genuine heart. Deep down, he's a rather profound person. With that, Ikok started moving again. Damn it. Why the hell won't she leave me alone? I'm already swamped with work. Despite his irritation, he couldn't afford to appear suspicious. He noticed professors occasionally heading toward the stairs. What rotten luck. Of all people, it had to be Hercel and Doroshion. They were already well-known figures, and to make matters worse, even Professor Gomon got involved. The fear of someone finding out he had trapped the two on the stairs was gnawing at him. Ikok finally reached the floor used for religious activities. Half of it was for regular students, while the other half was designated for the order. As he passed the chapel and reached the confessional door, a figure in a black robe greeted him. You're here, Ikok. Ramal is inside. The man was the professor overseeing the special ward students. Ecoke responded naturally, as he usually did. Haha, working hard as always, Professor. Let's try to wrap things up quickly today. I might be called to investigate the sudden incident. The incident, of course, referred to the disappearance case. I'll do my best to be quick. Excuse me? Ecoke opened the confessional door, facing a plank with needle-thin holes. He spoke in a low voice. You bastard. You've made this a mess for me. How are you going to fix this? He gritted his teeth, seething with frustration. A man's voice responded from the other side. I only helped you, Ecoke. Helped? If I get caught, you'll be going down with me. I'll make sure to reveal your involvement. Understand? Why are you angry at me? Ecoke clenched his jaw and glared. If you hadn't told me about the magic book's location, none of this would have happened. You were the one in trouble over the stolen Crimson Book. I merely suggested an alternative. If there's any blame, it's on you for acting recklessly. Ecoke fell silent. Strictly speaking, the man wasn't at fault. If there was anyone to blame, it was the one who had stolen the Crimson Book and fled Luan. Damn Luan. I was planning to raid the Forbidden Library once I became Student Council President, but this. Ecoke sighed. Anger wouldn't change anything now. What mattered was acting carefully to avoid detection and stepping away from this mess as soon as possible. Perhaps sensing Ecoke's thoughts, the man spoke again, making Ecoke's chest tighten. I can feel your hesitation. Are you planning to give up now? To abandon all that you've achieved so far? Think of the scars on your body, Ecoke. Torn skin from stray dogs' bites, burn marks, and the traces of abuse that will never fade. Are you planning to bury all that for the rest of your life? Ecoke pulled his collar tighter around himself and spoke, doubt coloring his voice. Hey, Rimal. I honestly don't trust you. Will you really make me an emperor? Is that truly possible? In the past 6 months, you've grown strong enough. You should know that better than anyone. Indeed, he had become stronger. His magic had advanced rapidly, and his academic performance had improved since he spent all his training time on his studies. These were the reasons he was being considered for the Student Council presidency. Still, being an emperor is on a different level altogether. Rimal paused for a moment before replying. Believing or not is up to you. If you're planning to quit, there's no need for you to come here anymore. But, Ecoke. What? If you're afraid of getting caught, you should hurry. With the power of the emperor, no one in the human realm could challenge you. Ecoke frowned. Are you threatening me? Don't even think about revealing everything. If you do, I'll make sure your name is exposed as well. Foolish. I'm not afraid of punishment. If you like, we could confess everything right now to the professor beyond this door. Rimal's confident tone made Ecoke reconsider. This guy, now that I think about it, he's not normal. He was someone who never wavered, no matter how much the professors tried to impose the curse of control on him. Scaring him was pointless. Reluctantly, Ecoke decided to trust him further. Sigh. I've come this far, so it's too late to back out now. So, what's my next move? The final ingredient, the Book of Black Blood. You need to obtain that. Fine. I'll continue to believe, just as I've been. Ecoke stood up. For him, becoming the emperor quickly was the only way to survive the professor's pressure. I have to get the Book of Black Blood, no matter what. He needed to take bolder action. Doroshian and I were trapped in a bizarre space. It appeared to be the interior of an ancient structure. We stepped into a dark corridor, only to be suddenly surrounded by armored soldiers. Are they ghosts? Their bodies are translucent. There was a hint of surprise in Darajan's voice, but no sign of fear. Instead, she observed them with curious interest. That star symbol. It's the flag of the kingdom of Balam. So, they were soldiers of the Balam kingdom. Why would they be here? Did they die in this place? I nodded in response to Darajan's question. Long ago, the kingdom of Balam invaded Frostheart. This prison was constructed to hold back enemies advancing to the upper floors, befitting a building designed for war. Moreover, with Felia's Book of Black Blood created here, it's not surprising that lingering spirits of the deceased would appear. Identify yourself. A ghostly figure, seemingly the commander, bellowed. I responded in a nonchalant tone. We're students of Frostheart. What? So you are indeed enemies. Off with their heads at once. The ghostly soldiers surged forward, thrusting their swords into my body. But I felt nothing. While Felia's spirits had a special ability to possess hosts, these were merely ordinary soldiers, ignorant of magic. To me, they were no more than holograms. The war is over, so how about stopping this? What did you say? It's over. It's been thousands of years since your people and ours fought. Although relations between Balam and the Empire remained tense after the war, they did have some exchanges. Perhaps that news was too shocking, as the ghostly soldiers, starting with their commander, were left in a daze. The war ended. But, reinforcements? Did no one ever come to rescue us? Didn't that man just say it's been thousands of years already? What? Have we really been here that long? Doroshian narrowed her eyes, annoyed by their chatter. Should I just use purification magic and get rid of them all? Purification magic sounded like a good idea. Darajan's staff glowed with a white light. The soldiers' reactions were mixed at first, but eventually, they seemed to accept their fate. We must be dead, no doubt about it. We couldn't even cut that man's body. No wonder time seemed to drag on endlessly. Are we some kind of ghosts? But if purification is what awaits us, that wouldn't be so bad. Every day felt unbearably tedious. This is actually a relief. Hey, girl over there, grant us rest already. They certainly had the manners of an era long past. Instead of calling Doroshion young lady, they brazenly addressed her as girl. Darajan's discomfort was clear. Did you just call me a girl? Yes, who else would I be talking to? Honestly, I'd ask you to serve me a drink, but in this state, I can't receive any service. With a sly smile, Doroshion withdrew her staff. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let you guys rot here forever. That's your choice, but why not give them a chance first? A chance. This was a foreign place, with scant information. So why not have the locals act as tour guides? You've been here a long time, haven't you? Then you must know the area well. If there's anything valuable around, guide us there, and this lovely lady here will let you pass on peacefully. The soldiers scowled. You young brat, how dare you be so insolent? It's because of that imperial bloodline. We should have wiped out their kind long ago. I ignored them and started walking ahead. Doroshion, let's just ignore them and move on. As expected, the spirits tried to stall us with their words. Ah, the boldness of youth, indeed. Oh, so she's a young lady, is she? I could tell from her noble aura. My apologies for my rudeness. Treasure, you say? Yes, of course, I'll guide you. I've explored all around here out of sheer boredom. Let me show you the way. I glanced at Doroshion, smiling slyly, and saw that she found it amusing too. Her lips were curled into a grin. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You're not really going to let them pass on, right?" "Of course not. I'll play with them a bit before leaving." The passageway resembled a train terminal. Why would they make it this wide just to hold prisoners? Darajan's question sounded fairly reasonable. Exactly. They could have just crammed everyone into small rooms since they're just going to starve them to death anyway. As I said that, the apparitions leading the way scowled. Well, that's a way to talk. Easy for you to say since it's not your problem. It must have been a primitive era back then. The fact that these guys had come all this way just to kill the students made it evident. Proper treatment of prisoners was probably not a concept back then, so why did they put so much effort into crafting mere prison traps? I asked the apparitions, is there someone else hiding here besides you? Oh, how did you know? There is, actually. But it's not a human. Not a human. I'll explain as we go. The apparition, seemingly a captain, continued speaking calmly as he walked. Come to think of it, you asked about the location of the treasure earlier, right? Yes, I did. The captain halted and appeared to be lost in thought, resting his hand on his chin. I'll be honest. I'm not certain if it actually exists. What? Well, there's a place we've never been to ourselves. The captain pointed into the pitch-black path ahead. It was closer to the left. When you reach the end, there will be two branching paths. On the left, a giant monster blocks the door. Guess you never thought of entering it, even after dying. We only realized we were dead because you pointed it out, so, what? Their answers had been odd from the start. It made sense, as there was no way there would be any food here. If they hadn't eaten in thousands of years, becoming aware of their death should have been normal. But to think they hadn't realized it until now? That's suspicious. You're right, Hercel. There's something off about them, said Donaton, who had lived longer than me, making it clear that I should be cautious. But one thing is certain, there's a mysterious book filled with a sacred power on the right. You could just take it and leave. It's better than the monster-guarded path, isn't it? Before long, we reached the end of the passage. As the apparition had described, new paths appeared on the left and right. When the apparition subtly leaned toward the right path, I glanced at Doroshion, silently asking for her opinion. She shook her head. It seemed she had also sensed something was off about them. We're taking the left path. As I said that, the apparitions flinched. Why? Isn't the right side safer than the dangerous left? Indeed. Come this way. There's even a clue about the exit. It seemed the Book of Black Blood was necessary to escape, but using it was something we'd rather avoid. It wouldn't do us any good if it came out right now, and who knows? There might be an escape route on the left path too. We're just too curious, that's all. I gave a firm answer and headed toward the left. Doroshion approached me and whispered quietly, if there really were clues, they would have left by now. If they're going to deceive us, they should at least make it convincing. So, you knew all along. Startled by the voice coming from my chest, I flinched. When I looked down, it was looking up at me, piercing through my chest with its neck. Doroshion chuckled, finding it amusing. But I found it incredibly unnerving. Cut the creepy stuff and get lost. As I patted my chest with my palm, the apparition withdrew. They burst into sly laughter. Ha ha, you've got sharp eyes. Exactly. We thought you'd fall for it easily. I sighed deeply and asked, now that we're exposed, why not just come clean? The captain quieted the commotion and responded. Did you ask where the treasure is? It's on the left. So, you've actually checked everything out, huh? Of course. What's there to fear when you're already dead? But know this, the only exit is through the right path. In the end, you'll have to come back here, unless you get killed by that monster, that is. Oh, really? Now, I seemed to understand why the prison was unnecessarily wide. To hide something on the left path and station a monster to guard it, they had to widen the space. Naturally, only someone who set foot here before these apparitions, like Felia, could have orchestrated such a thing. Judging by the placement of a gatekeeper, whatever's hidden must be no ordinary item. Compared to the grimoire supposedly on the right path, the left path seemed to have been designed with much more care. Was something that absolutely had to be kept secret hidden there? Well, I could verify that soon enough. Let's proceed, then. As I took a step toward the left path, Doroshion raised her staff toward the apparitions. These things are annoying. Should I just purify them? I nodded, curious to see their reaction. Seeing the purifying light forming at the tip of her staff, the apparitions retreated into the walls. Doroshion smirked mockingly. What? You don't like it? Weren't you the ones begging for purification before? This confirmed it. Their desire for purification was all an act. I wasn't sure what their true motives were, but clearly, something mattered more to them than gaining freedom. We'll figure them out slowly. Let's go, Doroshion. Just as I took another step toward the left path, the captain's voice echoed. Even if you manage to open the door, do try to return alive. Blinking in disbelief, I responded, a door? So, there's another obstacle besides the monster, huh? Seems that way. But hey, you. Doroshion looked at me with an exasperated expression. You've been subtly dragging me around this whole time. Are you aware of that? I'm not interested in treasure, so why should I follow you? I chuckled lightly and kept walking. Well, then, do as they want. She didn't like that idea, I guess. Doroshion silently followed behind me. The path was shorter than expected. As the light illuminated the darkened path ahead, a massive door came into view. It was wide and tall enough for a cargo truck to pass through. I examined the door with Doroshion. I knocked on it just in case. It seemed to be extremely thick since there was no echo. It doesn't look like it can be pushed open by force. Can't you try magic? Can't you see this? Doroshion rattled the chains of her magical restrained armor. It seemed she wasn't confident in her current mana level. It'd be better to find a proper way to open it rather than waste mana. Usually there's a hidden key nearby or something. But there's no keyhole in sight. Doroshion, shine your light over there. I pointed at the wall. I caught a glimpse of something engraved there in the soft light of her staff. When Doroshion focused her light on the spot, letters appeared. Doroshion read them aloud. Runes. Can you read them? I didn't learn enough, so I can't say for sure. We might as well give up. Doroshion turned her head, as if assuming I couldn't read runes. Despite my appearance, I actually topped the written exam in the magic department, but she probably never heard about that. Not that Doroshion was the type to pay attention to such things, nor would there be anyone to relay that information to her. Leave if you are not invited. If you are, carve into the door the name of the one I most desire to kill. You know the name, of course. If you have truly been invited by me. As I flawlessly translated the runes, Darajan's eyes widened. Did you just make that up? I don't know how much of an idiot you think I am, but that's in the past. Stop giving me that look. Doroshion raised an eyebrow in surprise but shrugged lightly. Well, whether that's real or not, there's no way to solve this, is there? How could anyone guess the answer to such a personal riddle, especially when we don't even know who wrote it? Ignoring her, I grabbed the staff and inscribed the letters with shaping magic. Though the letters were a bit faint, as if written with a dried-out pen, they were still legible. Adragal Sel Hymen. As I carved the name, Doroshion squinted and read it. Adragal Sel Hymen? Wait, isn't that the name of the Archmage? The founder of this academy. That's right. So, the Archmage's name is the answer. The moment Doroshion chuckled, the door opened. Creak. Darajan's eyes widened, then one of her eyebrows twitched. I flashed a sly smile at her. Took a wild guess, but it worked. Lucky, huh? Your smug face is quite cute. Doroshion dropped her guard and looked beyond the door. Inside was a long corridor. The monster the apparitions mentioned was likely ahead. Doroshion, wait here for a moment. We don't know what's ahead, so I'll scout first. I'll be right back. In truth, I needed to use inventory magic to retrieve a weapon. If I even showed a glimpse of the spell, this woman would instantly master it. This rare magic is something I wouldn't share with anyone. As soon as I crossed the threshold, I turned sideways. Out of Darajan's sight, I activated my inventory and drew the demon's sword Shadow of Weakening. Just in case, I also equipped Felia's staff, Whisper of Mist, which had a stealth spell attached. No, that wasn't enough to feel secure. When I pulled out a pocket full of daggers, Donaton spoke excitedly. It would be fun to use what you've been practicing in the forest before the finals in real combat. I hoped I wouldn't need to use it, though. With everything ready, I called out to Doroshion. It seems safe so far. As Doroshion approached, she pointed at the sword in my hand. Where did you get that sword from? Don't ask about things like that. I handed her the staff I'd been using and kept my eyes ahead. Let's proceed cautiously, focusing all our senses. I took one step at a time, savoring the tension. This place was entirely new, one I had never set foot in before. The novelty made my veteran heart race. Tap. The surroundings were filled with columns. I steadied my stance, ready to swing my sword at any moment, and cautiously took a slow step forward. Suddenly, the torches hanging on the walls flared up. Looks like I can put this out now. Doroshion extinguished the orb of light at the end of her staff and took the lead. There doesn't seem to be anything here. Could the ghosts have just been bluffing? It was a plausible statement. The ghosts had been oddly insistent that we take the left path. But it turned out they weren't bluffing. Doroshion? Above. A massive skeleton, clinging to the ceiling like a spider, started to drop toward us. Doroshion tried to move hastily, but her restraining armor, with its 3 layers, made her sluggish since she had always relied on magic for everything. At this rate, she would be crushed. I quickly lifted Doroshion by the waist onto my shoulder and wrapped hundreds of kilograms of mana around my legs. With a significant amount of mana channeled into my legs, I leapt with Doroshion far away. Impact detected. Special trait activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. Without the 1 second invincibility trait, the explosive force would have ruptured my muscles. I had used about a quarter of my mana just for that jump. SHRRRK. Barely maintaining my balance, the solace of my shoes scraped across the floor. As I came to a stop, I set Doroshion down and stared at the skeleton. What kind of creature did these bones belong to? Its skull looked human, but it was nearly a meter tall. The body was equally enormous. Fortunately, the giant skeleton moved on all fours instead of standing upright. Rumble? It kicked up dust as it charged toward us. Doroshion, can you levitate yourself with telekinesis? I probably can, but not for long. Knowing her mana reserves, that was clearly a lie. Even under the restrictions of her armor, she could float for at least 30 minutes. She probably just wanted to watch me struggle. Sigh. I hurriedly pulled a dagger from my pocket and threw it at a pillar. Despite my concerns about it being stone rather than wood, the dagger lodged securely. Then cast a weight reduction spell and stand on that dagger. Doroshion floated up into the air. The giant skeleton continued to close in on me. I drew more daggers from my pocket and threw them at various points on the pillars to create footholds. Rumble? The gap between us rapidly narrowed. I clenched my fists and activated the lightning spell engraved on my gloves of Mana's blessing. Then, I wrapped my legs with hundreds of kilograms of mana. Donaton. I am ready. I enhanced my strength, just shy of activating 1 second invincibility, adjusting my weight through the lightning spell, and made a high jump. The giant skeleton lunged toward me like a dump truck. Thud. But by then, my feet were already on the side of the dagger embedded high in the pillar. The entire process felt seamless. It was the result of countless training sessions in the forest, embedding daggers into trees and practicing evasive maneuvers. Hercel, your new tactic seems to be quite useful. My weakness lay in the cooldown period of 1 second invincibility. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 7 seconds. That's why I had to think of ways to buy time with magic, eventually discovering this tactic. Of course, it had many limitations. It's useless without suitable terrain, though. I infused the Shadow of Weakening sword with dark energy. Though it didn't possess the destructive power of a mana blade, its effect sharpness amplifies when imbued with dark energy was significant. When filled with dark energy, it could slice smoothly through even rocks. 1 second invincibility, usable. I deactivated the lightning spell, put my full weight into a descending strike, and aimed at the skeleton's right shoulder blade. Ping! As soon as the blade touched the shoulder, it began to split with a loud cracking sound. I had used up half my mana and would have to endure the cooldown of 1 second invincibility again, but it was worth it. Thud. With its right arm gone, the skeleton's mobility was severely reduced. I quickly recast the lightning spell and leapt to the next dagger embedded point. The sword is effective, but I won't last until it's dead. Can't you distribute your power more efficiently? Donaton, my body's endurance isn't that good. I had less than half my mana left. Even without activating 1 second invincibility, the explosive power of mana-laden strikes accumulated fatigue. I needed to be smarter about my strategy. Let's see, it's a skeleton, meaning it's an undead type. Weakness, purification magic. In that case, I needed a powerful, well-aligned strike. Doroshion. I called her name, though there was no need. She was already preparing the Arrow of Purification, a spell that took considerable casting time. What? Nothing. Just hold out for 10 more seconds. I hadn't expected her to help. Not sure why she had a sudden change of heart, but it was a pleasant surprise. Alright. Now, let's try cutting its left leg. I should make it easier for Doroshion to hit it. A lockdown order was issued on the stairs. Yet, the hallways were crowded with people. Professor Gomon sighed heavily as he tried to control the students. Stop standing around here and get back to what you're supposed to be doing. The students showed no intention of leaving. In fact, they stood there confidently, as if staying behind the safety line was enough. Then, someone pushed through the crowd and stuck their face out. It was Rix, Bellman, Lena, and a few others. They were all people who used to hang out with Hercel. Bellman adjusted his slipping glasses and asked, Professor, are Hercel and Doroshion still not back? Well, they'll be out soon enough. Don't worry. You know they're not ordinary, right? Both Hercel and Doroshion. Meanwhile, someone was watching the scene from the corner. It was Ekok, the soon-to-be student council president. Ekok glanced at the bag he had placed on the ground. At that moment, a classmate approached and asked, Ekok, what's in that bag? Oh, this. Ekok responded with a gentle smile. I couldn't just stand by while the professors are working so hard. So, I prepared some drinks for them to have when they get tired. The classmate giggled and stared at the bag with a mischievous look. Wow, Ekok, you really are so generous. But, I'm feeling a bit thirsty too. Could I have just one? Ekok firmly refused. Actually, I only brought just the right amount, so I'm afraid I can't. Huh? But there's so much here. Well, there's some of my personal belongings mixed in, that's why. Ah, too bad. But I guess it can't be helped. It pains me to turn down a lady's request. How about this? I'll treat you to a drink at a cafe next time. The classmate jumped up and down with excitement. Ekok watched her leave, then discreetly pushed the bag behind him. The giant skeleton swung its remaining arm. 37 seconds left until the cooldown ended. Balancing my weight on the dagger embedded in the pillar, I leaped while maintaining the weight-reducing spell. My target was the dagger lodged in a nearby pillar. Bang! With a deafening crash, fragments scattered, and the stone pillar snapped like a straw and slammed into the ground. As the giant skeleton's movements became visible through the rising dust, I looked up to check on Doroshion. Doroshion was gliding through the air, aiming a white bow made of light. It was undoubtedly the arrow of purification. The taut bowstring quivered, and an arrow of light the size of a spear shot towards the giant skeleton. Whiz! But the arrow merely passed between the skeleton's ribs, failing to inflict any damage, and struck the ground instead. Doroshion smiled with her eyes and shook the chain dangling from her wrist. Could it be because of this? It's not easy to hit, is it? As expected, I'll need to sever one of the giant skeleton's legs to create an opening to strike its skull. Thud! The giant skeleton charged at the pillar where I stood. Missing an arm, it approached significantly slower than before. With some breathing room, I quickly surveyed the next pillars I could use to dodge. Only one dagger remained in my pocket. I threw it toward a suitable spot, driving it into place. Meanwhile, the giant skeleton thrust its head into the pillar where I had been. Thwack! Like a nimble squirrel jumping between trees, I swiftly moved to the next pillar. The pillar I had occupied shattered under the skeleton's headbutt, crumbling away. Just one hit could be fatal. Without the 1-second invincibility, I wasn't bold enough to confront it head-on. The skeleton immediately changed direction, attempting to strike the pillar I had moved to. Whiz! Doroshion shot another arrow of light, but it missed spectacularly again. She covered her mouth with her hand, smiling slyly. Oh dear. Was she pretending to miss, or was it just my imagination? Thud, thud, thud. My prayers for an accurate shot were brief. The giant skeleton destroyed the pillar that had been my last safe zone, forcing me to dive toward the ground while maintaining the weight-reducing spell. RAO. Damn it, the cooldown hasn't ended yet. 1-second invincibility cooldown, 3 seconds. As I slowly descended, I locked eyes with the giant skeleton's hollow sockets. It raised its hand high, as if swatting a mosquito. 1-second invincibility cooldown, 2 seconds. The palm sliced through the air, rushing toward me. 1-second invincibility cooldown, 1 second. In that moment, where a second felt like a minute, I could distinctly feel the skeleton's palm graze my cheek like a soft feather. 1-second invincibility, available. Cracks began to form on the giant skeleton's palm. Impact detected. Skill activated. 1-second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. With my arm wrapped in liquid gold, I swung the liquid gold-infused sword, severing the giant skeleton's arm at the wrist. Slice! The giant skeleton braced itself against the ground with the stump of its severed arm. I, having slowly descended using the weight-reducing spell, landed on its head. I then infused mana into the liquid gold sword, just enough to avoid rupturing my muscles, and drove it down. Thump! The skeleton struggled frantically, trying to shake me off. I clung desperately to the sword, trying not to fall, while Doroshion finally landed a direct hit with the arrow of light. The light arrow lodged in the skeleton's head released purifying energy, turning the bones into black ash. As the situation settled, I glared at Doroshion, who was slowly descending. You didn't miss on purpose, right? Was it that obvious? I had nearly died this time. Even now, the tension hasn't dissipated, making my heart race wildly. I burned with the ember of noble blood, my voice cold. There better be a good reason for this. If I have to give a reason. Doroshion took a step closer. Then, looking directly into my eyes, she flashed a cold smile. Aren't we getting a bit too close lately? It sounded like a warning to my ears. A warning to keep my distance. Perhaps I'd forgotten this fact due to our recent conversations. But now, I was reminded of it once again. Doroshion is neither truly an ally nor an enemy within Frostheart. If anything, she leans toward the enemy faction, albeit ambiguously. She has always maintained an indifferent stance, watching as if it were none of her concern, even when a playable character was in peril. Well, you are? Just as I was about to say something, her next words caught me off guard. So, I wanted to test it. Even if you died, would I really not bat an eye? For a moment, I doubted what I had just heard, but it was exactly what she had said. Congratulations. Judging by the result, it seems I still don't want you dead. The word result from her lips made a series of events flash through my mind. Even though she had toyed with my life, it was Doroshion who ultimately finished off the giant skeleton. Recalling that undeniable fact sent chills down my spine. Why is she acting so terrifying? Normally, no matter how much help someone provided, standing by while another was on the brink of death would provoke anger. But when it comes to Doroshion, the villainess who treats others' lives like flies, it's a different story. Just the fact that she had any notion of helping others was as miraculous as a blind man regaining sight. Oh, really? Suddenly, I felt it pointless to get angry. Instead, I felt a slight dizziness from the overwhelming situation. Letting out a sigh to release my complicated emotions, Doroshion turned her back with a seductive smile. Well, who knows when I might change my mind. Each of her words sent chills down my spine, but expecting too much was unreasonable. Doroshion, who was walking ahead, continued to speak. The topic was the recent battle against the giant skeleton. Still, I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to fight that well. Judging from her lukewarm praise, it seemed Doroshion wasn't exaggerating her assessment of me. If I had to guess why, it might be because her intelligence network is lacking. Her reaction to my rune language skills suggested that she likely didn't know what the venomous serpent berm was or that I had defeated him. It was fortunate she didn't know. If she had made the same ridiculous assumptions as Rix's gang, it would have been a real headache. They often dismiss situations, saying things like, her cell will manage just fine on his own. It was better for me if she considered me a mere flower, fragile but still surviving, rather than something more. I really thought I was going to die just now. Next time, I hope you give it your all, too. But isn't it strange? The skeleton's palm clearly touched you, yet it shattered instead of you. When Doroshion looked at me with curious eyes, I shook my head with an unchanging expression. It never touched me. You must have seen it wrong. We walked in silence for a while. As expected of a place that housed the giant skeleton, it was vast. As I was carefully observing the surroundings for the exit, a shadow suddenly appeared from the ground. Wow, you really managed to take that thing down. Impressive. At the soldier's remark, Doroshion narrowed her eyes. You've been watching the whole time. I figured the others would die, but I had a feeling, so I came to check. Doroshion averted her gaze from the soldier and turned her head. She seemed determined to completely ignore him. Looks like you're trying to find the way. Let me guide you. You can follow me safely. There won't be any more dangers from here. Why should we trust you? I asked, and the soldier smirked. Yeah, I understand why we might seem suspicious. But think about it. We didn't want you to come here in the first place. If we wanted you dead, we would have pushed you toward the monster here instead of the left path. He had a point. I still didn't know why they wanted us to take the left path, but it was something we could only do if we were alive. You're trying to help now because you want us to finish our business quickly and head down the left path, right? Fine, we'll accept your help for now. I silently followed behind the soldier. Though Doroshion showed signs of displeasure, she soon accepted it without a word. Thanks to the guide, we were able to easily find the entrance that was hard to see before. Crossing the threshold revealed a narrow corridor. On both sides were stone cubes, with a skull placed in the center of each, surrounded by candles. With each step, flames flared up from the wicks. Whoosh! After passing through the corridor, which posed no danger, we arrived at an open space. This dusty area wasn't much different from the interiors we'd seen earlier. The only notable difference was a set of short stairs. Climbing the stairs, I found a box sitting on a stone table. I wondered if it might be cursed, but I had 1 second invincibility. Without hesitation, I opened the box, revealing a black ring that emitted a subtle glow. Ring of Magi. It enables you to use external Magi as energy. It allows external Magi to resonate with the Magi within the body. It was an item I had never seen before. This meant it hadn't appeared in the scenario. Originally, that man from the special ward would have taken the Book of Black Blood alone, and this space would have disappeared along with the ring. But what exactly are these options? Normally, Magi can only be used if accumulated within the body. However, wearing this ring seems to allow control over external Magi as well. Even the convenience of not having to charge it made it a useful item, but the more astonishing feature was resonance. What would happen if one were to cast a self-destructive spell in a place overflowing with Magi? Wouldn't it be as powerful as setting off a bomb in a room filled with gas? If so, this ring is undoubtedly a game-breaking item. Thinking about it being on the finger of Felia the Wrathful, who would appear later, was terrifying. Should I erase the item along with this space? No, that would be a waste. With this, I wouldn't have to go through the hassle of charging Magi, and the power of the liquid gold sword imbued with Magi could also be greatly increased. Yes, for now, I'll put it in the inventory and observe the situation. As long as I don't take it out, it won't fall into enemy hands. As the apparition said, there seemed to be no escape route on the right path. Even though I was reluctant, I had no choice. If the only way out is to send the Book of Black Blood outside, then I'll have to take that risk. You want to go home, right? Well then, follow me this way. Following the apparition, we entered the left path. As we stepped into the corridor, what stood out the most was a suit of armor slumped against the wall. However, the inside was empty, and bone fragments were scattered around. I pretended not to notice and kept walking. I occasionally saw more of these sights, but Doroshion followed silently, without saying a word. Reaching the end of the corridor, a book placed on a pedestal caught my eye. It was surrounded by a barrier. Oh, you made it here alive. Impressive, huh? Come on in. Oh, right. You're mages, right? You can break the barrier. Yeah. Go ahead, break the barrier and place your hand on the book. That way, you can return to your original world. The smiles on the nearby apparitions seemed insincere. I reached out and stopped Doroshion. Then, I looked at the apparitions and asked, how do you know it will send us back to our original world? These are soldiers who know nothing about magic. They've never witnessed anyone escaping before. So why are they so sure? The grimoire speaks to us. Yes, it's a voice that only the dead can hear. The grimoire doesn't lie. So, break the barrier. Don't you want to go home quickly? I silently recalled my memories. According to the original scenario, a female student would later enter this place her hand on the grimoire, and return to the original world. Of course, she'd be caught in an explosion and shattered into pieces. But now I wondered if she had really died from the explosion. Did you guys, when you were alive, devour one another? The apparitions flinched. I must have struck a nerve. Doroshion spoke, as if she had expected this. So that's why the bones were outside the armor. You took them out to eat, didn't you? Raising her staff, Doroshion cast a purification spell. The apparitions hid against the wall. If you wish for peace, why avoid it? Spending eternity here must be a hellish existence. The captain of the soldiers poked his head around the corner and spoke. You two are quite sharp. All right then, if you dispel that, I'll be honest with you. Doroshion dispelled the purification spell and lowered her staff. It seemed this wasn't a consensus decision. The soldiers protested to their captain. Hey, why are you telling them that? Are you an idiot? What if they manage to escape? The captain gave us a sly smile. There are two of them. They have no choice but to decide. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Ah, that's true. Well, in the end, that's all we can do. Yes, that's the only way. Once the soldiers calmed down, the captain's face turned serious as he began to explain. The grimoire said that when someone touches it, this place will disappear. But it also said that person will die. What benefit does that have for you? Even in death, do you wish to leave this place? Not at all. We have no interest in a world where no one remembers us. Besides, if this place disappears, so will we. Their words made no sense. Doroshion, seemingly just as confused as I was, asked on my behalf. Then why reject purification? You'd still disappear either way. The grimoire promised us bodies, even if just for a moment. Bodies. Yes, bodies. With teeth, guts, and all that. The soldiers rubbed their bellies, expressing their hunger. As drool dripped from their mouths, I envisioned the scene of them tearing each other apart in this barren, closed space, driven by hunger. We've been starving for so long. I can't even remember when we last ate. Before we go, I'd like to fill my stomach at least once. So, who's going to volunteer as the sacrifice? Personally, I'd prefer a woman. I've already had my fill of male flesh. They plan to touch the grimoire and feast on the corpse of the one who dies. To them, it's better to die with a full stomach than to simply vanish through purification. I knew that, yet I couldn't help but feel disgusted by them. Just so you know, there's no other way. We've tried everything. Suit yourselves. It's just a matter of time. Soon, you'll realize it's a futile hope and come crawling back here. Who knows, you might even end up fighting each other to see who dies first. Ha ha ha, now that would be entertaining. It sounded strangely convincing to me. I didn't need to see it to know they must have tried everything. From my observations along the way, it was clear that no other escape route existed. So, rather than wasting time, I decided to place my hand on the book and find out. Is the condition to place a hand on the book? That's what the grimoire said. At the captain's confident response, I snatched the staff from Darajan's hand. Oh, seems the man has made his choice already. Good, no need to drag this out. Yes, now break the barrier, then place the woman's hand on the book. While they chuckled among themselves, I began drawing the spell. Fortunately, the barrier around the grimoire was old and could be easily dispelled at my level. Doroshion, displeased by my actions, spoke in an irritated tone. What are you doing? You're not actually believing what they're saying, are you? I looked into Darajan's eyes, trying to reassure her. It's okay. As I brought my hand closer to the grimoire, Darajan's eyes trembled. Wait. There was a mix of emotions in her voice. I felt a bit awkward. 1 second invincibility, available. I'm really okay. Are you really planning to put your hand on that? Doroshion was perplexed. Although she didn't show it, from the moment she set foot in this place, a wave of malicious energy had flooded over her, originating from the black grimoire on the platform. This is just from what's leaking out. It was like a glass brimming with poison, its contents barely restrained from spilling over by surface tension alone. If he touched it, the raw, undiluted malicious energy would seep into his skin. There's a limit to foolishness. Doroshion narrowed her eyes and stopped herself in his tracks. You must not feel it due to your dulled senses, but what they're saying isn't just bluff. When they say it'll kill you, they mean it. Hercel opened his eyes nonchalantly. Had he even heard him properly? Rather than showing any caution, he replied indifferently as if he were only mildly annoyed. That's something I can confirm myself. Even though the outcome is obvious. Despite Darajan's irritated tone, Hercel didn't take his gaze off the book. I sensed it too. The malicious energy coming from that grimoire is no ordinary force. It might just be the driving power that forms this entire place, and the idea that interacting with it might allow us to return to our world holds some credibility. His hypothesis was quite convincing. It was highly likely that the grimoire was the source of the power forming this place. If that were the case, then draining the malicious energy it contained could indeed be the solution. However, it was such a concentrated form of energy that ordinary mana wouldn't be enough to handle it with external magic. Doroshion glanced sharply at the suppressor attached to her body. If only I didn't have this, I might have had a chance. As she felt the restraint heavier than ever, Hercel continued with his theory. Doroshion, a grimoire is fundamentally a tool. The implication of direct contact is closer to using it. The only way to drain its energy is. I know that. As Hercel suggested, the only way was to become the grimoire's user and release its power directly. It was a tool with a concept that only its master could utilize, allowing its master to handle it freely without any barriers. This is surprising, isn't it? The grimoire is the answer. Go on, put your hand on it. It'll spit out every bit of accumulated energy. Onto your body, that is? Haha. As the soldiers sneered, Hercel approached the grimoire. Doroshion tried to stop him urgently, but her words failed him. Even if I die, you'll walk out alive, won't you? You've got nothing to lose. His voice overflowed with confidence, despite his clear understanding of the situation, which only added to Darajan's internal turmoil. It doesn't feel like it's from ignorance. In that brief moment of confusion, Hersel's hand calmly moved toward the grimoire. Darajan's eyes widened as the energy emanating from the grimoire flickered sharply, like the bite of venomous fangs. A with diuresis epsilon. And, I don't get scared by some book. A faint tremor arose, and the air grew prickly. It was a sticky sensation. Black liquid was oozing from the grimoire. As it trickled down the platform and dripped onto the floor, I felt something squirming from my palm, forcefully prying its way through my pores. This was different from the gradual buildup of malicious energy I had felt before. The grimoire seemed intent on overwhelming me, shoving an enormous amount of energy into me all at once. Threat detected. Type: lethal dose of malicious energy. 1 second invincibility activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. But of course, it was all nullified. Rumble? As the malicious energy drained from the grimoire, an earthquake shook the area, causing stone dust to fall. I looked over at Doroshion, who was blinking in shock. It's starting to collapse. Looks like we'll be returning to the real world soon. How are you still alive? Her voice was filled with disbelief, so I gave her a nonchalant answer. Who knows? I'm not really sure myself. Doroshion gently bit her lip, then, perhaps realizing she wouldn't get an answer, let out a faint sigh. I smirked at the stunned expressions on the faces of the apparitions. Too bad, right? Looks like I didn't die. However, the apparitions sneered as well. Yay, real shame, but it can't be helped. Couldn't agree more. Saliva dripped from their mouths. I looked down, noticing the black liquid creeping toward their feet. It was unmistakably from the grimoire. Hercel, they're giving off hostile intent. I know. The black liquid began to fill their translucent bodies, clinging to them like humans drenched in oil. One of the soldiers opened his mouth wide, showing his teeth. We're going to disappear anyway, so might as well grab a bite of flesh before we go. Their eyes gleamed wildly as they stared at Doroshion and me. When they drew their swords, I handed a staff to Doroshion. She responded with a cold smile as she began weaving her spells. Seems like they're starving. They must be going mad from hunger. At her words, the apparitions charged at us. I also drew my sword and dove into their ranks, seeking an opening. They were just soldiers, after all. The thought made me feel confident. Is it just my imagination, or do they look clumsy? No, Hercel, you're right. Your eyes have improved thanks to those we've fought so far. One soldier aimed a vertical slash at me, which I blocked with my sword. When he tried to press down with force, I advanced and ducked, feeling another's horizontal swing graze past the top of my head. You little brat. Now it was my turn to strike. As I twisted my wrist to slash, Donaton offered a suggestion. Hercel, take out the one who attacked first. I was planning to. I straightened up and thrust my sword into the abdomen of the soldier who had made the vertical slash earlier. Squish. The blade slid in more easily than I expected, like cutting through soft pudding. The shadow-enchanted sword seemed to absorb the malicious energy from the apparition's bodies, amplifying its sharpness. I then swung the sword upward, slashing through his shoulder. Thud. His arm, still holding his sword, fell to the ground, forming a dark puddle. The one who had attacked from behind now tried to stab me in the back. Already clad in reinforced armor, I swiftly evaded his strike. SRRR. Donaton spoke in a slightly excited voice. You're doing quite well now. Seems your body has gotten the hang of the movements. Naturally. Each time I'd fought under his guidance, I hadn't just been standing around watching. Like they say, even a village dog learns to recite poetry after 3 years. Village? And poetry? Never mind, those things don't matter. It seems you no longer need my help for the basics. With those final words, Donaton fell silent, as if giving me free rein to act as I wished. I deflected the apparition's sword with force and then slashed the neck of the one whose shoulder had been severed earlier. Slice. The brief clash ended, and the atmosphere turned into chaos. Get that guy first? Hurry. No, look over there. Let's take out the woman first. Just make up your mind. We're running out of time. Meanwhile, the space around us was gradually collapsing. With a momentary breather, I glanced over at Doroshion. She was seated in a chair, waving her staff with a look of amusement on her face. Was the chair created with magic? Doroshion spoke up. Do you know what power best amplifies the effects of manifestation magic? Before her sentence even ended, massive guillotines appeared one by one above the apparitions. Gravity. Sharp blades sliced through the air, splitting the apparitions' bodies and causing them to burst into black liquid. Not yet satisfied, Doroshion poured flames onto the liquid. She's really using up all her mana. Who knows? They might come back to life. That kind of cliché exists, right? Doroshion seemed to have read a bit too much genre fiction recently. It's common enough, though it doesn't seem to be the case this time. I averted my gaze from her and carefully approached the burning floor toward the grimoire. 1 second invincibility, available. Earlier, I'd only touched it for a second. There was still malicious energy left in the grimoire. Touching it again might accelerate our return to the real world. Besides, I needed to stay near the grimoire to keep an eye on what the perpetrator behind all this might do next. As I placed my hand on it, the prison that held the soldiers fully dissolved. Then, with a popping sound, the world was engulfed in light. Boom! As I returned to the real world, I took a moment to piece together some of the thoughts I hadn't yet sorted out. First, the sacrifice I thought had died in the explosion the female student had been a misjudgment influenced by what I'd seen of playable characters. The explosion sound was merely the sound of expanding air, leading me to believe she died in the blast. I hadn't realized she'd been torn apart by apparitions instead. Though unintentional, it meant she had escaped her fate as a sacrificial pawn. And as for the mastermind behind this incident, based on the circumstances, it wasn't the man from the special ward as planned, but rather the student council candidate, Ecoke. The only one with knowledge of the grimoire's nature was that man, and the only one with connections to him was Ecoke. It's unclear why they're seeking the Book of Black Blood at this point, but that's something to investigate later. I opened my eyes, remaining alert. Familiar light greeted me, the glow of the monostone lamp on the stairs. Beside me was Doroshion, and at my feet lay a single grimoire. SNRRRK. A sudden snoring sound drew my attention to the bottom of the stairs, where the massive figure of Professor Gomon sat in a chair, fast asleep. Through the window behind him, I could tell it was night. The students were likely absent due to curfew, and it seemed Professor Gomon had fallen asleep while investigating the disappearances. The scene appeared plausible enough, but the fact that he hadn't woken up, despite the noise, sharpened my wariness. Doroshion, evidently annoyed with the sleeping professor, approached and shook his shoulder. Professor Gomon continued snoring. He'd likely been forcibly put to sleep by someone, most likely Ecoke, given the method. Here we are back, and he's sleeping soundly. I looked at Doroshion with a slight shrug. She wouldn't be much help as she must have expended most of her mana in the prison. Besides, I wasn't sure she'd help even if she could. While her attention was on Professor Gomon, I picked up the grimoire lying at my feet. I pondered deeply about what to do with it. To set the scenario back on its proper course, I absolutely couldn't hand it over. Giving it to the professors posed risks as well. Ecoke might try to steal it using his influence in the student council. The best solution would be to store it in the inventory and deliver it by some means when the time is right. I finished my thoughts and spoke to Doroshion. Let's head back to the dorm for now. I'll report to the professors. Fine by me, she said with a grin, turning on her heel. I stowed the grimoire in my coat, wary of Ecoke, who was likely hiding nearby and watching. This was an emergency situation. I'd probably run into at least one professor on the way to Adele Hall. Donaton, let me know immediately if anyone approaches. With my staff in hand, I kept a vigilant eye on my surroundings as I walked down the corridor. Then Donaton's voice came to me. Hercel, someone's peeking at you from the stairway corner. I halted and called out. Why don't you come out instead of just watching? No response. Maybe I should try calling him by name? Ecoke. The sound of a single step echoed. It seemed he'd taken an involuntary step back in surprise. Just come out. I'm not planning on reporting this to the professors. Reluctantly, Ecoke finally revealed himself, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Ahaha. Actually, I wasn't trying to hide. I just left something important in the conference room, so even though it's past curfew, I had no choice but to come back for it. There was no benefit in exposing the fact that I knew his true intentions. I nodded as if accepting his excuse. Is that so? Well, don't worry. As I said, I don't plan to tell the professors. Then I added a vague, veiled threat. But Ecoke, do you know what went on in there? In there? Oh, right, come to think of it, you were with Miss Doroshion, weren't you? Enough. His poor attempt at acting was almost painful to watch. I ran into some folks who thought they could take something from me. Did they really think that was possible? It was almost laughable how they dared to covet what's mine, I said, my smile turning bitter, my eyes flashing with a dark resolve. Ecoke flinched. Now for the finishing touch. I let my eyes go distant, as if reminiscing, and spoke coldly. You know, I almost regret it a bit. I killed them too quickly. They had such fresh reactions. It would have been fun to play with them a bit longer. Ecoke forced a smile despite the cold sweat on his face. Still, murder isn't a good thing. If you'd like to confess, I can arrange a private setting for you later. Oh, well, I've never felt guilty about anything, so I doubt I'll need that. Ahaha, well, you never know what might happen. If the time comes, please don't hesitate to reach out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business to attend to. Ecoke walked away. His steps seemed calm, but inwardly, he was probably in turmoil. Now, the thought of reclaiming the grimoire from me likely wouldn't even cross his mind. Yet, the problem didn't disappear. Ecoke, the boss of the next scenario, was missing an essential ingredient, the Crimson Book. It had been stolen, which might be why he sought the Book of Black Blood in the first place. To progress through the main storyline properly, I needed to think this over carefully. Fortunately, I had about 6 months left, so I could take my time. Now, with no one watching, I decided to cast an inventory spell. I placed the grimoire in the safest vault. I was heading up the stairs toward the Adele Hall dormitory when I spotted a professor in the distance. I figured I should give him a brief report, it would end his worries, at least. As I approached him, my eyes suddenly widened. Tick-tock. The sound of a clock echoed nearby. The ticking halted with a faint click, and a system message appeared. Threat detected. Type, time stop. 1 second invincibility activated. What exactly was a time stop? Before I could dwell on it, a black-haired woman flashed past me, disappearing without a trace. During that 1 second window, I fixed the image of her in my mind as if capturing it in a photo. Hey, you there? What are you doing out past curfew? The professor's voice barely registered. My inventory had definitely been opened. And her hand. No, her cell ben tenist, you, had been reaching inside. Her cell ben tenist, your face looks pale. Are you alright? And what's with the lipstick mark on your cheek? The mention of lipstick made me turn my head. Reflected in the corridor window was my dazed face, my hand brushing over my cheek. Where I'd touched was a faint, purple kiss mark. It was similar to what happened in the Schlaf Hall. I said that to Rockefeller in the office. Strange occurrences were not only common in the Schlaf Hall but often happened in the Burger Hall as well. That place wasn't near the Adele Hall dormitory, and to be precise, it was closer to the Burger Hall. Perhaps slightly convinced, he fell silent. Still, it's strange. Have incidents like this, which one would expect only in the dormitory, ever spread into the inner fortress? A thought came to me that added some credibility to my point. It might have been affected by the recent large-scale construction. The repair work on the fortress, carried out due to the Luan incident, was handled by noble youngsters rather than skilled workers, so it wouldn't be surprising if they meddled with something unintentionally. As intended, Rockefeller accepted this explanation quite easily. That does seem suspicious. For the next few minutes, questions about what exactly happened inside continued. I answered evasively, talking about things like a forbidden tome in there or the lingering thoughts of ancient soldiers who once attacked this place would only add to the confusion. Well, there were things like that. Like ghosts sobbing in pitch darkness. Nothing too unusual, then. Got it. Now get lost. Rockefeller waved his hand as if swatting a fly, his eyes weary. I thought of saying something in response, but seeing him in this state, it seemed he hadn't slept due to this incident. For today, I should just let it go graciously. I got up from my seat and headed toward the door. I stopped briefly and asked Rockefeller a question about the mysterious figure who seemed to stop time. By the way, Professor, has the Academy hired any new instructors? Why do you ask? Just wondering. Thought there might be something new worth learning. Rockefeller sneered, curling his lips. Something to learn? There's no meaningful teaching for someone on the path of magic like you. Just give up. I looked at Rockefeller with half-lidded eyes. Come to think of it, he's an unusual type of mage himself. Remembering all the trouble Rockefeller has caused me, I dismissed the thought that had briefly crossed my mind. No way am I asking this guy to teach me magic. Enough of that talk. I answered all your questions, Professor, now answer mine. We're not so flush with funds to waste it on that. Now, if you understand, clear your face from my sight. What a temper. I shot him a quick glare and exited the office. I'd asked just in case, not wanting to overlook even a small possibility, but of course, the answer was as expected. After all, there couldn't be anyone else capable of time-stopping other than that woman. Not to mention, there were clues: purple lipstick and black hair. Yes. Without a doubt, she was Doroshion from the future. But why did she steal the forbidden book of black blood that I had hidden in my inventory? Then, considering the prerequisites for such an incident to occur, my mind became tangled. She knew I was alive. The fact that she stole the tome suggested she'd likely been watching me from somewhere. She had even perfectly replicated my inventory magic. Recently? Or has it been for a long time? From what point she had been watching me, I searched for clues, but no immediate answer surfaced. That wasn't the most important issue anyway. I put aside my new questions and returned to the main point. Why did she steal the tome? I wasn't sure what she intended to do with it, but she surely didn't want the world to end either. I could optimistically think she wouldn't do anything reckless. Still, her twisted personality, even more so than the Doroshion I'd regularly seen, left me uneasy. Surely, what I feared wouldn't actually happen. A woman atop the fortress wall took out a hand mirror. In it, her lips were faintly smeared with purple lipstick. As I thought, it smudged. Doroshion from the future touched up her makeup and gazed out the corridor window of the fortress. Her cell was walking toward Adele Hall, possibly after finishing an interrogation. She watched him absent-mindedly for a moment, lightly rubbing her lips. To think he even managed to stop time. When he disappeared from view, Doroshion took out the forbidden book of black blood. There's absolutely no weakness I can exploit. A gentle breeze rose, and her hair fluttered. With a faint smile, she vanished with the wind. In his room, Ikok sat wide-eyed, biting his nails. Damn it. Of all things, the tome ended up in her cell's hands. Even if he was only a first year, he was a monster beyond the level of a typical student. There was nothing he could do about it. He expects me to retrieve the book from that bastard. Could there be anything more insane? Even when he'd tried to follow quietly, her cell had already noticed him. It was a miracle he'd managed to keep his intentions hidden and escape unscathed. Arg? Damn it! Why am I the only one suffering like this? Ikok screamed, yanking at his shirt, which ripped with a tear. As countless scars were exposed, painful memories began flooding back. Ikok's family had fallen long ago. All their businesses failed, and his parents had taken their own lives, leaving him and his younger sister behind. All they inherited were their bodies and a mountain of debt. Worst of all, they owed that debt to an exceptionally cruel man. I would have rather had some loan sharks after me. If that had been the case, he might have been sold off somewhere. But this was a nobleman with a sadistic hobby who didn't want money, he wanted something else. Just one. Kill just one person, and the remaining debt will be wiped clean. The nobleman had unleashed a hunting dog in a field. The thought of clearing the debt by killing only one person was tempting, but seeing his younger sister's fearful, trembling eyes, he couldn't go through with it. Run, get away now. He threw himself at the hunting dog, intending to die in her place. The moment its teeth sank into him, blood flowed, and its bite was strong enough to tear flesh. As he struggled on the dusty ground, the old man cackled, clutching his belly with laughter. Ah, what a tear-jerking sight. Ikok wanted nothing more than to tear that man's skin with his teeth like the hunting dog. Yet, he swallowed the curses that threatened to spill from his lips. Angering him could mean a senseless death. Still, he held back. Look at her, running away without looking back. Didn't your parents leave you both behind, too? It seems that girl inherited the bloodline most strongly. The old man gestured to a soldier, took the crossbow handed to him, and aimed at Ikok's fleeing younger sister. Wait, that's not what we agreed upon. What do you mean by not what we agreed? I decide whether to kill her or not. Don't worry, if that girl dies, the debt will be cleared. Ikok rushed toward the old man, his flesh tearing where the hunting dog had bitten and tugged. But before he could reach him, the old man had already fired the arrow without a hint of hesitation. Swish! Ikok prayed it would miss, but his sister began to fall forward, and he saw the arrow lodged in the back of her head. Ah, that was fun. You know, playing with commoners just doesn't compare to this sort of pedigree. In the end, the man kept his word. He burned the debt papers in front of Ikok's eyes, took back the hunting dog, and left him alone in the field. No, hell began right then. If his suffering had ended there, it would have been a little less tormenting. With no family and nothing to his name, his only place to stay was an orphanage. Ikok ended up at an orphanage run by the Order of the Sun, where he immediately faced intense bullying from the street orphans. What? Eating with unwashed hands? Think you're too good for us, noble? He still thinks he's special. You're done for here, Ikok. Done. Crawl on the floor like the dog you are. Oh, that's good. When else are we gonna see the young master grovel? The worst part was realizing who had influenced those orphans. The priests at the orphanage were, ironically, nothing like holy figures. They were horrifying beings who made him question if they truly believed in God. Ikok, you are possessed by a demon. That's why you've been punished until now. Please, priest. The demon's gone. It's gone? Please, just stop. They frequently used exorcising the demon as an excuse to whip him, and some of them were depraved enough to indulge their twisted desires on the children. Ikok endured the hellish environment with gritted teeth. He feigned respect for the orphan leader and appeased the priests, observing their desires and acting accordingly. Ikok survived by adapting to that vile society. As a result, he focused on finding a way to enter the priesthood and eventually enrolled at Frostheart. But here, he encountered something that forced him to confront his long-suppressed desires. Confession? What is that? Ramal, a member of the special ward, responded, it's an act of beginning atonement by admitting one's sins. I haven't sinned. I didn't do those things. Well, any concerns you have? Anything you say might help, even if only a little. He was a curious man, wise yet pure-hearted. Ikok thought for a moment. Concerns, maybe you could give me an example. At first, Ikok shared trivial things. But then something surprising happened. Day by day, he shared more with him, eventually revealing even the deepest parts of himself he'd hidden away. Yes, that's my life story up to this point. How did things turn out like this? What did I do so wrong to deserve this punishment? As Ikok's thoughts grew both relieved and despairing, a perspective he had never considered emerged from Ramal's words. Ikok, it's because you lacked power. If you'd had power, you could have become the leader among the orphans. The priests would have treated you well too, because rewards go to those who control the masses. Just as Ramal said, the priests were lenient with the orphan leader, even praising and feeding him well for keeping the children in line. But you desire something deeper. It's not just power or honor you seek. You've always been angry, haven't you? Hearing those words, Ikok felt like Ramal had struck a chord within him. Why do I have to bow to such people? Why did my parents abandon me? Why do others seem blessed while I am plagued with such terrible misfortune? I must have committed some terrible sin, right? How many times have I tortured myself with that thought? When he heard this, he finally recognized an emotion he had long buried. You know the truth that it wasn't you but them who were wrong. Yet, you thought revenge was impossible, so you turned your gaze away. It's a bit of relief, isn't it, to aim your anger at yourself? Ramal was right. What Ikok truly wanted was power, and revenge against them all. Yet, he had only comforted himself by acknowledging his own weakness and berating his failures. I'll help you, Ikok. I'll help you gain the power you've lacked. Then, share with me your impressions. Ikok finished reflecting on his past and slammed his fist down on the desk. Ayek, why is it only me? Why am I the only one without a single good thing? Tears of frustration dripped down his face. After sobbing and heaving for some time, he laid his head on the desk and drifted off to sleep. He wasn't sure how long had passed when he woke up to the sensation of something damp in his hands. Startled, he looked down. It was a black-covered book. He recognized it as the same tome Hercel had dropped on the floor. The forbidden book of black blood. This time, tears of a different kind welled up in his eyes. Had Ramal brought it to him? He didn't know, but Ikok clutched the tome tightly to his chest like a child protecting a precious treasure, holding it close for several minutes. For him, this was the most hopeful moment in his life. Having fallen asleep late, my body felt weary. I closed my drowsy eyes completely, and even the professor, who was writing equations on the blackboard, seemed to show consideration by not disturbing me. I wasn't sure how much time had passed when I felt someone shaking my shoulder. Hercel, time for the next class. Rick stood there with a wry smile, holding a briefcase. It looked like he had packed up the study materials for me while I slept. Sorry for going through your stuff without permission. You looked pretty tired. No, thank you for helping me out. Really? But are you okay for the next class? I doubt anyone would mind if you skipped it entirely. After a deep nap, I felt refreshed. I think I'm fully awake now. Let's go. I got up and headed to the next classroom. As we walked down the hallway, Rick spoke. Anyway, you've got the worst luck. Everyone's been enjoying this peaceful atmosphere lately, and then something like this happens to you. Yeah, right. Still, I'm glad you made it back. Thanks. But I'm a bit uneasy, you know? Something like this happening out of nowhere, it feels like a bad omen. Maybe it's some kind of foreshadowing, like we're about to see all those suppressed issues explode at once. This devilish guy, planting flags like that wherever he pleases. I sped up, leaving Rick's, the harbinger of curses, behind. Hey, Hercel, wait up. Why are you suddenly speeding up like that? Gravel, you were following along too. I was right next to you. My stride wasn't one that these mages could easily match. I quickly lost them and arrived at the lecture hall door, where I happened to lock eyes with Doroshion, who let out a small "oh." No purple lipstick. Looks like it's the Doroshion I know. Here to attend this class. Yeah, I was going to come earlier, but with everything that happened yesterday, I ended up oversleeping. Doroshion stretched, and I took the opportunity to study her closely, memorizing any differences to distinguish her from the Doroshion of the future. Isn't that a bit of an intense stare? Doroshion. Yes. Don't wear purple lipstick. She blinked, looking at me like I was speaking nonsense, then entered the lecture hall, glancing back with a slight tilt of her head. Do you not like purple? To read 35 chapters ahead, backhand index pointing down. In the secluded fields of the citadel, Ekok looked around to see if anyone was nearby. It was class time, so the professors likely wouldn't be coming around here. Finally, Ekok placed the sack on the ground and carefully took out a small item. It was a palm-sized door. According to Ramal, this was supposed to be the door to the spirit realm. Long ago, spirits could descend to the human world freely, without needing a contract with a mage. They used a certain type of door. Isn't that just some ancient superstition? There were stories passed down from ancestors that every household once had a door through which spirits would visit, and people prayed for prosperity through it. However, in recent times, even kids didn't believe in such absurd tales. It's true, Ekok. That door used to be a common item. Maybe for nostalgia's sake, those who had it would pass it down to their descendants, even if just as a decoration. Though Ramal was close to him in age, Ekok hadn't fully believed his words. But he'd held his tongue, recalling everything he had accomplished thanks to this man. So, there's one here as well. Setting up the door, Ekok then took out an orb. It wasn't something he had struggled to acquire, Ramal had given it to him. Take it. This is an orb containing the soul of the Tyrant King. The Tyrant King? With such a title, surely his name should be in history. What's his name? He was once the Spirit King, Dordon. He attempted to conquer the human world but failed and was dethroned. Suddenly, a wave of doubt washed over Ekok. While he trusted Ramal's extensive knowledge and believed that the items held special powers, he couldn't help but feel that the stories around them seemed like something a teenage boy might fabricate. He stifled his embarrassment. Ugh, damn it, look at the goosebumps. Swallowing his shame, he reached into the sack. The last item was a piece of paper, inscribed with a ritual written in blood. It was a difficult item to obtain, and Ekok smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to Luan, I managed to steal it without leaving a trace. He had stolen it from the library of the Grand Mage. Although one could view the library for observation purposes, it was forbidden to enter recklessly. If it hadn't been for the chaos caused by the student council's influence and the incident with Luan, he wouldn't have been able to pull it off. The professors were completely fooled, thinking the items from the Grand Mage's library needed to be stored elsewhere during renovations. Since they were busy, they let the student council handle it, allowing me to get my hands on this. And what exactly was this paper? Spirits could no longer descend to the human world at will. They were allowed only through contracts with mages, as promised. A promise. Yes, a promise. What you have obtained is the contract signed between the then human representative, the Grand Mage Adrigal, and the new Spirit King. The door to the spirit realm. The orb containing the Tyrant King's soul. And the contract between the Spirit King and the Grand Mage, founder of Frostheart. Finally, the curse he had been holding back slipped out. This guy, he should just go write a novel, seriously. With a flushed face, Ekok extracted the spirit that had been dormant within his skin. Out came a small black lizard, its eyes darting as its tongue flickered. From now on, I'm sending you back to the spirit realm. Just wait there for a bit. After telling the lizard this, he opened the grimoire of black blood haphazardly. The book, as if by magic, displayed the content he needed without him having to turn a single page. Ekok breathed life into a specific sentence. Who? The black, fiery words floated in the air, eventually attaching themselves to the blood-stained paper. He threw the blazing paper onto the small door. As soon as the burning paper crossed the threshold, a world full of vibrant colors appeared on the other side. Ekok's eyes widened. Aramal's words couldn't actually be true, could they? The spirit realm, a completely isolated dimension, one humans were never meant to enter. Though he could only glimpse it, the mysterious sight gave Ramal's words a surprising sense of credibility. No, it's too soon to decide just by looking. Ramal, if you're lying, I swear you're not getting away with it. Ecoke picked up the orb and handed it to the lizard. Here, take this inside. The lizard clamped the orb in its mouth and crawled toward the pathway. It was a messenger, according to Ramal. Once the orb entered the spirit realm, everything else would happen on its own. The spirit realm has prisons, too. Among the prisoners are followers who served the tyrant King Dordone and were imprisoned. If they catch his scent, they'll undoubtedly stir. Wait, weren't you supposed to make me the tyrant king? Isn't this just freeing him? Don't worry, Ecoke. The tyrant King Dordone seeks a liberator. He promised to offer his strength to the one who sets him free. Ecoke gulped. It seemed impossible, but if it were true, it would be monumental. If only it's real. Me, becoming the tyrant king. He watched the lizard disappear with eyes full of hope. Just as its tail crossed the door, the small door began to rumble and grow larger. What? How big is this thing going to get? The door continued to expand, soon rivaling the nearby trees before it finally stopped a few minutes later. Then, moments later, a blue mist poured out of the door like a cloud. Ecoke, wide-eyed with shock, took a step back. A silhouette was beginning to form within the mist. In the lecture hall, Professor Gomon was writing on the board. Today, we will be learning about spirit studies. I closed my eyes. It's magic that only those who have awakened their sense of touch can use. There's no point learning it if you can't use it. To handle spirits, you must first refine your mana sensitivity to the extreme. You need to be able to sense mana even through your hair. Professor, what about those who are bald? They have eyebrows, don't they? Short, so it's harder to sense, but still. Ahem. Professor Gomon averted his gaze from a bald professor passing by in the hallway and continued his explanation. I half listened, pulling out a book for my next class. Then, out of curiosity, I asked Doroshion, who was reading some genre novel, why don't you handle spirits? With your dual awakening, you'd excel in any kind of magic. Doroshion glanced at me and snapped back, I don't like tattoos on my body. Ah, that's true. Making a contract with a spirit causes the contract terms to manifest on your body in the form of inscriptions. Usually, people place them on hidden parts of their skin. I nodded and opened my notebook, but then Doroshion started writing on it. Why did you do that back then? I studied her expression. She looked slightly annoyed, yet curious. I pulled out my pen and wrote back. What are you talking about? The time you placed your hand on the grimoire. I wondered why she didn't just ask me out loud, then it made sense. I told her to keep that incident a secret if she didn't want the hassle of dealing with others finding out. I did it because I was confident. And the results proved it. That was reckless, not something you could be sure you'd survive. Have you gotten stupid again, like back in the day? Darajan's handwriting grew rough enough to crumple the notebook. Her barely suppressed anger was evident, and I paused to consider. Ignoring it seemed dangerous, but telling her I wouldn't die because of my 1-second invincibility wasn't an option either. The range of possible answers was slim. Instead of writing, I responded aloud with a convincing tone. I just felt like you had to survive. Doroshion tapped her pen on the notebook a few times before putting it down. With her black hair falling like curtains, I couldn't see her expression. Feeling embarrassed by my sentimental words, I turned my gaze to Professor Gomon, who was passionately lecturing. Of course, to truly master spirit magic, you also need to understand its weaknesses. Let's see, right, the main weakness is that it's generally vulnerable to other forms of magic. Though spirit affinity varies by element, spirits can still be effectively attacked. Professor, what about knights? Ordinary knights can't harm spirits at all, but if they wield aura, that's a different story. Aura is essentially a form of altered mana. In particular, if they slice with an aura blade, it'll slice clean through. This topic is helpful for me too. Though I already know it, it's a good refresher. Oh, but don't get too attached to spirits. Spirits don't die in the human world. If they get cut or burned or disappear somehow, they just return to the spirit realm to recharge. After some time, you can summon them again. There was one detail he left out, only spirits bound by contract to a mage are truly immortal. How do I know this? The answer was in the blue mist spreading across the floor. What's this? Professor, there's some kind of blue mist on the floor. As the students noticed the change, Professor Gomon looked around in alarm. Everyone, stay calm. Just when I thought it was strangely quiet lately. Should I go report this to Professor Rockefeller? He quickly summoned a stone bear, wrote a note, and placed it in its paw. The stone bear hurried off, seemingly heading to Rockefeller's office. Meanwhile, Bellman, sitting at the front and taking notes, sighed and muttered softly. Here we go again. Exactly. Fallen Spirit King Dordone. Once sealed by the combined efforts of the Grand Mage Dragal and the current Spirit King Rilks, Dordone is now sought out by Ecoke to absorb his power and become the true Tyrant King. This scenario requires us to find and defeat the hidden Ecoke by taking down Dordone's fallen spirit minions within a limited time. If we fail to stop him, everyone here will perish. Since it took both a Grand Mage and the current Spirit King to defeat him last time, this power imbalance is no joke. I took a deep breath, regaining my composure, and thought carefully. The answer to why this boss battle, which was supposed to start in our second year, was happening now could only lie with Doroshion of the future, who had stolen my grimoire and handed it over to Ikoke. To understand why she did it, I glanced at the present Doroshion beside me. Doroshion. What? Let's say there's a monster that should never be awakened. But someone goes ahead and releases it, even though it doesn't benefit them. If we assume you were that person, what do you think would drive you to do it? Doroshion looked at me with a puzzled expression. That's a weird question, out of nowhere. Think of it as a psychological test. She made a dissatisfied face, grunting, but seemed willing to humor me. Watching her closely to see what she'd say, she gave a small smirk. Do I seem like the kind of crazy person who'd do something like that? Well, future you did. Rockefeller's voice echoed across the entire Frostheart Academy. This is an emergency. Repeat, this is an emergency. Arm yourselves and take defensive positions. A faint sigh could be heard after the announcement, suggesting Rockefeller was getting used to these situations. Under Professor Gomon's direction, we moved into the hallway. Hurry up! The corridor was crowded with students from other classes, all grumbling with annoyed expressions, especially the third years. I'm ready to bail. I was trying to hold out for the few months left until graduation, but I don't think I can take this anymore. Right, life is precious. What the hell is up with this year? We had peace for the last 2 years. Amusingly, the professors seemed to share their sentiments. Do they think they're the only ones? Some of us professors are barely hanging on here, too. Sigh. Maybe it's time to consider retirement. Yeah, I might seriously think about it. Their mutterings must have reached the office, as Rockefeller's irritated voice came through the loudspeaker. Everyone, shut up and follow protocol. The last group to reach their designated point will have me to answer to. Now, move it. I followed the crowd, guided by the professors. Our destination was a designated battle zone best suited for emergencies. While some groups were assigned the same location, most were spread out across different points. This realization amplified the elements that could drive someone to madness. This is insane. Originally, this battle was meant to occur in the second year. Now, it was happening far too early, and it was a joint hunting mission involving the entire school. The current third years should have graduated, and new students should have filled their ranks. That was the basic foundation. But due to the shift in time, the team composition that should have been a given was completely broken. Could we even clear this scenario? While I was calculating possibilities, a group running ahead suddenly halted. Looking forward, I saw Professor Gomon brandishing his staff. His target was a fallen spirit, its body a massive, muscular bear cloaked in a grayish aura. A bear. Wait, doesn't it feel kind of like a spirit? Yeah, it's a bit similar to the aura of a stone bear. As students murmured in surprise, Professor Gomon gestured for them to step back. Since it's come to this, I'll teach as we go. He aimed his staff at the bear as if pointing to an example in a textbook. Large creatures tend to be strong. Of course, some, like our stone bear, are downsized for efficiency, so don't let size alone fool you. The bear spirit charged. The stone bear lunged, striking its opponent's belly. Both creatures were thrown back from the impact. While the stone bear fought, Professor Gomon glanced toward the window, reminding everyone of the situation. The night department is still full of students who can't release aura. This is a moment where our magic department needs to shine. So keep your wits about you, unless you want to end up dead. Professor Gomon's gaze shifted to the training field. The students rushed to the window and looked down. The training grounds were packed with spirits, their numbers so dense that even the ground was no longer visible. However, some figures stood out, as the spirits kept a clear distance from them. Pointing at these figures, Professor Gomon wore a grave expression. Be especially wary of the humanoid ones. Those are high-ranking spirits. 3 spirits, standing with arms crossed, exuded an air of superiority. These were the guardians, placed to prevent the main cast from reaching Ikoke. The first-year Adele Hall students were instructed to gather in the lobby on the first floor of the fortress. Just as they arrived, the Knights Division entered, and familiar faces began to appear. Limberton chuckled with a resigned look. Heh, now it's spirits. Calm down. Can I even do that? We just dealt with the undead, and now it's spirits. Who knows what'll come next? If I told them, they might just run away. As I stayed silent, Aslay raised a troubled expression and asked, Boss, I have a question. What is it? Our ancestors taught us to be friendly with spirits. Are we really supposed to kill them? So that's what was bothering him. He thought it was sacrilegious to attack spirits. Ah, your tribe must have revered spirits. Spirits have been revered in many cultures across time. They're often seen as blessings, bringing abundance to farmlands or success in hunting to tribes living in the wild. But these were curses. They're corrupted spirits, Aslay. They spread plagues and cause droughts. That they were locked in a prison within the spirit realm was proof enough. Aslay let out a sigh of relief, having shed his guilt. So it's fine to crush them without hesitation. Understood, boss. After a few moments, the rest of the Knights Division lined up and assembled in the lobby. Mercil passed by the division instructor and approached me. Hey, brother. You look a bit excited. Of course. Last time I fought a spirit, it was way too easy. Ah, come to think of it, Mercil had dueled a sorcerer who wielded spirit magic during the battle for the 10 positions. It had ended rather anticlimactically back then. A with circumflex beta. Still, fight carefully. This one is far stronger than that nameless spirit you fought. Saying that, I adjusted Mercil's equipment slightly. Then, I looked over at the Knights Division instructor and Professor Gomon, who were exchanging strained expressions. After finishing their discussion, Professor Gomon cleared his throat to draw attention. Ahem. I assume you all know the situation. The spirits that infiltrated the fortress have been cleared out, but they're still swarming outside. We don't know why they're trying to attack this place, but for now, rest assured that the outer wall's barrier is active. You all saw how sturdy it was during the Luan incident, right? It was a barrier strong enough that not even someone like Belen or Arkandric could break through it easily. But that didn't mean we could relax. Don't think we'll just hide here, either. We're pathfinders. We're not here to merely protect the land, we're here to conquer it. If it were any other academy, they might have chosen safety, but this was Frostheart, a place that nurtured those who would consider losing ground to be a disgrace. A student raised their hand and asked, Professor, how about sending a message to the Empire? We could hold out until reinforcements arrive. Professor Gomon shook his head. Don't even think about it. It'd get blocked by headquarters anyway. I know what kind of people those elders are, and they'd just tell us to use this as a chance to gain experience. Well, that's true. Those elders are always saying things like, at your age, you should be able to do this with ease, every time they see a young person. Of course, Elder Arental, who's relatively young, is an exception. And even if we did send it, though it's highly unlikely, who knows when they'd arrive? I can't guarantee the barrier will hold until then. When the student who asked the question nodded, Professor Gomon scanned the Knights Division members and continued speaking. I heard from Professor Ildiran. Among you in the Knights Division, those capable of aura release are Ryaman, Lena, Scylla, Aslay, Limberton, and Arasil and Mercil, correct? The named members nodded. You've been briefed already. For a swordsman, the minimum requirement to handle a spirit is aura release. Perhaps it was because they were becoming more accustomed to battle, but from their serious expressions, it seemed they immediately understood the significance. In this group, your roles are crucial. To secure a path for our allies to advance, you'll need to lead the way and clear a path. This battle would shift from fortress defense to reclaiming the grounds. The other Knights Division members still hadn't reached the level of aura release. To clear out the Spirit Legion and reclaim the training grounds, these aura users would need to shoulder multiple roles. That doesn't mean the other Knights Division members should just sit idle. The Mages Division will enhance your weapons with elemental attributes. You'll have to strike a few times and retreat, but even that will make a significant impact on the battlefield. Elemental enhancement was basic, infusing blades with magical flames, for instance. The effect only lasted a few strikes before needing replenishment, but it was essential for establishing the front line. As for the Mages Division, you'll proceed just as you practiced during the Labyrinth training. Support with powerful attacks, understood? Now, let's proceed with the usual unit formations. Familiarity is best. Listening quietly, I reminded Professor Gomon of something he had overlooked. Professor, what about the new recruits in Adele Hall? Huh? Oh, right. I completely forgot. Yes, Rix, Gravel, and Mercil, and Doroshion. Professor Gomon assigned Mercil, Gravel, and Rix to a team. Mercil muttered with a look of displeasure. I wanted to go with my brother. You rascal. I'd like to make things easier too, but there's no way around it. After saying this to Mercil, Professor Gomon looked at me, Limberton, and Aslay, letting out a deep sigh. I immediately recognized the loaded meaning behind it. Of course, he would sigh. Aslay, who only knows grappling moves, Limberton, who only excels with a bow, and me, a mage who can't cast spells correctly. We'd managed to prove our worth as a team, but if we were assigned individually to a structured unit, things could fall apart quickly. Hercel, I'll assign Doroshion to your unit as well. You know why, don't you? When Professor Gomon mentioned her name, Doroshion, who had been leisurely leaning in a corner reading a book, looked up at me. I nodded with a faintly bitter feeling. I understand. Sure, he must see me more as a swordsman than a mage. Formations are nearly set. Gather around. Professor Gomon assembled a few members of the Mages Division. Those mages were grouped with the Knights Division members who couldn't release aura. I'll teach you the technique to enhance your weapons with elemental attributes, so pay attention. Since this didn't apply to the main fighters, I observed the enemies through the window. Tiny, almost cute spirits crashed into the barrier, but among them were grotesque spirits with decayed skin, exposing bones, making the atmosphere eerie. After about 3 minutes of withstanding their attacks on the barrier, Rockefeller's voice echoed through a loudspeaker. I know everyone's preparing for battle, but hurry up. We've seen unusual movements from them. The barrier will soon. Outside, 3 higher spirits were tearing open the barrier with their hands. Through the breach, spirits began rushing in, from the main entrance to the windows. The barrier's been breached. Set up a front line immediately to keep them from entering the fortress. At Rockefeller's urgent command, Professor Gomon gave instructions. They're coming. Don't try to hold them off directly, keep some distance and position your units. As soon as he finished speaking, the windows shattered, and flames ignited at the main entrance. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Small raccoon-like spirits charged at us, drooling as if rabid. As they drew closer, Limberton pierced their foreheads with aura-infused arrows. The Mages Division frantically unleashed spells, though they fell short of delivering fatal blows. Knights Division, surround them now. Following the instructor's command, the Knights Division members in each unit raised their swords. Meanwhile, Professor Gomon glanced at the sword strapped to my waist and cleared his throat. In response, I pulled out my staff. A sword would work too. I'm a mage. Leaving a disappointed Professor Gomon behind, the Knight's division intercepted the advancing spirits. Ryaman swung his aura-infused greatsword broadly, while Aslay grabbed the spirits by their tails and threw them to the ground. Although his grappling skills wouldn't inflict much damage, even with an aura, they still made an impact. Aslay, use your shield. Provide cover with it. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Scylla, Lena, Erisiel, and Mercil took on the lead in taking down the spirits one by one, while the rest of the Knight's division struck and withdrew to prevent their teammates from being surrounded. Of course, since they were still inexperienced with elemental enhancements, there were some minor mishaps. What the heck? My blade just went out mid-swing. Hey, stop charging it with electricity. Can't you see I'm getting shocked too? Who put ice on this thing? My hand's frozen? Just stick to fire already. After some trial and error, the mages division finally settled on a unified sticking flames enchantment for their weapons, and each mage cast their specialty spells whenever they found an opening. I joined in, using telekinetic magic to hurl broken window glass pieces left by the spirits. I tried attaching tiny flames to the shards before throwing them, but unfortunately, they didn't hit effectively. Doroshion, who was standing nearby with his arms folded, chuckled at me. Are you just pretending to help? How about you stop watching and lend a hand? Is there really any need? It's obvious this will be over soon. As Doroshion had predicted, the first floor lobby was nearly cleared out. I glanced at the broken wall clock. It was fairly damaged, but the hands were still ticking. Quick work. Only 3 upper-level spirits had breached the barrier. Because of the bottleneck they'd caused, like a holiday highway jam, only a few had trickled in at a time, making it easier to eliminate them. Still, it was above average speed. It made sense, considering this scenario would normally occur just after the main fighters moved up to second year. Usually, the first-year positions would be filled by fresh recruits with little experience. Instead, their places had been taken by classmates who'd already endured a range of lessons and labyrinth practices. With the addition of second and third-year students who had overcome even more challenges than their juniors, our force was far superior in quality. This might be easier than expected, I remarked. Perhaps my words foreshadowed the outcome. Everyone performed their roles without a single misstep, and soon enough, the first-floor lobby was covered in a thick layer of ash left behind by the defeated corrupted spirits. A few moments later, cheers erupted from beyond the walls and windows. It was undoubtedly the victorious cries of other units battling elsewhere. The Knight's division instructor let out a soft sigh, curling his lips into a small smile. Seems like they made it up to the upper floors. Of course, spirits often climb walls or fly around. Professor Gomon responded, gazing out the window. The higher-level spirits outside were still focused on tearing at the barrier but showed no sign of entering. Professor Ildiran, it looks like they're not coming through just yet. How about giving the students a short break? For a little while. With Ildiran's agreement, Professor Gomon granted us some rest time. Take a breather, everyone. From now on, Professor and I will handle any that make it through. Feigning exhaustion, I wiped imaginary sweat from my forehead and sat down, checking on the first-year students in Adele Hall. Though they looked slightly fatigued, they seemed lively enough to jump back into battle at a moment's notice. This wasn't as bad as I thought. Don't get too complacent. Remember what the professor said? Generally, the smaller they are, the weaker they are, though there are exceptions. We only fought lower-level spirits. Yay, look outside. It's packed with those bigger ones. Guess we have to deal with all of them to finish this, huh? In that regard, they could rest easy. Despite the challenge posed by intermediate-level spirits, the students' role was mainly to assist. The main battle would be fought by all the professors of Frostheart. The lead students only needed to follow Rockefeller's instructions to identify the core of this incident and seek out and defeat the spirit, Ekok, amidst the turmoil. As I considered the clear path ahead, Doroshion spoke with a bored expression. When will this finally end? The thought of Doroshion of the future made me chuckle. Ironically, speeding things up had made this scenario easier. Perhaps this whole ordeal was calculated from the start. Soon, Rockefeller will lower the barrier and order us to reclaim the training grounds. Once we finish that, we'll be able to rest properly. Really. I casually awaited Rockefeller's next orders, watching the 2 professors take care of incoming spirits. They were chatting leisurely as they tidied up the situation. Only assigning 2 professors, huh? Professor Rockefeller is quite bold. Heh, don't be too harsh, Professor Ildiran. I'd say it's a sign of his confidence in our skills. Indeed, both of them were among the most skilled professors. They had graduated from the same first division, just in different years. By the way, I'm not too familiar with high-level spirits. Could you explain them a bit? Haven't fought spirits much, have you? Not many chances, really. Ah, right. Since we fight monsters, not humans, it's understandable. Anyway, as for higher spirits, well, even Stone Bear might just barely qualify. Stone Bear, famous for crushing monster skulls with his fists, shrugged his shoulders. But having experienced it firsthand, I'd say even higher spirits have levels. Remember when I mentioned I was lucky enough to spar with a mage from the Magic Tower? Ah, yes. The spirit he controlled was something else, fitting for someone of his standing. Even our Stone Bear couldn't move against it. Stone Bear lowered his head, looking downcast. Just like our mages, higher spirits have levels from beginner to advanced. But those out there look advanced, if not even stronger. So you're saying they might be stronger than the ones the mage from the magic tower controlled. We should stay on our guard. As the professors continued their conversation, it seemed like the situation was nearly under control. But suddenly, the expression on the Knights Division instructor's face filled with alarm. Gomon, something seems off with your Stone Bear. Stone Bear, who had thrown a spirit to the ground, was now trembling in terror, unable to deliver the final punch. Noticing the odd behavior, Professor Gomon spoke with a concerned tone. Stone Bear? What's wrong all of a sudden? When Stone Bear focused intently on the main entrance, Professor Gomon turned to look as well. Wondering if perhaps a high-level spirit had already entered, I also turned my gaze toward the entrance. Contrary to our concerns, what Stone Bear was looking at was not a high-level spirit, but a troop of monkeys. Ukakiki. The monkey troop was something we had expected. Even so, I furrowed my brows. At the center of the troop stood a single commanding monkey. Dressed elegantly in a black robe, it held a cigarette in its mouth, and blood dripped from its hand. It was clear that this outfit and cigarette had been taken from a slain professor. Was that part of the scenario? It was undeniable. *****. Why did you choose this place? Ekok raised his head to look at the spirit who had asked the question. It wore a mask reminiscent of a plague doctor's. This spirit had been the first to emerge when the spirit realm opened. I thought spirits couldn't speak, but this one seems to have a way with words, thought Ekok, feeling uneasy as he replied. Do you know the Megan Chamber? This place is a vortex of mana currents. And so, idiot. From here, I can manipulate dark energy without being detected. There's no better place to hide. If he manipulated dark energy out of the ordinary, the professors would certainly notice. Given what he was about to do, hiding in the flow of mana was essential. Ekok held the orb containing the soul of the tyrant and opened his spellbook. Let's see, it says to fill this spot with dark energy to perform the ritual. There was more than enough dark energy in the dungeons below to fuel the ritual. Ekok turned to the page with the necessary ritual and sat cross-legged, feeling the dark energy flow into the spellbook. It's a bit slow, isn't it? Judging by the rate, it would take a while to fully charge. With nothing to do in the meantime, Ekok turned to the plague mask spirit. So why are you helping me, exactly? Your king is meant to be my prey, you know. You're truly fine with that. Ekok was wary, but according to the contents of the spellbook, there was no risk of being devoured by the tyrant. The ritual was more of a binding spell that would trap the awakened spirit within his own body. The only thing that matters is conquering the mortal realm. I need someone who can make that happen. Even if it's not the king I once served, as long as my long-held goal is realized, it's enough. And you won't betray me in the end? Ekok asked suspiciously, and the plague mask spirit leaned in close. Its long beak passed over his shoulder as it replied. Ekok, I've waited thousands of years for a king who would conquer the mortal realm. It's been so long, long enough to consider ending it all. It continued, when you first appeared, I smelled Dordogne on you. Do you know what thought crossed my mind then? What? At Ekok's question, a blue light flickered in the glass covering the spirit's eyes. If this one holds even a sliver of ambition to conquer the mortal realm, then it's worth testing. So, let me ask again, do you truly intend to conquer the mortal realm? Ekok closed his eyes and considered. At first, his goals weren't quite so grand. He'd thought that simply possessing power would free him from a miserable life. But now he saw that was just wasted potential. Yes, that's right. If I truly gain the kind of power you're talking about, I'll rise to the top. I'll stand above everything in the world and flaunt my dominance. He wanted to sever the heads of those who had looked down on him, to wipe the smiles off the faces of those who laughed while he suffered. He wanted to eat whatever he pleased and live freely, doing as he wished. Funny, isn't it? Just empty fantasies I used to have when I got beaten up as a kid. It's possible, Ekok. No longer just a fantasy, but something you can make a reality. With that, the plague-masked spirit straightened up, releasing a faint chuckle as he pulled out an orb. Inside, a monkey wearing a black robe and smoking a cigarette was visible. Glad I persuaded the others not to kill him. These creatures seem unusual. Professor Gomon's remark made the Night Division professor nod in agreement. The way the monkeys positioned themselves in a circular formation around their leader looked as disciplined as a well-trained army. These monkeys are suddenly moving with precision, he observed. Professor Ildiran, judging by the intense demonic energy radiating from them, each one must be at least at a mid-level spirit's strength. Then, what about the one in the center? Professor Gomon nervously hid the trembling stone bear behind his legs and swallowed hard. It might be something greater, possibly even higher than the three outside. The monkey leader was only about half my height, yet its presence was unmistakable. Students who had paused to rest instinctively reached for their weapons, sensing the tension in the air. What is this? It looks like nothing, but it's giving me chills. Yeah, especially that gray monkey in the black robe. While the students whispered among themselves, the leader monkey swiftly scratched the ground with its index claw. The sound was harsh, and the friction heated its claw to a reddish glow. It used the glowing claw to light the end of a cigarette held in its mouth. A long inhale followed, and as it exhaled, smoke spread around it. Ha! The leader monkey took a few more drags, then removed the cigarette and glanced around. Moments later, an aged voice escaped its mouth. This is much better than rolling it up in leaves. My eyes widened in shock. A spirit speaking? While it wasn't unheard of for some spirits to speak human language, this wasn't a good sign given the circumstances. Professor Gomon, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, muttered in a surprised tone. A high-level spirit. Above high tier, there's ultra tier. And then, there's high tier. Some students, still clueless, muttered in confusion. High-level spirit? Is that a thing? Can't summoning only reach the higher tiers? Bellman responded, his face showing clear tension. A high-level spirit is among the top entities, though only a few ancient records mention them. We always thought it was more of a myth. I never imagined it was real. The leader monkey approached, leaving its subordinates behind. Professor Gomon, with a tense expression, addressed it. It seems we can communicate. I'll ask, what is your purpose? Our purpose? The leader monkey raised an eyebrow and smirked. Conquest of the human realm. To burn your lands and enslave all humans. The chilling statement froze the atmosphere. Professor Gomon's face showed confusion, and he frowned. This doesn't make sense. A pure species like yours, why would you? The leader monkey sneered. Pure? Yes. We were once. Before we were tainted by your ancestors' malice. What? By that reaction, it seems your ancestors never told you. Well, I guess they wouldn't, considering it was such a filthy deed. The leader monkey unbuttoned the tattered robe, revealing its chest. Countless scars covered its body. From sword marks to strange patterns left from branding by hot metal, it bore the symbols of its painful past. The leader monkey pointed to the markings and said, "Do you know what this is? It's the mark of slavery engraved by you humans, A with circumflex ES." Professor Gomon's eyes widened in shock. For someone who believed in the cooperative nature between humans and spirits, this revelation was a harsh reality. But the leader monkey continued recounting the events, seemingly indifferent to Gomon's reaction. There were spirits trapped in forges just because they radiated warmth. Some had their legs cut to prevent them from escaping and were bound to fields to ensure bountiful harvests. And then there were those subjected to repulsive acts by vile individuals, who hunted them for sport after releasing them in the woods. And those were the kinder things they endured. A quiet fury laced the monkey's voice, and the other monkeys behind it flashed their sharp teeth, their eyes blazing. The leader monkey, scanning everyone in the lobby, spoke again with a twisted smile. It was you humans who treated us this way when we came to the human realm with pure hearts. I'd like nothing more than to kill you all. But if we're to do this, why not be productive about it, right? Just as you once did. Its smile revealed a calculating side. So, I'd prefer it if you surrender. We'd rather avoid unnecessary bloodshed. If you accept a life as livestock, we'll take care of you until the time for slaughter comes. Professor Gomon raised his staff in defiance. I understand you have your grievances, but this has gone too far. I won't listen to any more of it. So negotiations have broken down, then? In that case, let's start by dismantling this annoying barrier. The leader monkey suddenly gagged and coughed. Ugh, been a while since I tried this. Bear with me for a moment. It tapped its throat with its fingers and spat out a slimy, glistening piece of metal, a pendant in the shape of a rhombus. Now, where's the device controlling the barrier? It asked. You think I'd tell you that? Gomon retorted. The leader monkey smirked, waving the pendant. I wasn't asking you, fat one. I was asking this. The pendant floated into the air, its chain expanding and pointing in a direction. It seemed to be indicating the control room for the barrier on the outer wall. Doroshian, observing this, remarked with a touch of disappointment, is it a magical artifact that leads you to what you want? Fascinating. Except it came from a monkey, someone muttered. That's the disappointing part. If only it hadn't been coughed up, Doroshian sighed. The leader monkey began to follow the pendant's direction, and the two professors, maintaining their distance, stepped in to block its path. The leader monkey chuckled and ordered its followers, take care of them. The 18 monkeys, which the professors had roughly counted, dropped to all fours and charged. The Night Division professor yelled urgently, you students handle these. The barrier was a crucial element in this scenario, a protective shield to buy time while they thinned the enemy's numbers and reorganized their front. If it fell too early, before the proper timing of the counterattack, the difficulty of the battle would escalate dramatically. Kiki. As the monkeys charged in, baring their teeth as if ready to tear into their targets, the first-year students of the Adele Hall quickly took up defensive stances. Ryaman grimaced and said, everyone, don't come near me. Edina, prioritize assisting me. Understood. Positioned against the wall, he swung his great sword, handling 3 enemies on his own. Scylla and Lena, who had evidently built strong teamwork over time, paired up effectively to fend off the attacks from their blind spots. Lena swung her sword and called to Bellman, Bellman, you probably don't need to worry too much about this side. Support the others instead. Don't just ignore us completely, though. You know what'll happen if you do, right? Scylla retorted sharply as she quickly rolled away from a monkey's swipe. Meanwhile, Arasil, under Grovel's cover, swung his sword to keep the monkeys at bay. Suddenly, a fiery bird swooped past Arasil's shoulder. Whoa, don't just throw spells out of nowhere? That almost scarred my face. Sorry. I didn't know you'd move there. Mercil, aided by Rix, weaved through the monkey horde with ease. Rix, sweating from the struggle to keep up, commented, it's hard to help when you're all over the place. Mercil dodged a monkey's attack effortlessly without even looking and replied, just do whatever works for you. Hey, Rix, your magic is fun. Can you make something like banana peels instead of chains? I'd love to see them slip. Donaton admired Mercil's agility. Small body, yet used so effectively. Seems he's gotten even faster than before. Has he grown again? The rapidly changing environment seemed to be teaching them a lot. Mercil appeared to be handling things well, and I grew curious about how the others were doing, so I asked, what's your overall assessment? Those who've fought alongside you before have improved significantly, but especially the newcomers, they're definitely higher in quality than the Schlaf Hall swordsmen. Considering this scenario started early, I had worried their specs might fall short, but they seemed to be just about passing. The presence of Mercil and Arasil, who wouldn't have been here otherwise, added some reassurance. Of course, for those who weren't key players, these enemies were still overwhelming. These things are too fast. Why can't I land a hit? One monkey bit down and shattered a student's sword, and he was about to be bitten on the neck. Just then, Aslay threw himself in, grabbing the monkey by the neck and tossing it aside. Thanks, Aslay. I'll set my shield here. Use it for cover. Realizing his role, Aslay focused on protecting his allies, bringing a sigh of relief to the students around him. Limberton wasn't standing idle, either. With precision born of skill, he fired arrows that sailed through the gaps between his allies, hitting the monkeys right in the forehead. Thunk! Among them, only Limberton had the skill to take down the monkeys with a single strike. Having grown the most prominently among us, he was our hidden ace. However, he only had limited shots available. Limberton, how many more shots with your aura arrows can you manage? 4. Any more than that would be tough. Then, save them for when someone's truly in a life or death situation. Upon hearing this, Limberton glanced subtly at Doroshion before leaning close and whispering in my ear. But, Hercel, what? Aren't you and Doroshion going to help? He glanced cautiously at Doroshion, clearly too intimidated to flirt. But he still asked why we weren't helping. Doroshion likely thought it wasn't her responsibility, so she remained relaxed. And as for me, my body's endurance wasn't great. If I started fighting mid-level spirits now, it'd be hard to deal with what's to come. I'm saving my strength. At my brief response, he widened his eyes in surprise and nodded. Wait, are you thinking of dealing with those high-level spirits outside? No way, right. Let's save that talk for later. Limberton, do you think you can take down that monkey leader with a single shot? I pointed to the monkey leader skillfully dodging attacks from the two professors. With Limberton's vacuum-enhanced bow and a precise aura-infused strike to a vital point, it could be an instant kill. Limberton made a reluctant sound before responding. I think you're mistaken. It only seems like I hit every time because I only shoot when I'm absolutely sure. But this guy, I don't see any opening. I feel like I'd miss even if I tried. Oh, then, we just need to create a brief opening for you, right? Removing any unexpected obstacles quickly was the best course of action. As I drew my sword and approached, I regretted not moving faster. In that instant, the monkey leader swiftly bypassed the night division professor. He swiped his thumb across the fresh blood on his muzzle and remarked, "Oh, seems I've cut you. I thought I'd gotten the hang of it, but you've made quite a bit of progress in the meantime." His tone was relaxed, as if he were addressing a subordinate. Then, he casually took a bite of the forearm he'd severed. A groan escaped the professor's lips. Ugh. He clutched his torn shoulder, his face twisted in pain. The monkey leader spat out the bit of flesh with distaste. Ugh, tasteless. You humans really need some selective breeding. With that, he turned and started down a shadowed hallway. You're not going anywhere. Professor Gomon raised an earthen wall to trap him, but it quickly cracked and began to split apart. Creak. The dust settled, but the monkey leader was nowhere to be seen. Professor Gomon, stunned, voiced his frustration. We lost him. If he reaches the barrier. It was clear his destination was the control room for the barrier. Just as Professor Gomon prepared to rush after him, countless footsteps began to echo from the entrance and windows where the spirits had entered. Glancing between the new monkey horde and the corridor where their leader had vanished, Professor Gomon turned to me. Hercel, sorry, but we'll need to leave that monkey leader to your squad. You remember where the control room is, right? It's the place I showed you on that tour. Given the situation, it was a reasonable request. The Night Division professor, though wielding a sword, was severely weakened with one arm lost, and Professor Gomon himself seemed noticeably fatigued. I sighed and nodded. All right. It was absurd to ask students to handle a high-level spirit that even two professors couldn't defeat. Yet, I could accept it not just because of the urgency of the situation. These were variables arising due to the premature start of events. And if such beings existed, then our side also had a comparable figure. That person who often left for business at the start of each school year. But this wasn't one of those times. As someone who represented the academy, he wouldn't leave the control room, one of the Stronghold's core facilities, unattended. Maybe everything would be resolved by the time we arrived. Rockefeller busily rolled his eyes over the marbles spread across his desk. Several of the assigned battlegrounds were starting to lose ground due to some unusual enemies. Damn, 10 professors have engaged, and they're still struggling against just one creature. The situation was rapidly turning. Worse yet, they hadn't even identified the cause of this crisis. Rockefeller pulled out his staff and looked toward the window. A spirit came into view. Although it had entered within the barrier, it was still far away. Yet, telekinesis pulled it right into his office. Greek! Rockefeller threw the lizard spirit into a corner. Around it, the ashes of other defeated spirits were already disappearing. Stay put if you don't want to die painfully. With that, Rockefeller cast a memory reading spell. He entered its mind, searching recent memories for clues about this incident. After a few seconds, a memory played from the lizard's perspective, the face of a man seen after passing through the spirit realm's gate. The man was a familiar figure, someone recently considered as the next student council president. Ecoqueville Advance. He'd left somewhere with a mysterious, plague-masked figure. They'd headed toward the mana control chamber on the outskirts of the stronghold. Rockefeller didn't know their motives, but it was clearly central to the incident. First, I need to get rid of that door. Spirits were still pouring through the doorway. As he urgently reached for the loudspeaker, he caught sight of Professor Ildiran's arm being torn off by a monkey in the first-floor lobby. No, we lost him. If this goes on, the barrier. Professor Gomon's voice could be heard faintly, prompting Rockefeller to zoom in on the marble's image. The audio became clearer. Hercel, sorry, but we'll need to leave that monkey leader to your squad. You remember where the control room is, right? The place I showed you during the tour. It was clear the monkey leader's target was the barrier control room. Rockefeller's face paled. Beyond the barrier, hordes of spirits swarmed. If they managed to breach the stronghold with such numbers before they had any concrete strategy, they'd be surrounded and wiped out. I need to reinforce the control room immediately. As he raised the loudspeaker to his lips with a trembling hand, an elderly voice from behind made him pause, mouth half open. So, the control room is their target. Rockefeller turned to see Arcandric, cracking his joints with a smirk. Headmaster. Arcandric grinned. This time, I'll join the fight myself. Even with one arm missing, I can manage. Professor Ildiran from the Knights Department said this as he decapitated a monkey with his sword held in his one hand. Despite the apparent pain, he showed no sign of discomfort, as if he'd resolved himself completely. Perhaps others sensed his determination, as everyone continued to fight with calm, stoic expressions. Bellman smirked in understanding. If I waver, I'll be in for it. As the number of monkey troops dwindled, a brief respite appeared. Bellman glanced sideways, trying to locate the professor's severed arm. Not sure yet. Of course, there's no fixing what's been bitten off, but if we stitch the wound and Hercel applies healing magic like we did in the demon realm practice, we should be able to reattach it. Bellman waved his staff, encasing the area around the severed arm with frost and setting up a protective barrier. Just then, the number of monkey troops began to swell once again. Here they come again. How many more are there? The creatures were entering in single file through a narrow passage in the barrier. If they had all come at once, they might have counted their numbers, but now, they flooded in one by one. Bellman spoke to his bewildered classmates. There'll be orders soon. For now, all we can do is hold our ground. The moment would come the critical point to repel them and seal the external barrier completely. But in this intense situation, it felt as if that moment was forever out of reach. In a battlefield where each second dragged like a minute, everyone showed signs of exhaustion. Then, the most anticipated words resounded through a loudspeaker. Brief report, we've identified the root cause of the situation. A plan has been devised. Bellman thought the timing was perfect. Rockefeller's words, revealing a path to victory in this otherwise grim situation, were enough to rekindle everyone's fighting spirit. The immediate goal is to eliminate the 3 high-ranking spirits who have left an opening in the barrier. Start by clearing out those inside the barrier. Once we advance beyond the fortress, further instructions will be given. That is all. With acute glances shifted toward the window. 3 high-ranking spirits were holding open the barrier, arms spread wide, one clad in armor made of ice, another a feminine figure wearing clothes woven from leaves, and a third with a liquid-like body, its outline blurry. We'll need to hunt down those 3 high-ranking spirits first. Professor Gomon shouted with force in his voice. You all heard that, right? Our task now is to kill all these creatures and push forward beyond the fortress. All the way to the opening in the barrier the high-ranking spirits have created. Now was the time to press on. To demonstrate, Professor Gomon launched a massive spear made of rock toward the main gate. Thud! The spear impaled a row of monkeys that hadn't evaded, leaving them groaning in pain as their heads drooped. Blocking the entrance was a good start, but thinking the creatures would simply change course, more swarms began flooding in from the windows. Bellman decided to stop providing occasional support and focus on blocking the windows. I'll block the windows with a barrier. Fight as if I'm not here. He wasn't sure how long the barrier would hold against the attacks of mid-level spirits, but the situation was becoming increasingly dire, with people beginning to falter from exhaustion. I need to buy them some rest time, even if it's just a little. Bellman squeezed out his mana and used a barrier to seal off the windows. Everyone's expressions brightened a bit, perhaps because they felt a slight relief. However, there were still some who didn't stop swinging their swords, even in this brief respite. They were Lena, Araceel, and Mercel. Those 2 I can understand, but Mercel, how can someone his age have that kind of stamina? It wasn't long before he discovered the secret. Whoosh! He dodged attacks with minimal movement. When the monkeys tried to bite him, he simply raised his sword, waiting for them to impale themselves on the blade. Thud! His movements were so precise that there wasn't even an inch of error. While Lena swung her sword with straightforward force, Mercel seemed to focus on efficiency with every motion. Bellman, even as he concentrated on the barrier, couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Using the opponent's strength to conserve his own stamina, so that's his secret. Around Mercel, monkey corpses were piling up. The monkey horde, perhaps realizing their strategy wasn't working, began concentrating their attacks solely on Mercel. Skreek! Mercil narrowed his eyes as sparks crackled around him. At that moment, Arasil broke through the horde to approach Mercil. Hey, you should fight closer to the others. This guy, always making things risky. Arasil grumbled to Mercil as he fought the monkeys. Stop going off on your own, Mercil. Oh, what's your problem now? The way you talk. If you get even a scratch, it's me who'll get in trouble with Mom. As they bickered, Mercil looked exasperated. Fine, fine. Thanks to the blocked windows, the monkeys couldn't swarm in anymore. Moreover, with those at the front steadily slashing through, the number of enemies noticeably decreased. It was a good rhythm, but most of the first-year students were so fatigued they could barely catch their breath. Those 3 alone aren't enough. Even the strongest among us are exhausted. To give them as much rest as possible, Bellman poured all his focus into maintaining the barrier. Each time the enraged monkeys scratched at the barrier, Bellman felt his mind grow hazier. So this is the power of a mid-level spirit? The barrier breaks too easily. The mana required to repair the barrier grew with each passing moment. As he approached mana exhaustion, Bellman sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. The barrier's almost reached its limit. Everyone, prepare to fight again. But at that moment, there was a pounding noise, and shadows fell over them. 2 nearby students, trembling, muttered with wide eyes. Are all of those? No, it can't be. Countless handprints covered the barrier at the window, dense with fingerprints. Seeing this, a chill ran down Bellman's spine. How many more of these monkeys are there? If he released the barrier now, they would be completely wiped out. Bellman bit his lip. The pain barely kept him conscious, but it wasn't enough to stave off his fading awareness. His upper lip felt damp. Seeing the red drops on the floor, it seemed he was getting a nosebleed. Just as he was reaching his limit, a sneering voice echoed in his ears. Oh, so that barrier was your doing, you little four eyes. A voice filled with mocking disdain reached him. Not bad for a first year. I'll give you some praise. Bellman looked up at the man who clapped insincerely, letting out a shallow sigh. There was Colonel from the first seat, followed closely by members of the 10 elites. Amanda from the 4th seat waved at Arasil. Hello, Arasil. Oh, hey, Amanda. What brings you here? They said a lot of enemies were gathering here, right? We wrapped things up quickly on our end, so we came to help. The first-year students wore complicated expressions at Amanda's words. Undoubtedly, they saw their previously disliked seniors in a slightly different light. Bellman opened his mouth to inform them that the barrier was about to collapse. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. It was Berthnell, the 8th seat and representative of Adele Hall. Good job, Bellman. The barrier will soon fail. Do we have enough time to strategize? No need to worry about that. Colonel may look like a fool, but he is still the top of the 10 elites. A man approached from the left, this time Emmerich, recently appointed to the 10th seat. Berthnell's right. Before Hercel arrived, no one doubted his power, whatever they thought of his character. Relieved, Bellman closed his eyes. The first-year students at Adele Hall had been sharpening their skills, hoping to defeat them before they escaped through graduation. So there were things they had learned, even if they didn't want to. It reminds me of that time, sneaking a look at his secret training to see just how strong he was. He recalled the Knights Department members running at full speed through the mountains with iron bars strapped to their bodies. In the Magic Department, they exhausted their mana every day as part of their training. Colonel, in particular, had a training routine that was exceptional and intense. Are you spying on me like a little rat? Oh, since when did you notice? At least have the decency to use a concealment spell or something. Colonel's routine involved gripping his sword in front of an iron bar the size of a wardrobe every night. Well, fine. Since you're here, watch closely. No matter how much a weakling like you observes, there are walls you simply cannot surpass. He said this smugly, creating a heat haze on his sword. At first, Bellman thought it was just aura release, but soon, solid crystals began to form and adhere to the sword. Hup. The neatly severed surface of the iron bar, as though swept by intense heat, glowed with a reddish tint. But he didn't stop there, slicing the iron repeatedly until it became as thin as paper. That night, Bellman reluctantly acknowledged something he didn't want to admit. To handle an aura blade while still a student, Colonel was an undeniable hard worker and a prodigious talent. A few minutes before the 10 elites arrived at the first-floor lobby, Rockefeller, I'm sorry, but I'll need to break your window. What? My window? Didn't you say the operating budget was tight? This will cost less than breaking through the floor, don't you think? Arkandrick shattered the window of Rockefeller's office and threw himself out. Taking the stairs would take too long, this was the shortcut. Thud. With frost coating his feet, Arkandrick dashed down the fortress wall. Everywhere he went, ice crystals formed in his wake. To the spirits attempting an ambush along the wall, his 90-degree descent seemed surreal, and they looked at him in shock, their eyes wide. Each time, Arkandrick met them with a fiery gaze and launched fierce punches. How dare you defile the ancient walls of Frostheart? With a loud pop, the head of a serpent spirit exploded. Without stopping, Arkandrick continued to crush any enemies overlapping with the path to the control room. As he passed by a particular window, Rockefeller's words came to mind, and he paused briefly. Didn't Rockefeller mention there was a spirit here that even 10 professors couldn't handle? This was the exact spot. If he could take it down quickly, a brief detour wouldn't hurt. Arkandrick peeked through the window and surveyed the room. The professors were struggling against a spirit with an eagle's beak, wings, and a horse's body. At that moment, a familiar old woman entered through the door, and Arkandric smirked. Perfect timing. Hearing Arkandric's voice, Belin flinched. Geez, you startled me. Was that you, Arkandric? I appreciate you stepping up, Belin. And I thought I told you to stop climbing around on walls? You're creepy, like a spider. Ha ha ha, there's a reason for it. I'll leave this place to you. With that, Arkandric threw himself backward. As he plummeted through the air, he aimed for another window and reached out. It was the window of the control room for the barrier mechanisms. Crash! Breaking through the glass, he stepped inside just as a monkey was about to enter. Without a second's hesitation, he lunged toward it. The dull sound of flesh being struck by a hammer spread through the air. With a line of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, Arkandric looked at the monkey chief with a calm, observant gaze. Despite delivering the same blow to its face, the creature appeared unfazed. It seems brute strength alone won't be enough to have any impact. His opponent was a spirit, a being that couldn't be harmed meaningfully without mana or aura. Yet, engaging in a contest of pure strength had been a mere amusement. Smack! The monkey chief's fist landed square on Arkandric's nose. His face momentarily caved in, but he didn't take a single step back, instead staring intensely into the monkey chief's eyes. Why haven't you used aura this whole time? The monkey asked. With a twitch of his beard, Arkandric replied, well, I've reinforced myself with it. That's not what I meant. Why didn't you use it to attack? Oh, that, Arkandric said, placing his enormous hand on the monkey chief's head. The creature's head was so large that he could grasp it with one hand. Purely out of curiosity to see if you'd survive if I crushed your brain with sheer grip strength. Crunch. His fingers dug into the monkey chief's skull, causing it to grimace in pain and unleash a flurry of punches on Arkandric's face. Bang! Sweat sprayed with each punch, but Arkandric only smiled, his face lined with a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha, so it does hurt, huh? You damn bastard. The monkey chief stomped its feet in rage, trying to break Arkandric's fingers. But his grip strength was unyielding. As blood began to drip from the monkey chief's head, it regretted biting its nails. If only I had my claws, I could have sliced through his skin. With no other option, it tried choking Arkandric with both hands, squeezing his neck as hard as it could. Just then, a sickening crack resounded, and the monkey chief's brain burst. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the monkey chief's body, released from Arkandric's grip, began to squirm, the cracked head reforming back to its original state. Arkandric clapped his hands as if witnessing a marvel. Oh ho, it regenerates even after its head bursts. The monkey chief gritted its teeth in fury. It wanted to charge at him immediately but took a cautious step back, unable to gauge the full extent of Arkandric's strength. This human far exceeds my expectations. When the old man had tried to crush its head, the monkey chief had landed a punch on his face infused with dark energy. Arkandric's unscathed appearance was likely due to his intense use of aura for reinforcement, but his grip strength had shown no sign of weakening. He must be simultaneously using both strength and aura reinforcement. Did he push all his aura to the limit? If that was truly all his power, he'd be a beatable opponent, but perhaps it's best to set aside such thoughts. A with tilde-nes. The monkey chief, seasoned by countless brutal encounters with humans, sensed instinctively that the old man was hiding his true power. Then, the monkey chief approached Arkandric, feigning friendliness. Is there nothing else you're curious about? Lowering his guard as much as possible, he spoke, and Arkandric looked at him with a puzzled expression. Seeing you so amused is both irritating and oddly innocent, so it softened my anger. I even found your reaction somewhat entertaining. Maybe I'll play with you a little more before killing you. The monkey chief smirked. Once he lets his guard down, I'll strike his heart with full force. His trump card was hidden on his back, out of Arkandric's sight, a tail with crystallized dark energy at its tip. If humans had aura blades, fallen spirits like him had this. Using this technique called mantra. Concealing his true intentions, the monkey chief watched Arkandric's reaction closely. Arkandric held his chin thoughtfully, as if deep in contemplation. I've already burst your head, so there's nothing else I'm particularly curious about. Strange. Spirits have many secrets that you humans don't know. Secrets. The monkey chief shrugged and extended his hand. When you reach the level of a high spirit, you acquire a mystical power. I could call it a kind of blessing. A blessing? Like some kind of magic. Well, I've never heard it called magic, but think of it however you want. Anyway, I'll grant you a blessing to communicate with nature and your own heart. Arkandric's eyes gleamed with faint curiosity. Seizing the moment, the monkey chief continued to speak words enticing enough to sway any human. Think carefully. The mana and aura techniques your kind covets are all derived from nature's power. Now imagine being able to communicate with nature itself. If you manage to gain its favor, you could receive immense support. Of course, it was all a lie, but he was confident the old man before him would believe it. As a strong warrior, Arkandric likely assumed that even if it were a trap, he could handle it. And humans were known to chase even a 1% chance as if their lives depended on it. Believe me or not, it's up to you. Oh, if one of us dies, you'll never know whether I was telling the truth or not. As he casually withdrew his hand, Arkandric swallowed hard. Now that's something to be curious about. Arkandric took a step closer. Only 3 steps remained until he was within range of the mantra. Thud. He took 2 more steps and lifted his foot for the final stride. The monkey chief's pupils dilated, and he began to slowly move his tail. It was close. The moment that foot touched the ground, he would pierce his heart in a single strike. Just as he was about to fire his tail, a voice came from the side. "See, I told you so." A man with a blonde head was speaking to a shorter man as he entered. Behind him stood a burly man who looked like a barbarian and a woman with black hair. "I wasn't sure, but it's true. The engine room is the core of this place. Naturally, even the principal would have to make an appearance here." Then came the sound of a sharp stab piercing through skin. The tail had struck Arkandrik's chest, but it missed slightly. For a moment, the monkey chief's concentration wavered, leading to this result. He only had a moment to realize the cause of his failure. Looking at the tail in his chest, Arkandrik exhaled cold air and spoke. "You little." A calm blue flame flickered in his eyes. The monkey chief felt a chill run through his entire body as he realized what was happening. Aura, in his gaze. Aura is typically stored in the danshan, below the navel. However, when that power surges abnormally, it can spread even to the head, causing this phenomenon. And those who reach such a level of mastery are usually, "Damn it, I need to escape." Even for a high spirit, he was a monster capable of killing with ease. "How dare you try to deceive me? Die." With a barrage of countless strikes, the monkey chief felt every blow with his whole body. It was a force packed with both power and speed. And the cold that froze the blood in every spot hit was undoubtedly the aura infused with nature's power. It was because of monsters like this that I lost to humans back then. The punches that chilled him to his core caused the monkey chief's body to grow cold and stiff. Finally, as his back hit the ground, Arkandrik's fist smashed his head like breaking ice. Crash! Arkandrik is truly a monstrous old man. To think he'd kill the creature with just his fists, without even using a sword. Maybe it was because of him that Luan went on the run. He probably thinks he's merely disciplining, but to those on the receiving end, each blow feels like death. Ha ha ha, you lucky little rascals. Thanks to you all showing up just in time, I survived. I almost got my heart pierced. Arkandrik gave us a broad smile and asked me, "But what brings you here?" Of course, part of it was to check if the barrier was secure, but mostly it was an excuse to skip out on duties. If I said that out loud, he'd probably hit me, though. That monkey barged into the engine room, so Professor Gomon ordered us to kill it. Gomon did? It turned out to be a wasted trip, but not a bad decision overall. Saying that, Arkandrik froze the open wound on his chest. Still surprising. I'd reinforced myself with aura, yet it pierced so easily. That was likely due to a high spirit's technique called mantra. It seems that spirits, like humans, have organs that convert mana into aura. Mantra is a special power spirits use by combining aura with dark energy or mana. Arkandrik picked up a sword lying on the ground and secured it at his waist, then turned to Doroshian. "Doroshian El Grais, how many of them did you take down?" His question hinted at his desire to see Darajan's progress. Doroshian smiled slyly and answered. "How many, you ask? I didn't catch a single one." "Why?" Doroshian shook the heavy chains of his armor with a smirk. "Huh. Expecting me to help with these chains hanging on me? Absurd." Then she approached Arkandrik, curling his lip. "Sir Arkandrik, if you want my assistance, you'll have to release these chains first. Isn't that right?" Doroshian looked to us for agreement, but no one nodded. Arkandrik scratched his head, looking uncomfortable. "It's obvious you'd try to escape if I removed them. You seem to underestimate me. If you're not interested, there's nothing I can do. I was going to take care of everything outside in return." Doroshian showed no sign of disappointment, acting as though it didn't matter. Watching her, I felt a slight unease, as if she was planning something. "Let's pretend I didn't hear that. If you still don't plan to align with us here, so be it. I'll ensure the professors hear nothing of this." With those words, Arkandrik turned his back. I glanced at Darajan's face beside me. She gave a faint smile and said, "It doesn't seem like there's much left for us here, so where to next? We should probably head back." Turning back the way we came, a thought rose to my throat, but I swallowed it down and kept walking. "Colonel, how many times have I told you not to overuse the aura blade?" Professor Ildiran from the Knights Division scolded him. Colonel scoffed and continued slicing through the monkey horde with his aura blade. "Are you asking me to wield a shabby sword? You idiot. What you're doing is like using a butcher's cleaver to slaughter a chicken. I've told you time and again to manage your strength wisely. One day, your foolish pride will bring disaster upon you. If you're injured, why don't you step back a little?" Bellman, who had been resting in a corner, shook his head. I heard that Colonel trained under Professor Ildiran in his first year, but it seems their relationship wasn't great. Bellman looked away from the frowning Professor Ildiran and toward the main entrance. With all 10 divisions assembled, the monkeys were getting slaughtered the moment they came in. Finally, the moment had come to advance beyond the stronghold. "It's almost time? Just a bit more, everyone." Professor Gomon shouted excitedly. As everyone pushed forward with all their might, Rockefeller's voice rang out. "The units stationed in the first floor lobby have driven the enemies out to the main entrance. Everyone, gather in front of the stronghold and establish a defensive line." Bellman dragged his heavy body forward. Seeing the towering mass of spirits just beyond the barrier up close, his tension soared. 3 gaping holes continued to spill out corrupted spirits. "Damn, there are way more of them than we saw inside. No time to talk, draw your sword, they're coming at us." The battle outside the building required even more stamina. With the open space, the creatures began forming a wide encirclement, and dealing with them was no easy feat. Bellman gritted his teeth, squeezing out his mana just as Rockefeller's voice called out from above. Now, we're going to eliminate those 3 high-ranking spirits maintaining the barrier. Rockefeller's voice came from right above. Leading this effort will be Principal Arcandric and Bellin. Your task is to clear the path so they can reach the high-ranking spirits. I know you're all exhausted. Hold out just a little longer and push forward. Once the situation is under control, there will be time to rest and resupply. His words signaled the nearing end of the defensive battle. Then, Principal, Bellin, please prepare. When Rockefeller called their names, Arcandric and Bellin stepped out onto the railing of the second-floor window. Watching them loosen up, Bellman prayed fervently. They would clear a path with all their strength, so he hoped they could finish the fight quickly. Rockefeller stood on the 6th-floor balcony, scanning the battlefield. The top priority targets were 3 spirits. The blonde man, one of the core pieces of this operation, was nowhere to be seen. Hercel Bentenist. That bastard, the remaining spirits were your responsibility. To defeat high-ranking spirits in a single strike, one needed mastery comparable to Bellin's. If those creatures maintaining the barrier sense any danger, they'll surely retreat. Expecting that a single blow might not be enough, he prepared follow-up attacks to decisively finish them. This battle was a prolonged one. If they failed, there was a chance the creatures would launch a surprise attack at some point, a situation that had to be avoided at all costs. Everyone is exhausted. Without proper rest, they'll waste away. The number of creatures invading inside and outside the barrier was finally starting to decrease. Thanks to the students' impressive advance, a path was opening from the breached barrier. Rockefeller cast a lightning spell on himself and slowly descended to the ground. No other choice. I'll have to take care of that one myself. I turned my head at the sound of faltering footsteps. Aslay and Limberton were following properly, but Doroshian was rummaging through the corpse of a monkey with telekinesis. The boss monkey had already turned to ash, making the scene look more like searching for treasure in the sand. It was clear she was looking for the necklace the boss monkey had used earlier to find this place. Are you looking for that necklace it showed off earlier? I asked. Doroshian blew away the ashes with a gust of wind. Yeah, but it's strange. I can't see it. That makes sense. I had already checked. The necklace was a magical tool that, when asked, would show you where anything you wanted was. Naturally, it was an enticing object even to my eyes. So when Arcandric took down the creature, I discreetly searched through its robe with telekinesis, but found nothing. The only explanation left was that it might not have been a tangible item but something magical in nature, so I left it at that. As I resumed walking, Doroshian gave up and followed along. Then, from outside, came the sound of cheers. Hey, something seems to be happening outside, Limberton said, and I nodded. Remember Rockefeller's instructions earlier? It seems they've driven out everything inside the fortress. Soon, they'll start tackling the 3 spirits that are holding the barrier open. There wasn't much I could do to help with this. Typically, Rockefeller, Bellin, and the professors would team up to take them down. However, we had Arcandric, who wasn't supposed to be here after graduation. Thanks to the additional support, there shouldn't be any major concerns, though, since the scenario was already off track from the start, some variables might need to be considered. We should pick up the pace, I said, quickening my steps. Limberton asked, confused. What? You were taking it easy earlier, and now this. Well, that was because we'd been forced into the ridiculous task of killing the monkey that even the professors couldn't handle. If Arcandric hadn't been here, I would have been planning our escape. Now that the immediate crisis was over, we could afford to be more proactive in assessing the situation. Let's go. Leading the way down the hallway, I began to see the exit leading out of the faculty wing. Suddenly, Aslay tapped my shoulder, pointing in a particular direction. Boss, there's something there. He was pointing toward the spirit gate, which we needed to tackle once the defensive line was clear. As spirits poured out from the 5-meter-high door, Limberton shuddered. So that's where they've been coming from. Was it because of that? Don't worry, Limberton. I'm sure Rockefeller is fully aware of it. Once the barrier is sorted, he'll tell us the strategy to break it down. Our allies had been fighting without a clear grasp of the situation due to the rapid escalation of events. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Progress would only resume once they had replenished their energy through rest and received new equipment. If Phase 1 was barrier repair, then Phase 2 could be called Spirit Gate destruction. Since it was scheduled to start tomorrow night, there was no need to worry for the time being. However, I never expected to witness a sudden twist right before my eyes. The spirits suddenly stopped coming out, Limberton said. As he observed, the area in front of the gate, once swarming with spirits, had abruptly quieted down. Then, something long and pointed started to appear, like the bow of a ship. Slowly, it emerged, only to get stuck on the door frame at some point. I found myself locking eyes with a lifeless fisheye, as if pulled straight from a fish market display. Judging by the long horn on its nose, it was a blue marlin, a massive spirit of a blue marlin, without a doubt. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. The creature had managed to squeeze its enormous body through the once spacious doorway. Its girth was thick enough to stack 4 village buses, and its length was as long as a train. The spirits around it, each the size of a full-grown bear, now seemed as small as rabbits in comparison. It seemed that the colossal fish had been blocking other spirits from coming out. What on earth is that thing? Rockefeller used magic to change the attire of Bellin and Arkandric. They were now dressed in clothing similar to what students wore, far from anything formal or with rank, complete with robes to cover their faces. This should let us blend into the background for a surprise attack, Rockefeller thought. He, too, donned a similar outfit and scanned the battlefield. The professors were leading the charge, driving out the spirits. We've secured the position. Unleash your magic. With the lead professor swinging his sword to herd the spirits together, the magic department professors unleashed a wide-range magic barrage. Boom! Dust flew as a thunderous noise resounded. The smaller ones were all dead, but the monkeys had only suffered injuries. Damn, those monkeys are a nuisance. The intermediate spirits have a certain resistance to magic. Spirits are beings made of mana, and since magic is also mana-based, its effectiveness is about half compared to physical attacks. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Rockefeller hid himself among the students and observed the high-level spirits maintaining the barrier. A with circumflex nui. Fortunately, they don't seem to be particularly aware of the three of us. Bellin and Arkandric were still hidden in the crowd, stealthily approaching the spirits with their weapons ready. Since they had to finish this quickly with a surprise attack, any slip-up would be disastrous. Rockefeller focused on the high-level spirit he had been assigned. Arkandric's target was a liquid-based spirit, Bellin's was a female spirit clothed in leaves, and Rockefeller's own was an ice-armored knight. Carefully, without drawing attention, pretending to fight like the other students, he moved in for the kill. But then, a voice caught his ear, making Rockefeller furrow his brow. Why rush? We don't have much time left until graduation. Let the professors handle this stuff. Yeah, Arthur is right. We're about to leave, so why risk our lives now? They were third-year students from Schlaff Hall. Shameless as they were, they began to influence the younger students. Learn from us, juniors. If you want to graduate alive, don't throw yourself recklessly into this. Exactly. Just go along with the vibe and pass the time. If you want to live long, listen to your seniors' advice. Rockefeller finally lost patience and glared sharply at Athera, Schlaff Hall's representative. Startled, she broke into a sweat and instructed her group. Eek, guys, Rockefeller's looking? Pretend you're trying. Damn, that guy. Always on our case. It's not like we're strong, and we only have one life, so why can't he understand we're just being cautious? Rockefeller sighed deeply. Even in their third year, these students had shown no real progress. There was a reason they were so disliked. That's why you're always stuck in Schlaff Hall, Rockefeller thought, turning his attention away from those who only raised his blood pressure and focusing instead on the Adele Hall students. As expected, they were coordinating well, each acting according to their abilities to help the professors advance quickly toward the high-level spirits. My sword's flame went out. Hold on. Wait, that area looks a bit vulnerable. Get a shield and block it. Though still students and unable to finish off the intermediate spirits, they were at least holding their ground and inflicting some effective wounds. Ouch, I got bit on the shoulder. A professor's hurt? I'll cover here for a moment, so take care of that side. Among them, the members of the 10 elites were notably proactive and showed clear results. Losing to mere monkeys, don't even think about bragging about being my peer. Seriously, what have they done in these 3 years? They should be able to at least catch up to the professors by now. Actually, aren't the professors fighting worse than we expected? Or have we just gotten too strong? Despite their individual quirks, the students were advancing steadily, and the target was close. It was a critical distance where the high-level spirits might be contemplating whether to abandon the barrier and retreat. Rockefeller spotted Bellin from across the battlefield, observing the spirit she was targeting. Bellin, who was similarly close to her target, nodded in acknowledgement. On the far right, Arkandric also signaled his readiness. Gripping his staff tightly, Rockefeller heightened his senses. This is nerve-wracking. The task was complex. They had to break through the monkey hordes and strike down the spirits simultaneously. If even one sensed danger and managed to escape, it would complicate things moving forward. I must take them down, every single one that maintains the barrier, without leaving any alive. Rockefeller used magic to lighten his body and summoned a gust of wind. Boosting his telekinesis to maximum output, he propelled himself toward his target. Eekikiki. He moved so fast that the monkeys barely had time to react, reaching the high-level spirit in ice armor almost instantly. Just as it jerked its shoulder, preparing to withdraw its arms from the barrier, Rockefeller quickly slipped his staff between the gaps in its armor and thrust it into its chest. A strange sound emanated from inside. Crack. Its body began to crumple from within, crushed by the most lethal of Rockefeller's spells, gravity magic. He poured every ounce of mana he had into it and shouted, "Crush and die." Finally, even the armor compressed, and the creature's body was reduced to a metallic sphere the size of an adult's head. Breathing heavily, Rockefeller glared at the approaching monkeys. Damn, I don't even have strength in my arms. Gravity magic consumed nearly all of his mana in a single use, leaving him close to total mana depletion. With his vision blurring, he realized he had reached mana exhaustion from the spells he had used to get this far. Eekiki. The monkey spirits charged forward with their mouths wide open. Yet Rockefeller couldn't move a muscle. Just as he closed his eyes, sensing his end was near, a metallic clang echoed through the air. Bang! Opening his eyes slightly, he saw a massive man standing tall with a shield raised. It was a sleigh. Almost lost you there, Professor. If you're here, that means Hercel Ben Tenist must be as well. A sleigh slammed his shield into the ground, throwing the charging monkeys aside. He grabbed them by their tails, slamming them against the ground or swinging them through the air. However, since his attacks didn't reach their cores with aura, the monkeys kept getting back up. Fortunately, with the barrier blocked, their numbers weren't increasing. It's a success. The barrier is sealed. The three of them did it. Let's push a little harder, take down what's left, and catch our breath. Yes, Professor. With the spirits being cut down, their numbers visibly dwindled. Rockefeller sank to the ground, catching his breath. Is the first stage finally over? Now the remaining tasks were to destroy the spirit gate and then conduct a punitive expedition to capture Acoke, the mastermind behind this incident. But first, there was treatment for the wounded, equipment checks, and the immediate need for rest to regain strength. Within a few minutes, the spirits inside the barrier had been completely wiped out. Gripping his shaky legs, Rockefeller stood up. But the sky began to darken as if a storm was approaching. Shadows started spreading over the area. No, this isn't a storm cloud. The edge of the shadow was long and sharp. Turning his head, Rockefeller gasped. A massive blue marlin was floating, gliding through the air. What would happen if that thing crashed into the barrier? A chill crept over him as he saw the marlin staring down with its lifeless eyes, aiming its long horn directly at the barrier as if ready to break through. As Rockefeller swallowed, the creature moved its mouth. To think the barrier hasn't been breached yet. Maraho, that monkey, seems to have failed spectacularly. The creature could speak a clear sign of a high-level spirit. Unsure how to respond, Rockefeller hesitated as a sleigh pointed to the marlin. OSS told me to ask, is there a way to hunt that thing? What a foolish question. There was no way. Hunting it was one thing, but they might have to abandon the barrier. Rockefeller felt a sense of dread, suspecting this battle would end in defeat. With the appearance of the giant blue marlin, the previously triumphant expressions of the team were now overshadowed with fear. This enormous spirit, what was it, exactly? And more troubling, it looked like it would be perfect for tearing a gaping hole in the barrier. The giant marlin opened its mouth and commanded its minions. Enter my mouth, all of you? Spirits began filing into its maw. It seemed that the marlin intended to carry them through the barrier and release them here. Quite a clever mind it's got. Acknowledging the enemy's strategy, I pushed through the crowd, igniting my noble ember of blood to its maximum and shouted. Pretty bold for a flying fish, I said, my voice cutting through the stillness with dignified weight. I wasn't sure if my words carried all the way to it through the barrier, but it seemed that the noble ember of blood made my presence clear enough to catch its attention. A mere speck like you dares call me, the Great One, a mere fish, it responded, its tone displeased. I raised my hand, palm open. Pick one of these 5 fingers. What? It asked, clearly taken aback. I smirked and taunted further. Whichever finger you choose, I'll use it to face you. The real concern was that long horn of its, which seemed perfect for breaking through the barrier. But I'd only need 1 second of invincibility to shatter it. The marlin stared at me for a moment, then spoke with an incredulous tone. Unbelievable. You think you can face me with just a finger? Then the pinky it is. Come on. I'll prove this finger is stronger than that precious horn of yours. The marlin burst into laughter, sounding almost mad. Ha 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 ha. Then, the laughter abruptly stopped, and it glared at me, its eyes bulging. You're too foolish to even make a decent slave. It began to swim upwards, as though gliding through water. When it reached a certain height, the tip of its horn gleamed like the sun. Calmly, I raised my pinky, waiting for it to dive. The blue marlin's long and massive body exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. It was true that tension was rising, but this was precisely the moment when provocation was needed more than ever. You're not going to dodge, are you? I taunted, pointing with my pinky finger. The giant marlin twisted its elongated body in midair as if swimming through the void. I'll pierce straight through your chest. Its body swelled and then shot toward me at an angle like a bullet. How foolish. Revealing its own attack point out loud, I thought, recalling Donaton's words. If my target is clearly pointed out, it makes my job that much easier. I grinned and responded, indeed. So arrogant. In an instant, a shadow loomed over me, and the glowing point grew in size. The creature barreled through my barrier with impressive speed, its pointed horn aimed right at me. Tap. Originally, I only intended to break its horn. But something unexpected happened. As soon as its horn touched the pad of my pinky, it shattered, and its entire body started piercing through me under the weight of its momentum. Crack, crack, crack. It felt as if bullets were tearing through my flesh. I remained still, but I could feel its nose, the splattering blood and bones, and even the squishy brain tissue slide through me. The unpleasant sensation made me scowl. Ugh, I muttered in disgust. The blue marlin's horn shattered, and it finally slammed its head into the ground. Its enormous weight caused the hard earth to tremble, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Boom! As the dust settled, those watching from afar opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The marlin's head had burst open, and blood and brain matter were oozing across the ground. Its long body wriggled briefly, like a crushed worm, surprising the onlookers, but soon its tail fell limp. Is it dead? Araseel's voice trembled in disbelief. Mercil, watching from a distance, shouted, What are you standing around for? The big guy got impaled. Such a massive creature had fallen, striking the ground with all its weight, a force no living thing could survive. Mercil rushed forward to check on her cell's condition. Just then, with a slicing sound, the marlin's skin split open in a line. Ugh, that smell, a voice grumbled irritably from the gap. The deep, familiar voice stopped Mercil in his tracks, making him flinch. Huh. Surprised only for a moment, Hercel emerged, stepping out through the marlin's skin with sticky, heavy steps. He brushed off the blood clinging to his clothes and spoke. Don't come any closer, Mercil. Unless you want this smell sticking to you. There were no apparent injuries on him. Erisiel was shocked by Hercel's calm demeanor. Brother, are you sure nothing's broken? He asked. Hercel flexed his pinky finger a couple of times and replied curtly, not really. Then he turned back to gaze at the blue marlin's corpse. The intermediate spirits that had gathered near the marlin's mouth before it charged began to emerge one by one. Though a few spots looked worse for wear, with crushed heads or battered bodies, the spirits gradually healed and took on an aggressive stance. They seemed to have survived solely due to the impact of the fall, not from any mana or aura-inflicted damage. I'm going to take a shower. You all can handle this mess, Hercel said, walking toward the fortress. Mercil drew his sword, but he found it hard to look away from Hercel's retreating back. The others were equally captivated. Did he really kill it with just his pinky finger? No, it must have been the impact of its head slamming into the ground. It was huge and crashed down at that speed. Mercil shook his head in disbelief. Died just from that? Ridiculous. The marlin had surrounded itself with a dense and powerful energy, enough to break through the barrier. If it had died from the fall alone, it would have been due to sheer stupidity. More importantly, Mercil was certain of what he'd seen in that brief instant. The strength surrounding that creature, it seemed nearly indestructible, and yet, its horn broke from just a pinky finger. The marlin's horn shattered when it couldn't withstand the force it threw at Hercel's pinky, penetrating through to its brain. It died instantly, unable to channel its defensive power to the utmost and slammed its head into the ground, which exploded upon impact. Erisiel seemed to have grasped the truth too, swallowing hard with a look of pure shock. Ugh, that man. I wouldn't be surprised if he kills someone with a single strand of hair soon. You should be thankful, Erisiel. Every time he hit you, he probably controlled his strength with great precision. Do I have to be thankful for that? Erisiel stammered, incredulous. Mercil turned away from the dumbfounded Erisiel. Just think of it positively, though, he trailed off as someone caught his attention. Doroshion stood silently, her gaze fixed on Hercel's back. Her eyes, filled with admiration, formed a delicate arc. The sight filled Mercil with an eerie sense of foreboding. What's that? Her expression shifted in a way that seemed like a smile, as if silently claiming, that's still not enough. He had no time to dwell on it. Someone's shout turned his head. They've recovered. Everyone, take your positions. The intermediate spirits, now fully recovered, began charging en masse. Erisiel grumbled as he led the charge. Ugh, I'm so sick of this. Let's wipe them out quickly and get some rest. Yeah, right. Mercil pushed aside his unease and gripped his sword tightly. The spirits inside the barrier were swiftly dealt with. In the faculty office, papers fluttered. As the professors filed out and disappeared, Rockefeller let out a deep sigh in front of the situation board. Finally, we have a moment to breathe. They had been battling a large number of high-level spirits that breached the barrier, and everyone fought relentlessly without rest until they were on the verge of exhaustion. Though the successful defense brought a much-needed reprieve, there was still no room for complete relaxation. Many were injured, and 12 professors had died. Although the barrier had severed the enemy's access, allowing time for treatment and weapon maintenance, it also meant they were isolated. How long can we hold out? Rockefeller pondered. With limited food supplies, a prolonged standoff would surely lead to starvation. The barrier was so robust that they couldn't even send a request for support to the Empire. And even if they managed, it would take too long for reinforcements to arrive. This is a headache, Rockefeller muttered, sinking into his chair as he recalled the remote location of Frostheart. Worst-case scenarios kept running through his mind. There's no guarantee the barrier will hold. Higher-level spirits capable of breaking it could reappear. Maybe even more powerful ones like that giant fish. They maintained a 24-hour guard rotation, but an emergency could arise at any moment. As Rockefeller scanned beyond the barrier through the crystal orb, footsteps approached. Arkandric entered, scratching at the bandages wrapped around his chest. You should get some rest, even if only for a bit, Rockefeller suggested. You should be the one to focus on resting, Arkandric replied, smiling as he glanced at his bandages. I've fully recovered, had plenty of sleep too. I'm just here for a bit of fresh air. Rockefeller fell silent at Arkandric's words. Arkandric chuckled lightly and pulled a chair over to sit. You're too tense. There's no immediate cause for concern. Didn't you see that huge fish burst open? Rockefeller allowed himself to relax slightly. Judging by the power and presence of that giant marlin, it was likely a key enemy force. Given the ease with which it was destroyed, the enemy would hesitate to launch another attack without understanding this side's capabilities. That's true. And with Bellin and the headmaster having also dealt with high-level spirits. Rockefeller's gaze moved from the crystal orb as Arkandric unwrapped his bandages. The wound from the giant monkey's tail had already healed. Completely healed, he remarked, glancing at the scar and chuckling. It's remarkable, isn't it? For something to pierce me like that. I have no idea what kind of energy it was, he added, referring to his encounter with the high-level spirit. Rockefeller replied confidently, if you'd been fully cloaked in unbreakable, you could have blocked it completely. Arkandric sighed deeply. Maybe. But I'm not sure even then. And that kid managed to shatter it entirely. Rockefeller's eyes widened. You mean, the energy on that giant fish's horn was similar to? Yes, similar to the energy on the monkey's tail, Arkandric confirmed, a hint of excitement in his voice. It's astonishing, really. Even now, he surprises this old man. From what little I've seen, it's hard to be sure, but that kid may have reached the level of the Grand Duke, and at such a young age, he continued. Rockefeller felt a complex mix of emotions. Up until now, he'd only considered the young man to be slightly above the level of the other professors, a high evaluation on its own. But now, with the headmaster's recognition, it was hard to grasp his potential. Considering his abilities, there's little for him to gain here as a knight. I'd wondered why he joined the Magic Division rather than the Knights Division, and I think I finally understand. As Arkandric spoke, Rockefeller's expression grew heavier. So, that's why he joined the Magic Division. There was no other explanation for why the eldest son of a renowned swordsmanship family would enter the Magic Division instead of the Knights Division. He must have chosen to learn something useful in the magical arts rather than spend time idly. Even so, Rockefeller couldn't accept this as the right choice. I understand what you're saying, Headmaster, but I don't recognize him as a mage. And I don't think that will change. His magical talent is terrible. Even with leniency, he's hopeless. Setting aside pride as a mage and any personal feelings, as an instructor, he couldn't allow a student to waste time. It would be better to have him self-study. At least then, his skills wouldn't rust. You're still firm in your stance, I see. I handed him over to you, so I won't say more, Arkandric replied with a wry smile as Rockefeller prepared tea with telekinesis. As the atmosphere lightened a bit, Arkandric took a sip and looked out the window. Beyond the barrier, spirits still crowded the scene. We've eliminated so many, yet there are still plenty. How much have you assessed? Arkandric asked, shifting the topic. Rockefeller shared the gathered information, from Ecoke's leadership in the incident to the door through which spirits poured in, speculating on their goals. From what the monkey chief said, it seems their goal is to conquer the human realm. I'm not sure why they're targeting Frostheart specifically, but they must have a reason. Otherwise, they'd have shifted their route and moved on. The fact that they remained here, obsessively focusing on this place, indicated they had a specific purpose. And judging by their coordinated moves, they must have something like a command tower, Rockefeller added. Their methods showed intelligence. High-level spirits had created 3 breaches in the barrier, turning the interior into chaos. The high-ranking spirits that followed targeted the control room, demonstrating a clear strategy. There's undoubtedly a mind at work among them, Rockefeller thought, realizing that this wasn't just about defending the fortress from creatures. That means we must take a different perspective than we would for ordinary battles, Arkandric noted. Yes, Rockefeller replied. This was a war between armies. Ecoke looked around with a sullen expression. In the spirit control room, there were not only the plague-masked spirit but also 2 others, a black slug with spiked back and a golden bat. The 3 spirits huddled around a crystal orb, muttering. Hornbull's defeat is quite a shock, the bat remarked, and the slug nodded. Indeed. I was surprised when the other 2 were defeated as well. Simply attacking won't work. Ecoke knew exactly who they were referring to. They must mean that one with the eagle's head and horse's body, and the monkey that smokes at the year's start. With the atmosphere turning grim, Ecoke shrugged and chuckled. That fish, maybe it was just big and weak, wasn't it? The plague doctor spirit shook his head, clearly irritated. Hornbull was known as Dordern's spear. He possessed the strongest offensive power among us. He was by no means weak. The doctor's voice held a faint edge of displeasure, and Ecoke swallowed nervously. Then the bat, sounding angry, asked, and who, pray tell, is that blonde human? How could he kill Hornbull so effortlessly? Oh, that'd be Hercel Bentenist, Ecoke said with a dry laugh. He's quite well known among us. Even Ecoke felt uneasy, though he hid it behind his words. He'd witnessed the sheer might of the giant marlin, whose power was clearly beyond the ordinary for breaking through the barrier. Yet that human had killed it in an instant without a single injury. That monstrous guy. I knew he was strong, but just how strong? Without a concrete grasp of the tyrant's power, Ecoke found himself reluctant to confront such an opponent. Ecoke felt a chill run down his spine and decided to try and change their minds. Why are we so fixated on Frostheart anyway? Couldn't we just take over somewhere else? There are plenty of other fortresses, he suggested casually, hoping to divert their attention. The black slug rebutted with reasoning. Don't you know the real value of Frostheart? Real value? Ecoke asked. There's a dungeon underground. It's perfect for replenishing magical energy. The bat, who had been listening, chimed in with a chuckle. And that's not all. The barrier itself is incredibly valuable, enough to make it an impenetrable fortress. Ecoke found himself nodding. In recent history, it was considered ordinary land, but hearing them talk, it seemed more significant. Ah, that's right. Now I remember why Balam used to keep a close eye on this place. Due to its remote location from the human world, it was relatively safe from invasions. On the flip side, if conquered, it would make an excellent foothold for the conquest of the empire. But when the plague doctor mentioned another benefit, Ecoke could hardly believe his ears. This land is adjacent to the demon realm, Ecoke. It's the ideal spot for restoring the demon realm, the plague doctor said. What? Ecoke cocked his head, confused. Restoration. The demon realm was an unexplored land, untamed by humanity. Restoration implied returning something to its former state, a puzzling idea given the current circumstances. The plague doctor noticed his confusion and tilted his head slightly. Judging by your reaction, I see you didn't know. Well, it's no surprise your kind would never pass down such dark truths from generation to generation. What are you talking about? Ecoke asked, his unease growing. Listen closely, Ecoke. The demon realm was once a land where all species, regardless of race, lived in harmony. But your ancestors, driven by greed, shattered that peace. The slug laughed with a sneer. It was a massacre, under the guise of rising to the top of all races. The bat added, many chose death over being used and enslaved. Ah, I miss the elves. I had a few good friends among them. Right? I had a giant friend too. But they're all gone now, either dead or turned into monsters. Without the spirit realm, even we spirits would have met the same fate. The slug gave Ecoke a pitying look. Do you understand now? You were cast out. The land of peace became the demon realm, rejecting humanity. Their shocking revelations made Ecoke's eyes twitch. He'd heard of ancient relics found in the demon realm, indicating civilizations long ago, but they were saying that the remnants weren't from ancient humans but from other races. And, turning into monsters? Is that even possible? As his sense of reality turned upside down, Ecoke felt a chill at the spirits' voices filled with loathing. Humans are the only race destined to live as slaves, one said. They're finally paying the price. Right. And they're ideal for it. Given how many different types there are, a lot of them live as slaves anyway, without dignity. We'll make them serve us endlessly, then rip them apart by monsters at death as a final punishment. Their hatred for humanity was unfathomable. Though he was currently allied with them, Ecoke himself was human. He began to wonder if he could really trust them. I am human too. You're not planning to betray me, right? He asked, his voice shaking. The plague doctor leaned in, speaking in a warm tone. Don't worry, Ecoke. You're shedding your vile human flesh and becoming a spirit. We have no reason to harm you. Ecoke stumbled back when he saw his reflection in the plague doctor's glass mask. His skin, from his lips down to his neck, had turned a faint white, with some areas now appearing almost blackened. Ack. Ecoke tore off his shirt, frantically examining his body, and let out a horrified scream. What have you done to me? As he struggled in fear, the plague doctor reached out his hand. Rejoice, Ecoke. You're receiving the body of Dordone, the liberating orca. Soon, you'll inherit his mighty form. Ecoke's skin was gradually changing, resembling the distinct markings of an orca. Droplets of water dripped from my hair. I finished drying off with a towel and handed the clothes I had worn to Sally as a gift. When the damp, fishy-smelling clothes got close to her nose, Sally grimaced in disgust. Ew, it reeks. Looks like you'll have some trouble doing the laundry. I chuckled and asked her about what I had requested. How's the supply situation? Sally pinched her nose and replied. Well, it seems like they're giving out a bit too much food. The Academy's storage held a decent amount of supplies. Of course, with so many people, the consumption rate was fast. Supplies were brought in from outside about once a month, and right now, there were about 2 weeks left until the next delivery. Given the situation, the fact that resources were being distributed generously now meant they intend to move quickly. As I realized Rockefeller's intentions, I nodded slightly. After all, if we remained isolated for a long time, we would only run out of food. Acting swiftly was the right course. The defensive battle hadn't ended that long ago, so our enemies likely wouldn't expect us to take action so soon. It was also a move that would catch them off guard. They'll probably gather us soon. No sooner had I spoken than Rockefeller's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. All unit leaders, assemble at the designated location. The scenario was progressing about 2 days faster than expected. Despite the presence of some wounded, it seemed they had assessed our forces to be strong enough to handle it. There were no complete novices here. After all, we have Arcandric and 10 elites, so moving forward boldly made sense. However, the real issue was the presence of high-ranking spirits like the Monkey King and the giant swordfish. In this uncertain situation, I, as a student, had managed to defeat one of them so easily. Would these forces really just leave me alone after that? It feels ominous. I have a strange feeling they might give me more than I can handle. That's an obvious concern, Hercel. After displaying such skill, being expected to perform is only natural. With a sense of unease, I deliberately walked slowly toward the assembly point. The assembly location for the leaders was the auditorium. While the professors had yet to arrive, a man was loudly boasting, clearly oblivious to others. Bellman looked at Colonel of the first seat, who stood there arrogantly with his arms crossed, and felt whatever respect he had for him fade away. Pathetic. To struggle so much against mere spirits. His words were scolding, but his tone was full of superiority. Bernthal of the 8th seat was about to say something but then shut his mouth, perhaps recalling Colonel's accomplishments. Well, even if he's insufferable, he has shown results as clear as any professor. Still, listening to him is torture. Bellman considered putting up a barrier to block his voice. Just then, Bernthal asked. Bellman, do you know where Emmerich is? Senior Emmerich? I haven't heard anything specific. Really? That's strange. That uptight guy would sooner be early than late, certainly not later than this irritating one. Despite the atmosphere, Colonel was showing off his aura blade while peeling a supplied apple. I wonder how many of you will make it this far. 10, perhaps? Or maybe you'll all grow old and die without ever achieving it. At this boast, Rix approached and asked. Bellman, about that guy, could it be that he has some kind of mental issue? Having recently joined the Adele Hall, Rix wouldn't know. Bellman, however, tried to speak diplomatically, given Kerndl was a senior. His mind is rather peculiar. Around Kerndl, a group of people gathered, eager to flatter him. They were either fellow members of the 10 elites or people who relied on the benefits of being in his good graces. Rix, observing this, seemed to entertain a different notion and asked a question that almost made Bellman spit blood. But surely, he must have a kind heart for people to support him like that, right? No, his character's twisted as well. Rix, since you've joined the Adele Hall, you should join us. We plan on beating him up thoroughly before he graduates. Sounds like an offer I'd rather decline. Bellman saw no need to reply further. Once Rix experienced it himself, his attitude would change. Perhaps after a week working under that guy, he'd join us willingly. With about half a year left, it feels a bit bittersweet. I wonder if I'll ever see your faces again. After all, I'll be taking a high-ranking position after graduation. Kerndl looked at each of the leaders' faces as if trying to memorize them with a wistful gaze. Unable to endure any longer, Bellman took out his staff. I can't listen to this anymore. He created a barrier to block Kerndl's voice, and both Bernthal and Rix visibly brightened. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Emmerich. Bellman was about to lift the barrier to let him in, but then his eyes widened at the sight of a document envelope sticking out of Emmerich's pocket. Is that? Emmerich hastily grabbed the envelope and tried to hide it again, but Bellman had already seen it. The wax seal imprint on the envelope was unmistakably that of the student council. Could it be? Did he take advantage of the chaos to search through the student council's files? With everyone focused on the threat of invading spirits, internal security was relatively lax, so it wouldn't have been impossible. Bellman partially lowered the barrier and whispered to Emmerich. Why did you bring something like that? But Emmerich simply placed a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence with a SHH. You'll know soon enough. For now, keep quiet. A glint shone in Emmerich's eyes as he smirked on one side. Bellman felt a strange chill, realizing this man wasn't exactly normal, and allowed him to enter. Though no sound could be heard, Kerndl was still sitting there, eyes closed, muttering arrogantly to himself. Time passed, and the attention of those in the auditorium began to shift toward the entrance. Emmerich was the first to speak. He's here. Bellman lowered the barrier, watching as a man approached with the sound of measured footsteps. Yet, Kerndl, oblivious to the man's presence, continued boasting proudly. That horned fish? Who knows? Even if it had attacked me, I imagine the result would have been the same. As his arrogance filled the auditorium, a round of applause echoed. Truly fitting of the first seat, came a deep, somewhat excited voice. Kerndl's eyes snapped open at the unexpected compliment, and Hercel approached him. As Hercel closed the distance, Kerndl's face began to pale. Hercel Bentenist, I didn't mean what I just said. No, you're absolutely right. I'm sure Senior Kerndl could have defeated that fish with ease, Hercel said, shaking his head as he looked around at the other leaders in the auditorium. Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment, and Bellman felt the same. Kerndl defeating that fish. Even with Hercel saying so, it was hard to believe. But then Hercel began explaining his reasoning, confident in his assertion. I think people have been too quick to belittle Senior Kerndl because of the recent 10 elites competition. That was merely a sparring match, nothing close to an environment where he could fully display his skills. Bellman nodded in partial agreement. After all, a sparring match is just that, it's far from actual combat. I've come to believe that if those events had been a true fight for survival, he might have pushed me to reveal my true power. Bellman's eyes narrowed at the absurdity of the statement. Hercel had easily defeated Burm, the poison viper, escaped the mind control of the nightmare, and dispatched the giant swordfish with a mere flick of his finger. Kerndl was strong, but compared to Hercel, he was far out of his league. If Kerndl had faced the poison viper Burm, he'd have been dead in 3 moves. As Bellman wondered why Hercel was spouting such nonsense, he began to doubt his ears. People were actually starting to believe Hercel's words. That's true, now that you think about it. Why else would Hercel have stepped back? Must be because Kerndl's qualified. Right. During the 10 elites competition, Kerndl was caught off guard, wasn't he? That's why it ended so quickly. Bellman thought their words were foolish, but as he began to understand the reasoning, it made a little sense. Is it because he's ruled as the top dog for so long? People seem overly generous in their assessment of Kerndl. Kerndl had held the top spot for over 2 years, earning recognition for his strength. Moreover, almost no one had witnessed Hercel's abilities firsthand. Sure, he had recently shown his true worth by defeating the giant swordfish in front of many, but some thought the creature had simply rammed its head into the ground out of stupidity. In a situation like this, why is he trying to make them believe such absurdities? Bellman looked at Hercel with a face full of questions. Then Emmerich, standing nearby, let out a knowing chuckle. So that's how it is, Hercel Bentenist. Do you have some insight? Bellman asked. Emmerich turned to him and said, Kerndl is Hercel Bentenist's pawn. He placed that pathetic guy in the first seat to use him. But now he probably thinks Kerndl is worthless and intends to exhaust his last bit of value before graduation. Bellman shivered at the realization. If he's not careful, Kerndl could die. Showing sympathy for Kerndl? That's quite a surprise, Emmerich replied, then looked over at Hercel, who was still stirring up the crowd. I believe in Kerndl, Hercel announced. As 10 elites leader, he'll fulfill his duty and achieve great feats before graduation. No one can deny that Colonel is at the heart of the student body. I trust he'll take a central role in our next mission. Emmerich joined in, enthusiastically raising his fist. That's right. If anyone can do it, it's Colonel. Bernthal, looking puzzled, whispered something to Emmerich, who replied with a few words that caused Bernthal to join in as well. Soon, even those who usually disliked Colonel were swept up in the frenzy, and the auditorium was filled with wild cheers. Bellman closed his eyes, unable to bear the brutal scene. Everyone's lost their senses. Do they even value human life at all? From a moral standpoint, this is utterly unacceptable. Yes, Colonel can do it. Yet his own body responded differently. In the midst of the cheering auditorium, Colonel's emotions grew more and more conflicted. While he felt pleased by the praise, he also sensed that if this continued, he'd end up with a dangerous task. If another high-ranking spirit appeared, he honestly wasn't confident he could handle it. He closed his eyes, recalling the giant swordfish. If it had been me, I'd be dead. Despite his arrogance, he was actually well aware of his limits. Determined to regain control, he looked out at the students. Show them what you're made of before graduation, Colonel. Yeah, as a third year, have some pride. You can't keep leaving it all to herself, right? You may be annoying, but you're our leader. It was hopeless. They didn't seem to be hearing him at all. Colonel glanced cautiously at the one responsible for all this. Then, he witnessed something that made him freeze. Gah! Though Hercel had a hand covering his mouth, his eyes held a sly, sinister gleam that he couldn't hide. Cold sweat ran down Colonel's back as he staggered backward. This guy, could it be? Thinking back, Hercel had no reason to promote him. Their first impression of each other had been far from friendly. Hercel looked at him with barely disguised disdain. In fact, if anything, they were enemies. Hercel Bentenist, from the beginning, you intended to kill me, didn't you? Murder was a grave crime within the academy. Yet, this timely opportunity had arisen. Colonel wondered if Hercel had seized on this chance to send him into the jaws of death without dirtying his own hands. A mocking smile lingered on Hercel's face. This petty guy, all of this just to kill me over something so trivial. Colonel liked to boast, but he wasn't someone blinded by his pride. As he scrambled to come up with a convincing excuse, a group of people began pouring into the auditorium. They were professors dressed in black robes. When Rockefeller, leading the group, stepped up onto the platform, Colonel breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. The professors will obviously assign the most dangerous mission to Hercel Bentenist. Rockefeller was a practical man. He would assign critical tasks to those who were truly fit for them. Colonel shot a smirk in Hercel's direction. Your scheming just backfired. Feeling reassured that nothing alarming would happen, Colonel listened as Rockefeller began explaining the objectives in detail. Spirits continue to pour in through a gate that has appeared behind the fortress. The plan centered on targeting this spirit gate and selecting key individuals for the mission. Some of you may have noticed the increased food supplies. We will launch the operation tonight, opening the barrier temporarily to form an attack force to destroy the spirit gate. It was a near ambush strategy. When the barrier opens temporarily, a defensive line will form to stop any spirits from breaching. Because the outer barriers are linked, opening one would expose them all. They'll do whatever they can to prevent us from reaching the gate, but we don't have enough resources to hold a full line. Many forces will be deployed to guard the fortress. The remaining forces would charge toward the spirit gate. A handful of professors would lead the students, clearing a path through the spirits so the attack team could reach the gate. Of course, the spirit gate is critical to them. A high-ranking spirit will inevitably appear to defend it. I have Lady Bellin in mind to handle this, along with one other. Just as Rockefeller was about to name the other person, Hercel raised his hand and asked, "What role will the headmaster take on?" Rockefeller, visibly annoyed, replied, "Headmaster Arkandrick will remain stationed in the engine room to manage the barrier." As Hercel lowered his hand, Rockefeller pulled out the assignment list. "Now, I will call the names of the unit leaders assigned to the attack team." Several names passed by. Colonel instinctively sensed that whoever paired with Bellin to handle the high-ranking spirit would face the most danger. He silently prayed to be assigned to a simpler attack team, like the others. But then, he heard a familiar name from Rockefeller's lips. Hercel smirked. As the tip of his cane flashed, Rockefeller involuntarily gulped. You bastard. In a life-or-death situation on the battlefield, especially in unfavorable conditions, it's essential not to hold back any cards. But now, things have become a bit ambiguous. He himself is talking like that, so shouldn't Colonel also be given a chance? It would add to his experience, wouldn't it? Don't you think? As if, with an incident like this, do you really think it can be hidden? The main headquarters will obviously hear of it. Supporters of Colonel were voicing their opinions. Exactly. With an army of that size invading, hiding it would be like trying to cover the sky with a hand. Undoubtedly, word would reach the ears of the elders at headquarters, and they'd demand a full report of everything that happened here. The names of the students who stood out would naturally receive greater recognition. Nearby, Professor Gomon, who recently had his severed arm reattached, addressed Professor Ildiran, who wore a splint. Is it because graduation is approaching? Everyone seems overly concerned about their future. They're probably thinking that if Colonel takes a high position, they might get something out of it. Anyway, it's sycophants like them who are making him even more arrogant. But it's strange, isn't it? There used to be a lot of students who disliked Colonel. Why are even they supporting him now? Hearing this, Professor Ildiran closed his eyes in contemplation. Could it be that they're hoping he might perish in this mission? It is quite dangerous, after all. Haha, what a devilish bunch. No matter how much you dislike someone, how can they wish such a thing? Rockefeller was convinced that it was Hercel who had crafted these rumors to manipulate the students. Hercel was the first to suggest that morale would drop unless Kerndl was made the focal point for the students. Something did feel off even before entering the auditorium. He had no idea what he's planning. But one thing he knew for certain, as clear as his gritted teeth, was that he's no ordinary tough guy. Despite all sorts of pressure, he stubbornly stayed at the Schlaf Hall and even ascended to the Adele Hall, an unusual man indeed. Ugh. With that guy, I wouldn't be surprised if he storms in with just his cane. As Hercel leaned against the wall, seeming to wait for a response, Rockefeller felt even more unsettled. Calm down, calm down. Put aside that annoying fellow for now. Rockefeller took a few deep breaths, calming his nerves. Phew. Clearing his mind, he began weighing his options with a cool head. First, he considered the repercussions of not placing Kerndl at the forefront in the high-ranking spirit assault. It was clear that it would be problematic in various ways. The students' morale would drop, and only useless, spare forces would emerge, barely worthy of being called magicians. What would happen if they were sent out? Even with Bellin there, relying on him alone wasn't reassuring. At least one senior professor needed to accompany them. Strong individuals who could slaughter mid-level spirits were scarce, making this a headache of an issue. When the barrier opens, enemies will surely surge from all directions, so the troops needed for defense were no small matter. Damn, and we've got a lot of injured already. They were struggling with a shortage of manpower, but there was one small relief. The core room in charge of the barrier, essential to defense, had none other than Arcandric stationed there. Rockefeller wiped his face with his hand and pointed at Professor Gomon. I'll have Kerndl join the assault on the high-level spirits. And Gomon, you're going with him. Me? Yes. Understood. The students in the auditorium beamed with joy, except for one man whose expression turned heavy under the weight of the situation. Kerndl, this is your big chance. Perform well here, and you might just be assigned to headquarters right after. Hey, don't forget us when you graduate. You know you've got to watch my back, right? Kerndl opened his mouth to reply but ended up only mouthing words silently. With great bluster comes great responsibility. Hercel ben Tenist. It was a phrase I had etched into my notebook to include in my memoirs one day before I die. Donaton, having read it, let out a sigh of admiration. I get it. Those words suit you well enough. It was the life I had lived, after all. I'd long been a veteran in this field. My ample experience allowed me to turn this crisis onto Kerndl, securing my safety yet again. Although, that man might actually die, you know. Donaton, you seem to misunderstand. I'm fundamentally a kind person, but I'm flexible enough to join hands with the devil if it means survival. Why do you even throw in words like flexible in that context? Fine, let's call it yielding. Flexibility often feels like that. With that trivial banter, we left the auditorium. The squad leaders, each with their orders, split into two main groups. Kerndl's group was the assault team, aiming to breach the spirit gates. Hey, Kerndl, it's not that way. Over here, here. Ahem, I must have mistaken it. And I went in the opposite direction, the defense team. While they moved out, the barrier would remain open. Our job was to eliminate any spirits trying to enter the fortress in the meantime. Risk-wise, my position was certainly much safer. There was a reason I had been assigned this cushy role. With archers like Limberton, whose attack count was limited, Aslay, who could only do grabs but couldn't handle spirits, Doroshion, who watched on with powerful strength yet no inclination to help, and me, who had declared I'd fight with a staff in hand or nothing at all. The decision to place us in the defense team instead of the assault team was probably for the best, given our utility. Of course, there were concerns. It would have been better if we were all assigned to the assault team, but it seems that didn't happen, said Bellman, who was on the assault team. In fact, aside from those on our team, all the main players had been assigned to the assault team. The threat of the high-level spirits made me worry about their safety, but as for that, the 10 elites is competent enough. Besides, we have Grand Aunt too. Originally, Bellin was supposed to oversee the core room in this scenario. Thanks to Arcandric replacing her, we were able to allocate strong forces to the assault team. The spirit gate should go down without much trouble. Even so, I thought it would be a waste to let this scenario pass without giving it proper effort. Bellman, don't treat this as an insignificant mission just because it's not central to the operation. I wasn't planning on it. But why are you saying that? It just seems like an ideal trial for growth. The main players usually grow stronger through hidden trials within the scenario. Though it might feel heavy for them to face this challenge early on, if they gain something from it, it will accelerate their growth. This would give them more time to train and might even enable them to reach levels previously unattainable. Well, whether you see it as a valuable opportunity or a storm you hope passes quickly is up to you. As I turned away, Bellman responded, I'll pass it along to the others. There was a hint of determination in his voice. I waved briefly and turned the corner. There, crouched in the corner, were Aslay and Limberton, who stood up to greet me. Limberton's face was oddly soot-covered. What happened to you? Aslay answered for him. Limberton tried to talk to Doroshion. Did he try to hit on her? No, he just introduced himself. Since Aslay was saying that, it seemed Limberton hadn't behaved as obnoxiously as he usually did. Limberton stroked his chin in contemplation. I thought I spoke normally this time. Why do women dislike me so much? The issue wasn't you but Doroshion herself. Anyway, where is she? Oh, she went back to her room, saying there's no point in tagging along if she has nothing to do. She said she'd take a quick nap. That was indeed very typical of Doroshion. But honestly, as long as she wasn't participating in the battle, her absence didn't bother me much. Well, if that's how she feels, there's not much we can do. It seemed, though, that she had left behind some cryptic words before leaving. Right, Hercel, there was something I was supposed to pass along to you. She asked if you could sense anything from the demonic energy. I tilted my head, puzzled by the question. Just as air gives a natural feeling, demonic energy has its own distinct, unpleasant, and tainted sensation. I could have answered that it merely felt foul and polluted, but what was odd was that this question came from Doroshion. She was a woman who could probe deeper into the essence of things, even mana. Perhaps she'd sensed something others might easily overlook within the demonic energy. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time to ponder it. We'll deal with that later. Everyone, get some rest and prepare immediately. Already? I still haven't heard what the operation is about. I'll explain on the way, so listen up. The battle would begin in 30 minutes. The first to notice the anomaly was the bat. When he perked up his ears, the slug spirit asked, Juret, what's wrong? The enemy is moving with greater force, he replied. Juret possessed the ability to sense vibrations through ultrasonic waves. The faint tremors reaching him here confirmed the start of the attack. They'll be here soon. We need to get ready too. Hearing this, the slug spirit replied in a concerned tone. What? I thought it'd take at least 3 days, but now. Juret felt the same way. With the current situation and wounded among them, they'd expected a few days respite, which was why they'd stationed forces around the barrier. It wasn't the best moment to mobilize, but they'll likely target the spirit gate first, won't they? We should expect that. Oh, thank goodness. I've already buried myself. With her ability as a slug spirit, she could even turn the enemy's best laid plans into blunders. Then, let's get moving, she said, beginning to burrow into the ground. Juret looked over at the plague doctor and voiced his thought. I plan to follow Merdilla. I have a bad feeling. Doesn't seem like the enemy will advance here just yet. Go ahead, Juret. With that, Juret opened the door to the demon chamber and soared into the sky. 10 seconds left until the barrier would open. Bellman, deployed with the assault team, checked the backs of Lena and Sela before glancing at Bellin's squad, the core of this mission. Bellin, Professor Gomon, and Kerndl, those three stood at the center of the formation, ready to draw their weapons when the high-level spirit appeared. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Professor Gomon started counting down. 8. As time dragged on, the squad leaders nearby gripped their weapons tightly. Even in the midst of this, Arizal gave Rix a piece of advice. Don't overdo it. Oh, yeah, Rix replied awkwardly, while Mercel, standing behind him, pouted her lips. 3. Professor Gomon's voice continued counting down. 2. The moment everyone's feet dug into the ground, ready to launch. 1. As the barrier dissipated, the assault team charged forward with intensity. The spirits, in a rush, scrambled to gather their forces, but the difference between those prepared in advance and those reacting hastily was evident. Take them all down. The professors led the charge, shattering the spirits' forms. The students, now far more adept than during the defense, moved skillfully. Among them, those whom Bellman knew personally were especially noticeable on the battlefield, impressing him. Have they really grown this much from just one battle? The mages restrained the more formidable spirits. The swordsmen hacked off their claws and teeth. The spirits that managed to revive were swiftly finished off by the knights, who unleashed their aura to end them decisively. The mages empowered the swords of those unable to do so, and with each spirit corpse that piled up, their advance quickened. Half the distance to the spirit gate remained quicker than anticipated. At this speed, that door will be destroyed in no time. But a strange unease rose within him. It was likely due to the absence of a certain presence he'd expected to encounter. Strange. Wasn't there supposed to be another high-level spirit? Of course, if there weren't, it would be a good thing. Even if there was, it might have been caught off guard and unable to respond immediately. However, the serious expression on the elderly veteran's face kept Bellman from feeling entirely optimistic. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Bellman glanced back at Bellin as he ran, noting that Professor Gomon, who was beside her, was looking at her curiously. Lady Bellin, why have you stopped? Scanning her surroundings thoroughly, Bellin fixed her gaze on the ground. Then, with a grave expression, she shouted loudly, everyone, assume defensive positions. At her shout, an earthquake began to rumble. The ground shook, and walls of earth began to rise up. As they started to encase even the sky, Bellman's gaze was drawn to the moon shining above. A lone bat flapped within its yellow circle. When the earthen walls finally covered it, the soldiers grew anxious. What is this? I can't see anything? Someone, turn on a light. Bellman cast light from the tip of his staff, revealing a complex network of walls surrounding them. What is this? A cave. Are we trapped? Then someone banged on the wall. When their ironclad fists struck, the earth peeled away, revealing a surface that looked like the squishy insides of some creature. It's like being inside an animal's stomach. Bellman looked around to assess the situation, and then a woman's voice echoed throughout the space. Hello? It feels like a maze, doesn't it? The voice was strange, slightly removed from a human's tone. Don't worry, it's not an actual maze. This is my stomach. Welcome to becoming my meal. It was undoubtedly the voice of the high-level spirit who had set this trap. Defending was nothing new. The defense team swiftly repelled the spirits that had entered during the brief opening of the barrier. It felt much easier than before, didn't it? Limberton remarked. I agreed with him. They came in briefly, so there were fewer of them than before. Still, it was simpler than expected. Now, all that remained was waiting for the assault team to complete their mission safely. The defense team, having finished their task, began making their way back to the fortress. But a trembling voice came through the loudspeakers. All defense team members, gather immediately. Seeing Rockefeller's alarmed expression, it was clear something had happened. A sense of urgency quickened our steps. Just as we reached the fortress, someone shouted. It was a commander from the assault team. Walls rose up from the ground, trapping everyone. Huh? But why are you fine? Where's your squad? I was in the rear, so I wasn't caught. But we need to move fast. Who knows what's happening in there right now? Something big had occurred. I let out a small sigh and recalled an item I'd carefully stashed in my inventory. Elixir of Dreams. Type, Illusion. A potion painstakingly crafted by Lord of Dreams. Duration, 3 minutes. Upon consumption, it turns all status effects experienced during its duration into illusions. Even the cooldowns of attributes are constantly reset. If death occurs, even death itself becomes an illusion at the end of the duration. My last resort trump card, saved for a truly dire situation. Hopefully, I won't have to use it in this scenario. A sticky floor. The sharp smell of stomach acid. Bellman illuminated the isolated area with his staff, examining their position. We've ended up far from Lady Bellin. He was separated from Bellin, who had been in the center of the march. In one spot, there were Lena, Scylla, and Ryaman and Edina, led by Erisiel. Only a few third-year seniors were with them. 2 members of the third-year magic department also lit their surroundings with their staffs. There are multiple paths ahead. This isn't exactly a dungeon maze. It was far from a typical dungeon. They were inside a spirit's stomach. There would be no monsters, cliffs, or venomous traps here. As expected of nearly graduated third years, they understood this well. We can't really call this a path, can we? The spirit isn't likely to leave an easy exit. So, what's the plan then? Should we try to find a way to communicate with the outside? While they were discussing their options, Scylla was staring blankly at the wall. Should I try slicing it once? Wait. Bellman hurriedly stopped her, preparing a protective magic barrier just in case. We don't know if an acidic liquid might pour out of the wall. Scylla let out an "oh" and then swung her sword at the wall with all her strength. Slice? Her sword was infused with a discharged aura. But, strangely, the wall healed instantly, as if it had never been cut at all. Scylla stepped back from the wall, her face twisted in disgust. Ugh, did you see that? It just squirmed. This is remarkable. The healing speed is so fast you can't even see a trace of the cut. Bellman adjusted his glasses and examined the cut closely. It looked perfectly smooth. What is this? I definitely cut it, yet there's not a single scar. They were inside the spirit's body. Even though they attacked a vulnerable organ, there wasn't a single mark. They needed to determine if this was simply due to monstrous regeneration, or if it was an illusion. Maybe all of this is just fake. To test his theory, Bellman cast a purification spell. It was an advanced spell he had diligently learned, finding it useful each time the professors demonstrated it. He lightly tapped his staff, which was glowing with a white light, against his forehead, but the wall remained the same. One doubt that it might be an illusion was put to rest. Scylla, this time, try slicing it thin, like you're cutting ham. Bellman's suggestion made Scylla raise an eyebrow in confusion. Huh? Like the ham in a sandwich. Scylla, seeming to think Bellman had a plan, nodded and infused her sword with aura again. This time, she neatly sliced through a rounded protrusion on the wall. As a piece of the flesh fell to the floor with a soft thud, Bellman's eyes widened. The severed piece immediately merged with the rest, like a clump of mud sinking back into a muddy pool. Lena squinted, giving an example that closely resembled what they saw. It's like a slime. Even if you cut it in half, it merges back into one. Slime-type creatures had the characteristic of regenerating when their severed parts were rejoined. A cellular bond, perhaps. But there's more to it than that? Bellman pointed to the section Scylla had cut. Though she'd severed and dropped a rounded part onto the ground, the wall was already back to its original form. I need to experiment with this. Bellman created a small square barrier and trapped a portion of the wall within it. Even then, the severed surface started to writhe and restored itself to its original form. The mass that I cut is still in the barrier. Seeing it restore itself like this, it seems to be replicating. This also explained why the aura-infused cut hadn't affected it. The reason aura could kill spirits was because it severed their mana-infused bodies, similar to blood. However, it didn't have the power to prevent fresh flesh from growing at the cut site. It'd be best to abandon any hope of killing it with aura, it'll just regenerate before it's dead. The biggest challenge, however, lay in the speed of the restoration. Cutting through it with a sword is virtually impossible. So then, Bellman pondered another method but shook his head. Though a more effective way did exist, he dismissed it due to potential risks. No, that would endanger everyone. A bit inconvenient, but using the barrier might be our only option. Suddenly, a worrying thought struck him, his eyes widening. Could he be sure no one else had considered the previous method? And there was no guarantee that everyone had recognized its potential dangers. just as he prepared to warn those nearby. Ahem. Seems you've discovered something, said Arasil, who had been standing idly with a blank expression, now approaching. Arasil, have you learned anything so far? Bellman asked, and Arasil averted his gaze, replying reluctantly, that we're trapped in a stomach. Ryaman blinked, grumbling, if this guy knew anything useful, he'd be bragging already. Edina, however, offered some helpful information. I was with the third-year seniors, checking the paths. We used detection magic just in case, but every path was blocked. No one could detect any other way out. They were tangled in a maze-like set of intestines. If the paths were blocked, everyone was likely isolated in separate areas. Got it. Then follow me, and I'll explain what we've discovered so far. Bellman approached where the third-year seniors were gathered. Once everyone was together, Bellman explained the unique properties of the intestines. One of the third-year magic seniors began drawing a spell formula with their staff. Regeneration, huh? Well, in that case, let's just burn it. Burn marks will permanently inhibit cellular regeneration. Bellman urgently grabbed the hand of the senior holding her staff. Flame magic is absolutely out of the question, senior. This is an enclosed space. Without knowing the wall's thickness or the size of the intestines, it's far too dangerous. It was just as he feared. The natural impulse was to think of burning a hole in the wall. Everyone seemed tense from the stressful environment, their minds becoming anxious. If they calmly considered the consequences, they'd understand the risk. Meanwhile, Bellin's squad had also figured out the peculiar properties of the intestines. It took a bit of time, but it was becoming clear why Goemon had earned Rockefeller's acknowledgement. Growth and cellular fusion, huh? Didn't peg you for such an observant type with that big build of yours. Oh, this is nothing, really, haha. Bellin offered Goemon a modest compliment before placing her hand on the ground. As she closed her eyes to channel her aura, Kerndl squinted and asked, what exactly are you doing? Don't talk to me. Can't you see I'm concentrating? Bellin snapped irritably, and Goemon explained on her behalf. That's Neogian, a secret technique of the Tenist family. It's one of the methods they used to rule the demonic realm without mages. The technique involved spreading aura like an electric current, surrounding the environment and analyzing objects. As it required intense focus, beads of sweat rolled down Bellin's forehead. Sheesh, maybe it's been too long? My hand's gone numb. Bellin took a deep breath, directing her concentration into her palm. Soon, electrical signals began to return from a distance. These sensations roughly mapped the structure beyond the intestines and pinpointed the origin of the magical energy. I've figured out the direction of what seems to be the creature's heart. Kerndl gasped in disbelief. Is that even possible? The heart of a magical creature contains a high concentration of energy. But I'm not completely certain, I'm only guessing because this case involves a spirit. When the chief monkey swung its tail, Arkandric had sensed magical energy. This mysterious creature seemed to also use magical energy, meaning it might be a high-level spirit. Bellin was busy sorting out these clues one by one when Kerndl cleared his throat and made an absurd request. Ahem. Could you teach me that technique? You're asking to learn a family secret. Lady Bellin, you came here to teach, didn't you? It's not an unreasonable request. Kerndl's impertinent attitude made Bellin frown. Teaching something like that would need permission from the family head. Why don't you try saying that to AOL? He'd probably cut off your head. Kerndl flinched, swallowing nervously. Bellin clicked her tongue and shot Goemon an annoyed look. Why, exactly, was an idiot like him assigned here? And what about that reckless nephew? Her cell, well, there were a few complications, hee. Goemon replied with a foolish laugh, scratching the back of his head. Bellin scowled. Ugh, looking at you lot lately is just pathetic. I have no excuse. But that boy is as stubborn as they come. Bellin, finding some sense in the reasoning, fell silent. True, that one has always been stubborn. Never listens. A moment of quiet passed, and the tension dissipated. Bellin brought up a heavier subject. So, in this case, is the mission the priority, or the students? Pathfinders are a group that wouldn't hesitate to leave fallen comrades behind for the mission. But here, they were at the academy. If they were caught in an unexpected incident rather than an organized training exercise, they had a duty to prioritize the students' lives. Yet, there was one exception. Goemon sighed and spoke bitterly, it's wartime. It's an exception. This was a rule established after the lessons of past wars. In wartime, students lose their status as students and are temporarily given the rank of Pathfinder. In this case, destroying the Spirit Gate took precedence over saving lives. Even so, Bellin chuckled as she drew her sword. I'm not too keen on that. I'll hunt down this thing first and worry about the Spirit Gate afterward. What if the elders find out? They'll just give me a lecture. If they're unhappy, they can just let me go. A surge of electricity sparked along Bellin's arm, gripping her sword. Well then, let's go round up the kids first. The wall's regeneration speed was so fast that no cuts were visible. Then the answer was simple: cut faster. For the first time in a while, Bellin executed the family's secret sword technique. Of course, with the age she had on her and rusty skills, it was no easy task. Here's hoping I don't pull a tendon. As she took a deep breath to steady herself, Kerndl spoke up again, spouting nonsense. Lady Bellin, as I understand, you can imbue your sword with flames. Why not just burn it all? Burns should prevent regeneration. Kerndl looked triumphant, thinking he'd had a clever idea. As Bellin looked at him with pity, Goemon shook his head. This is a confined space. If you use flames, you'll burn up all the oxygen. Without knowing when we can escape, you might risk suffocating us all. Then let's just get it over with quickly, Colonel replied cluelessly, making Bellin scratch his head in frustration. You idiot. The walls are thick, and the area is huge. If you go around burning everything, we're all dead. Even if you don't know the specifics, that's common sense. Colonel closed his mouth, realizing Bellin was right. With frustration mounting, Bellin shouted at Gomon. Ugh, is this fool really a top-level soldier? Well, his skills are decent. His lack of brains is just a flaw, Bellin muttered, a hopeless case, and swung his sword at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Slice. A large square hole appeared as the wall was sliced. Before the wall could regenerate, she swiftly grabbed the backs of Gomon and Colonel's necks and jumped through the hole. Whether from shock or embarrassment, Colonel lost his balance and landed flat on the ground with a splat. Colonel secretly wiped away a tear. Elsewhere, Juret was keeping an eye on Myrtilla, the spirit of the giant slug. She surveyed the vast army of spirits surrounding Myrtilla's massive body. If a significant portion of their forces was lost, taking down the fortress would become far easier. Victory is tipping in our favor. But I mustn't let my guard down. That swordsman who wields flame is out there. Juret landed on Myrtilla's body. Myrtilla, how are things inside? I felt a brief, tingling sensation, like something was stirring around inside me. Anything else unusual? Not much. Just a few idiots trying to burn things up. Her tone was calm, but Juret felt a pang of concern. That must be painful. Oh, I'm long used to that. Myrtilla chuckled, brushing off the scars that had once been her trauma. It's better than touching salt, at least. When she was no bigger than a thumb, she'd lived a life no different from a racehorse in a gambling den. Humans had trapped her along with other slug spirits in a salt maze, placing bets on which one would escape first. If they were too slow, salt would be sprinkled on them, causing their bodies to dissolve, and the defeated slugs met their end in agony. Perhaps this was why she had shaped her insides like a maze, haunted by those memories of the past. I hope they feel the same melting pain you endured. May this bring you a measure of comfort, Myrtilla. Juret gently stroked Myrtilla's immense form with her small hand, offering quiet solace. Then, recalling the most concerning figure, she looked toward the fortress. The man who had easily slain Hornbull, the spirit of the giant blue marlin, had yet to reveal himself. The longer he stays hidden, the more it unnerves me. That blonde man is the greatest threat. Ideally, she hoped he was trapped within Myrtilla's stomach, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Juret felt grateful she was here, keeping a close watch on the fortress. At the fortress's peak, Rockefeller peered through a telescope, observing the situation outside, the enormous slug and the multitude of spirit troops around it. Normally, the right course would be to bypass them and destroy the spirit gate. But breaking through such a large force required the strength of those trapped inside. He had some personal reasons for this, as well. Inside are people of great potential, Lady Bellin and Mercil. If either of them were to die, the Tenist family's fury would be fierce. Stirring up the Duke's wrath would be unmanageable, and the central office would likely try to deflect responsibility. Recalling this, Rockefeller cast a lightning spell and slowly descended. The training grounds were filled with professors and students on defense duty. As they awaited his orders, Rockefeller singled out a man. Hamendel. Upon hearing his name, Hamendel hesitantly approached. Why yes, sir. We'll need your abilities again. Prepare yourself. Prepare, sir? You don't mean. Hamendel's eyes twitched in alarm, sensing something ominous. Rockefeller nodded and gestured toward the spirits outside. First, we gather intel. That one will do. Rockefeller pointed to a long snake. A snake could easily slip through with only a small opening. Wait a moment. You can't mean what I think. Possess it. Hamendel's face fell, looking grim. Last time, he'd possessed an undead creature during the Luan incident. Now it was a corrupted snake spirit, flicking its tongue. Rockefeller, you bastard. Now you're telling me to crawl on the ground. Hamendel hated Rockefeller. The feeling of becoming a snake would be almost impossible to put into words. His vision was generally blurry, and despite the chilly weather, he didn't feel any increase in body temperature. His tongue flicked uncontrollably, tasting dozens of flavors through an unusual sense of smell. If he had been born with such senses, it might have been different. But for Hamendel, who had lived as a human, this was torture. Ugh, I feel nauseous. I'd rather be possessed by an undead, he muttered. Being undead, most senses were dulled, so there was no particular feeling, and walking on two legs wasn't strange. However, moving in a snake's body was challenging from the start. How am I supposed to move forward like this? Hamendel twisted his entire body with all his might, only to squirm in place. Just then, Rockefeller's voice rang out sharply through a sound transmission spell. What are you doing, flailing about so pathetically? You're in the middle of enemy territory? If you're discovered, you could be torn to pieces. Act like a snake. As if it were that simple. It's easy to mimic a familiar body, but this is a completely different form? I can barely even crawl, Hamendel replied, hoping Rockefeller would understand by now. But Rockefeller had an impressive knowledge of things most people didn't. There are 4 main ways a snake moves. The easiest are undulating like a wave or contracting the body for straight line motion. Sighing deeply, Hamendel tried what Rockefeller suggested. After several attempts, he managed to move forward. Imagining himself as more of a worm than a snake, still, it worked. But there's another issue. My vision is so blurry, I can't see where I'm going. Reaching the slug's body is tough. Think of using your tongue to smell. Concentrate on the cells below your eyes, and the world will appear in infrared, Rockefeller advised. Following his instructions, Hamendel truly began to feel it. He could sense the scent of nearby spirits with his tongue, and the world appeared in shades of red and blue, and colors in between. Was this guy a snake in a past life? Hamendel thought with unease, moving towards the giant body of the slug. Soon, Rockefeller would make his move. As before, he would create an entry-sized hole in the barrier with his staff. The spirits, noticing Hamendel moving backward, looked at him suspiciously. Just then, an arrow, gleaming with light, shot from the barrier. Thunk! The arrow struck the slug's body, and it instantly grew large. As the arrow disappeared, Hamendel quickly pushed himself into the now enlarged hole. But the slug's regeneration speed was bewilderingly fast. The regenerated organ of the slug wrapped around Hamendel, trapping him without letting him fully enter. Professor Rockefeller? I'm stuck here. What? Then, Hamendel began to sense something strange. Small red dots, like grains of rice, were wriggling tightly within the crimson interior of the slug's body. Additionally, the smell on his tongue was different. What is this? As he heightened his senses, he felt a gripping pain, as if something were tightly holding onto his tail. He was pulled away from the wall by this force. Ugh! As the outside air touched his skin, he heard a voice with a tone far removed from human sounds. How surprising. Have you developed a new magic in the time I've been away? I never thought you'd stoop to stealing a spirit's body. Juret sneered as he threw Hamendel onto the ground. Still, to think you'd evolve magic in such a manner. Then again, you've always been like this. Using the power granted by the world for prosperity, only to obsess over harming others with it, relying on your remarkable creativity, which no other race possesses. And with those words, Juret stomped on Hamendel's head, crushing it. Splat! Gasp! Gasp! Hamendel, now back in his human form, opened his eyes, panting heavily. He was lying on the ground, and the first thing he saw was the ceiling. He had narrowly avoided excruciating pain. If he had delayed releasing the possession, he might have been too shocked to wake up for some time. As he collected himself, Rockefeller's face suddenly appeared. Hamendel, what on earth happened? Rockefeller seemed unaware of the recent events. Since Hamendel had gone deep into the spirit's ranks, there was no way he could have seen it. Hamendel then explained about the bat that had appeared blurry to him. It was a giant bat, about the size of a person, that pulled me out and killed me. It even spoke, so I assume it was a high-ranking spirit. Hamendel also explained the slug's formidable regenerative ability, and above all, the speed at which the hole healed. I think this is why those inside couldn't escape. There was no way that the carefully selected individuals had died inside its stomach. Talented as they were likely struggling to break through the slug's insides. But the lack of news until now likely indicated that they were having a hard time because of this unique trait. This is quite the headache. Rockefeller clicked his tongue and looked out at the barrier. The spirit's forces were still concentrated around the slug's body. Even if they managed to escape on their own, it's a problem. Enemies are surrounding us on all sides. Hamendel immediately understood what Rockefeller meant. In that case, we may need to take a bolder approach. For better or worse, they had no choice but to break the barrier and deploy a large number of defenders. They might position a minimal force near the fortress, but that alone wouldn't guarantee their defense. Fortunately, the spirits were concentrated in one area, so the risk of enemies attacking from all directions was reduced. Additionally, they had placed Arcandric, the core of their defense, in the engine room. And then there was Hercel. Hamendel frowned. Hercel, who had apparently been elsewhere, was now trudging back with a staff in hand. That guy, has he been carrying that staff around all this time? He proudly gnawed on a piece of jerky with telekinetic magic, asserting his identity as a wizard. This insufferable guy. Is he really just going to let us handle everything? Hamendel wanted to say something, but it was hard to argue with Hercel, who had already achieved results by catching that massive fish. Feeling exasperated, he looked over at Rockefeller, intending to report any other unusual details. Rockefeller, however, was focused on the bat perched atop the slug's back. By the way, we don't have any information on that thing. I guess we'll just have to figure it out as we fight. Professor Rockefeller, about when I was stuck inside that creature's body earlier, well, it's hard to explain. I don't know how to put it. It was difficult to express what he sensed with the snake's instincts. There was something embedded throughout the inside of the slug's body. The smell was different, and there was a significant temperature difference. I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Well, it was, like independent organisms moving on their own. I could sense other life forms that seemed to be of a different species. As Hamendel spoke, he realized a more precise way to describe it. The wriggling entities within the slug's organs weren't just one or two, they seemed to have mouths that gnawed away at the flesh. And as time passed, they even grew larger. These things felt like parasites, living by devouring their host. Myrdilla closed her eyes to the sensations coming from her organs. Dormant parasites had awakened and were gnawing away at her flesh, a reaction triggered by the prey that had entered and activated her digestive system. To Myrdilla, this was a familiar feeling, no longer painful, though it stirred past trauma. Memories of her owner, who used to race snails, came flooding back. Here, eat. You need to win the next race. What is this? Shut up and eat before I sprinkle salt. What he'd forced into her mouth were parasite eggs of an unknown species. Later, she learned something distinct about these creatures. In moments of danger from predators, they instinctively fled, giving back a portion of the strength they had gained from their host. Because of that bastard, Myrdilla resented these parasites she was forced to coexist with for life. Though they had helped her survive each race when her owner sprinkled salt, they also cursed her with vivid memories of those times, even after many years had passed. Ugh. Once again, Myrdilla felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Bellman used a barrier to split the wall. First, he created a single line of barrier magic, which he drove into the wall, then expanded it into a rectangular frame. As a tunnel-like path formed, the nearby onlookers murmured in awe. This method makes the regeneration irrelevant. So, all we had to do was install a barrier like this, Scylla said, walking at the front. The wall's thickness is around 5 meters. Isn't that quite a bit of mana? Indeed, Bellman had made the barrier large and spacious, not knowing the wall's thickness and using a bit of caution. If the barrier hadn't been big enough, it would have wasted his mana. I'll keep making barriers generously until we know the average thickness. They emerged from the short tunnel, and suddenly, the smell of burning filled their noses. Bellman felt his head spin. The first to show symptoms was Scylla. Wait, I'm feeling short of breath. As Scylla started to stagger, Lena quickly checked her pallor, eyes wide with alarm, and lifted her up. I think I know this feeling. It was like this during training at high altitudes, she said. The oxygen levels must be low, given the burning smell. Someone must have used a flame here, wasting precious oxygen. Just so you know, carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen. In a confined space like this, it'll settle at the bottom, so don't lower your head if you don't want to suffocate. Bellman cautioned and then asked Edina, can you change carbon dioxide into oxygen? That's easy enough. Let's conserve it for now. We might need it if anyone passes out. Bellman stood on tiptoe to address the third-year magic division seniors nearby. The barrier magic is consuming a lot of mana. Would you mind keeping an eye on the surroundings for us? The seniors nodded and began swinging their staffs. Water droplets formed in midair and swirled through the labyrinthine interior. There seems to be someone over there, said a senior, taking the lead. Bellman followed closely behind. But suddenly, the senior stopped dead in his tracks. At that moment, a faint chewing sound echoed. As the senior looked puzzled, Bellman moved up beside him, but then froze, his eyes widening at the strange sight before them. A thin, emaciated figure with white, shell-like skin crouched, tearing into a corpse with clawed hands. Prepare for combat immediately, shouted the senior. The white creature turned its head and leapt to its feet. It had a helmet shaped like a shrimp and dark, beady eyes. The creature bared its sharp fangs, emitting a grotesque sound. Crack crack crack. Was it a kind of signal? Holes began appearing in the wall, and identical faces poked out, just like the creature. Bellman quickly used a barrier to block their entry. I need to observe the enemy first. He left the first creature he'd seen untouched for reference. A senior from the night division raised a shield at the front, and the creature sprang forward from its place. Leap. The creature kicked off the ceiling and shot toward them diagonally. The night division senior quickly raised his shield at an angle to deflect the attack. With a clang, the creature collided with the shield and was flung back. The shield-bearing senior turned to the magic division senior. Looks like we can keep up with its speed. But why did those people get taken down by it? Probably suffocated. Look, their swords are still sheathed. The creature composed itself and charged again. The night division senior, confident, lowered his shield and gripped his sword with both hands. This looks doable. As the creature drew near, a slicing sound followed, and its head dropped to the ground. Bellman carefully observed the creature's corpse and then spoke to the seniors. I'm planning to turn off the lights. Please hold on to each other's sleeves and follow me. Avoiding unnecessary combat was the best choice. Bellman maintained the barrier and led the group carefully, moving quietly enough that even their footsteps were silent. No more creatures appeared, and they eventually returned to the place they had come from. This area was now an open space with a single wall behind them, different from before. Bellman floated a light and addressed the seniors politely. In this situation, we need a leader to coordinate everyone. Would one of you seniors be willing to take on that role? A senior waved his hand dismissively. You've already been acting as the leader this whole time. You're Bellman from the Horus family, right? Watching you so far, you're doing quite well. With the senior's approval, Bellman immediately started issuing orders. We need to conserve the barrier whenever possible. Stay on guard. These creatures could come out from anywhere at any time. He's quick to talk casually, one senior remarked. It's because of that Hercel guy. His bad influence is rubbing off. Everyone gripped their weapons and kept a close watch on their surroundings. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Bellman pondered the mysterious creatures. Where did these things come from? They weren't spirits. The knight's sword hadn't been coated in an aura, so it wasn't a spirit-slaying strike. Yet they didn't seem to be monsters from outside either. Judging by that armor, it certainly looks like an insect, doesn't it? As Bellman recalled a few more clues, a theory flashed through his mind. Parasites. At the mention of parasites, Ericil recoiled. And no way. I've never heard of parasites that big. Just watching them move through the intestines shows how well adapted they are to this environment. Those creatures we saw earlier were probably made that way from the start. Considering the situation, parasites are the only explanation that fits. Unknown parasites. How many were there, and what kinds? Now, each wall had become a potential threat. No sooner had he thought this than parasites began poking out from the walls. They're coming? Damn it, they've chased us all the way here. Bellman watched the creatures engaging his companions, gripping his staff tightly. The battle was a grueling war of attrition, and if they couldn't breach the parasites and walls quickly, they would indeed become prey, just as the slug had warned. This was far beyond what students should be handling. I can't just focus on defense. I have to find a way forward quickly. Otherwise, Bellman suddenly remembered Hersel's words and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Whether you see it as a missed opportunity or a storm to get through, that's up to you. Could there really be room to view this situation as an opportunity for growth? Rockefeller gathered most of the defense team and briefed them on the mission. I already had an idea, having overheard what he and Hamendel discussed. To overcome the spirit gate, they needed to rescue those inside the slug's stomach. What little they knew was that the slug had a terrifyingly fast regeneration speed, and there was also a high-ranking spirit resembling a bat. Our knowledge of them is limited. Although we'd prefer to proceed cautiously, too much time has already passed. So, there's no elaborate plan. We'll break through the enemies and hunt the slug and the bat spirit. We'll improvise as we go. All decisions would be made on the spot. Then, let's begin. The barrier was disabled, and 90% of the defense team crossed the boundary to advance. At the front was Astley, with Limberton at the rear. Running in the middle, I gripped my staff once more. Then, I felt a sharp gaze from above. It's here. The bat looked directly at me, as if to say those words. It bothered me a bit, but I brushed it off. Limberton, you've saved up your strength, right? My condition's perfect. I just finished stretching. But where did you disappear to earlier? The club floor. Even if it's my first time seeing it, it'll eventually be hunted down. Oh my, there are so many of them. Bellin tapped her waist and straightened up. Piles of parasitic corpses lay scattered across the floor. Professor Gaumont praised her efforts. You've worked hard, Dame Bellin. You've swept quite a few yourself. But that one over there. Bellin shot a look at Kerndl. Kerndl, shrinking back, pointed to a few parasites still writhing on the ground. If you and the professor hadn't been so proactive, we could have caught even more. Yes, yes. Well done. Not bad for a student. Though her tone lacked sincerity, Kerndl shrugged, seemingly pleased. After all, compared to her previous remarks, this was close enough to a compliment. Bellin looked around at the group in the open spaces center. 6 people were professors and students they met after breaking through the wall. The remaining 9 were students who had clumsily tried to melt the wall with flames, only to collapse from suffocation. How are they doing? Bellin asked, and the professor replied, they should come to their senses shortly. Make sure to give them a thorough education after this. That mess happened because you didn't teach them well enough. Ah, yes. My apologies, Dame Bellin. The oxygen level in the area was gradually decreasing. The more people present, the faster it would deplete. It would be wise to move to a room with more oxygen as soon as possible. Looks like we need to head to the next location. Bellin placed her hand on the ground and activated her sight. As information came through, she took out paper and pen. Beside her, Professor Gaumont watched her sketching the map with a face full of curiosity. How about the others? Judging from their new locations, it seems they're moving well as separate units. The scattered students and professors appear to have figured out a way to pass through walls without using flames. Still, some groups continued to stay in one place, just as they had before. These were Bellin's top priority, as they were most likely in danger, either suffocating or dealing with parasites or perhaps already dead. As Bellin continued drawing the map, she chuckled. Oh, look at this. One particular unit was moving at an exceptionally rapid pace. While others struggled to get past one wall, this group moved through 2. It was likely her nephew, possessing an extraordinary gift, often referred to as an ancestral prodigy. Mercel, perhaps. The reason she assumed it was Mercel rather than a professor was the intentional movement pattern. They were heading toward the other groups, indicating a clear intention. That meant they likely possessed the sight as well. To think this one has already mastered the sight. Though it was likely not yet deeply learned, it was astonishing given that Bellin herself had only grasped the basics of the sight at 20. She felt reassured by the presence of Mercel, who could see clearly within. However, a peculiar energy detected among the signals kept her on guard. It's the same as the parasites, but it feels darker. Regardless, the distance was far. The immediate task was to ensure the survivors' safety, confront the high-ranking spirit responsible for this mess, and either eliminate it or escape. With urgency, Bellin gripped her sword, ready to move. Ugh, my wrist aches. Bellin grumbled with a frown, and Professor Gaumont stepped forward, puffing out his chest. Now, take a rest, Dame Bellin. We'll handle the rest, won't we? Stone Bear. Stone Bear, who had been standing behind Professor Gaumont, revealed itself. Its massive size was almost as large as Gaumont himself. What? What happened? When did your spirit get so bulky? It's not bulk, it's stone I accumulated on Stone Bear's body with elemental magic. Since we're inside, it took some time, haha. Elemental magic is heavily influenced by the surrounding environment. Without a natural supply of earth or stone, using Stone Bear to pull in materials from the spirit realm was the most efficient approach, though it still required considerable mana. Alright, let's create a tunnel, then. Sharp stone spikes emerged from Stone Bear's belly, lodging into the wall and slowly transforming into a rounded pipe. Professor Gaumont then called to the unit caring for the fallen students. All of you over there, bring the injured through here. The air's a bit fresher on this side. Belen prepared to cross the tunnel but found herself drawn to the corpses of parasites strewn across the floor. Something in her experience might have been alerting her. White. In natural settings, white creatures were rare, whether magical or mundane. It was generally impractical since herbivores would easily spot them, and for predators, it would make hunting harder. There were exceptions, like certain insects that lived among white flowers using petals as camouflage, or young creatures just hatched. However, Belen doubted it was the latter, considering their location inside an internal organ. There's no need to be a predator or prey here. They wouldn't have to worry about color for camouflage. But her instincts kept hinting that there might be more to the situation. Perhaps it had something to do with what she sensed through her sight. Something was biting deeper and with more intensity this time. Myrtilla opened her eyes, feeling the parasites nibbling at her flesh. Oh, you're awake. Many larvae that had recently hatched had died at the hands of their enemies. Yet, some had quietly consumed nutrients, forming cocoons, and were now emerging, freshly molted. Myrtilla channeled mana and energy into the newly matured creatures, which bit into her even more ravenously, strengthened by the fresh energy. The young ones are all awake, but when will the queen wake? She looked at the queen, still hibernating in a hidden area. It was the first parasite that had come into this body and fed for the longest time. Yet, the queen seemed in no rush to wake. Lazy thing. Shall I wake you up? As she channeled energy into the organs surrounding the queen stirred violently. Bellman and his group still hadn't joined the others. They wanted to break through the walls to advance, but the swarming parasites kept slowing them down. From a short distance, Ryaman, swinging his great sword, spoke with irritation. No matter how many I cut down, they just keep coming. Feels like there are even more now. Ericil split a parasite in two and replied. Doesn't tire you much, though. Their shells are softer than they look. Scylla frowned with a look of disgust at the bugs, keeping her mouth tightly shut. She was likely doing this to avoid any splattered blood from the cut parasites getting into her mouth. Despite everyone's complaints, Bellman could clearly see how much they had all grown. These guys, give them a bit more time, and their movements improve remarkably. He knew each of them had been undergoing intense training, though the same was true for their peers at the Adele Hall. Especially Lena, her sword speed had increased alarmingly. The slicing sounds that used to come 3 times every 2 seconds had now increased to 5. This change had occurred since the recent nightmare incident that had put the academy to sleep. The third-year knights were blinking in astonishment at the first year's sword skills. Ericil's strength is no surprise, but, you guys are amazing. Right? Nothing like when you first entered. If we fought now, I think I'd lose. These third years were from the Adele Hall. Bellman felt pride as their peer acknowledged them, but there was also a sinking feeling inside. It stemmed from a question he had long been harboring. Have I really grown like them? Just being on the verge of awakening his second sense didn't seem enough. Bellman had also gone through trials just like the others, so he should have been growing alongside them. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was consistently half a step behind. Hey, Bellman. At Adina's voice, Bellman's eyes twitched. Oh, I was lost in thought for a moment. My apologies. I shouldn't be like this here. It's okay, as long as you're back with us now. But look over there. That thing coming out of the wall, doesn't its color seem strange? Bellman looked at the parasite Adina was pointing to. It had the same shrimp-like helmet as the others but had short, blunt horns protruding from its forehead. The brown creature poked its head out, snapping its teeth. Everyone, focus on the 3 o'clock direction. As the white parasite's corpses lay scattered on the floor, the brown parasite emerged fully from the wall. It had several differences from the white ones aside from the horns and color. Its once skinny arms now appeared muscular and thick. As it took a step forward, a third-year senior knight confidently stepped up. You've all done enough. Take a break. Sensing something was off, the senior channeled his aura into his sword. Just as his aura flickered, the brown parasite lunged. Tap. It moved faster than the white parasites Bellman had seen earlier. Even so, the senior swung his sword with determination. His blade met the creature's neck, but instead of a slicing sound, a loud clang like striking steel rang out. Clang? The brown parasite twisted its neck with a loud crack after passing by the senior. The impact must have been severe. The senior lowered his sword and clutched his wrist. Ugh, feels like my wrist is fractured. Everyone, focus on strengthening your resilience. The brown parasite's combat abilities were clearly on a different level. Its outer shell, once easily cut, was now as hard as steel, and both its speed and strength had dramatically increased. To effectively defeat the creature, Bellman assigned roles. Ericil, withstand its attacks with your shadow blade. Scylla, be ready to strike its neck if you see an opening. Lena, stay on standby to switch in if Ericil is in danger. And Adina, if things go south, don't hesitate to use transformation magic. Those called into action took their stances, while the others continued fighting the white parasites. Leaving the injured senior behind, Bellman raised his staff. The brown parasite moved again, and Ericil blocked its path. If I can handle it alone, I'll try. A thick aura rose from Ericil's sword as he kept his eyes on the brown parasite. Just then, Bellman noticed more brown helmets emerging from the wall and was taken aback. Wait, there's more than one. Hurriedly, he cast a barrier to prevent more from coming through. At that moment, the creatures all turned their heads in unison to look in one direction. Even the white parasites followed suit. What's going on? They suddenly stopped fighting. Wait, do you hear something strange? A tearing sound, as if flesh were being ripped apart, echoed through the walls. Soon, a hole began to form, and an arm with 3 fingers thrust through it. Thud. Bellman concentrated his barrier's strength on that spot. Then, a familiar voice, the voice of a high-ranking spirit, rang out. It seems the Queen has taken an interest in you. Congratulations. Grinding his teeth, Bellman replied in a grim tone. So, the Queen, it's a matriarchal society, like ants or bees. A fight against the Queen and her offspring. There were limits to the barrier he had used to hold off the young parasites. Witnessing the brown parasites' combat abilities and realizing the number of them and the presence of a leader, Bellman felt death looming. But, contrary to his expectations, Myrtilla responded with surprise. Matriarchal society? Not at all. These creatures compete among themselves. They fight to become the Queen. They fight to become the Queen. Yes, because they don't have a lifespan. The current Queen births offspring only to raise them as food. The young ones, in turn, try to kill her to break free from that fate. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Bellman had no intention of lowering the barrier. He was willing to exhaust all his mana to maintain it and escape. Just then, the Queen scraped the barrier with her claws. Rip! The barrier tore like paper. The Queen emerged with steady, dragging footsteps, revealing a slender, purple exoskeleton. Feeling an indescribable sense of dread, Bellman shouted urgently. Retreat! Everyone, gather here. Hurry! The group rushed toward Bellman. The Queen, however, ignored them entirely and approached the brown parasites trapped by the barrier. Slash, slash. The Queen shredded the barrier effortlessly. Even as Bellman prepared an escape route, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Could the high-ranking spirit's words have been true? RRRRRR. The brown parasites, baring their fangs, swarmed the Queen, surrounding her like a ball of string. Only after breaking through the wall did the group manage to escape to the next location. Bellman, who was the last to escape, shuddered in fear upon seeing the brown exoskeleton being ripped apart. The Queen wasn't even fighting, she was calmly consuming them, as one might pluck an apple from a basket. Crunch! Screams rang out from various directions, assaulting my eardrums. As I ran to save those who were trapped, I occasionally glanced at the bat. Why does it feel like it keeps staring at me? You're right, her cell. It hasn't looked away from you since a while ago, confirmed Donaton, sealing my suspicion. I hid behind the towering sleigh, casting spells from time to time. After a few minutes of professors clearing the path at the front, the body of a slug began to approach. The exhausted faces of our allies showed how much strength they had expended for the rapid advance. With no one paying attention to me, I seized the opportunity. Carefully surveying my surroundings, I began casting inventory mag. Bellman left the gathered survivors behind and moved alone. She swung her sword toward the location she suspected to be the enemy's core, occasionally gauging the situation through sparse reports from Neogian. There are still groups we haven't saved yet, but I can leave that to Myrtle. Though a particularly tenacious parasite bothered her, she figured it would be fine. Myrtle's path was solely focused on hunting the Queen, as the High Spirit had mentioned. Though young, he's not foolish enough to take on an opponent he can't defeat. Bellman could tell Myrtle had some plan in mind from his confidence. There was a good chance he could win, though that was only if he was dealing with the Queen's current strength. Some monsters hide their true power. Gore. After a brief concern, Bellman decided she had no choice but to trust Myrtle, despite the risks. The oxygen was thinning, making it essential to quickly carve out the High Spirit's core and escape. Crackle! Suppressing the searing pain racking her body, Bellman charged forward, covering herself in static electricity. Moving differently from before, she wielded her sword while running. Slice! Even without pausing, her blade cut swiftly through the entrails in her path. Pushing her muscles and joints to their limits, Bellman was nearly at her destination. Just break through here, and I'm there. Beyond the wall lay the enemy's core. She had no idea what awaited her, but there was no time to ponder. Without hesitation, Bellman swung her sword. Slash! It's back again. Damn it, how many of them are there? Every path was swarming with mature parasites. If they'd emerged just before hitting the walls, they could be blocked with a barrier. But once they had already broken out, they had no choice but to fight. We'll break through quickly. They were being pursued by the Queen. Pausing occasionally as they dealt with the parasites blocking the way, Arasil could spot glimpses of the Queen in the distance, clearly targeting them. Is that Queen playing with us? Arasil grumbled, slicing through a parasite's neck. Not a comforting thought. If it's playing, it has intelligence. You're reading too much into it, Bellman. It's just a parasite. It'll probably lose interest soon and go elsewhere. Bellman secretly hoped that would be the case. Enough. Let's get to the next wall, quickly. As Arasil swiftly cleared the way, Bellman created a tunnel through the wall with barrier magic. Hopefully, there won't be any more parasites in the next area. If we could sprint even once without parasites popping out, we'd finally widen the distance between us and the Queen. Though the gap would likely close again soon, Bellman still prayed for this small chance. Somewhere in here, not only students but also professors and Bellman are present. If they could join up with them, they might finally stop running and take down the Queen. Please, show up. Trusting his luck, Bellman moved to the next section. The outcome was neither good nor bad. No one else here. As Bellman spoke while running, Lena offered some positive words. At least there are no parasites. Sela, who was ahead, turned and nodded in agreement with her words. Lena's right. It's not too bad, at least we've put some distance between us and the queen. Then, her eyes began to widen in terror, sending a chill down Bellman's spine. He immediately sensed that the queen was right behind them, just as he was about to order everyone to defend themselves. Thud! A sound like pounding meat echoed as something brushed against Bellman's feet. Rolling on the ground was the head of a third-year senior who had been at the rear. What? Another senior, still not understanding the situation, murmured, and the queen disappeared from view. Once again, another thud resounded, and another head rolled. Thunk! It all happened so fast that it was nearly invisible. Only a few with exceptional reflexes, particularly the night trainees, managed to follow it with their eyes. Despite the death of their peer, a senior managed to steady himself and speak calmly. Everyone, defend. But his head, too, fell to the ground. The group collectively paled. 3 people had been killed in an instant, breaking their composure, and another third-year senior shouted at Bellman. What are you standing there for? Quickly, make a barrier along the wall. He, too, met the same fate as those before him. Now, 4 had fallen. Bellman raised a trembling finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He didn't fully understand why. Sometimes the body reacts faster than the mind, usually when the subconscious has already reached a conclusion. Thoughts filled Bellman's mind. There's a pattern. They all made noise. If we stay silent, it might not attack. That would mean it has no sight. Thanks to Bellman's signal, everyone held their breath, not even daring to breathe loudly. At that moment, the queen slowly emerged, revealing itself as it walked forward. It stopped a few steps away, scanning the group with its black eyes. Moving recklessly won't work. For now, we'll have to stand still. At this point, we have no choice but to rely on the hope that the professors will come to help. They had already waited long enough that it seemed likely they would encounter someone soon, and this fact offered some comfort. Just as Bellman was about to alert the group with a glance, he heard an unsettling scraping noise. The queen had begun walking toward Ryaman with an eerie, heavy stride. Its black eyes locked onto Ryaman's form. It can see. He had assumed it only sensed by sound, but this was wrong. The queen wasn't simply using sound to locate them. Yet, even as it eyed them, it made no move to attack, merely watching with what seemed to be a mixture of curiosity or perhaps amusement at its prey. It might only kill us on a whim. As Bellman anticipated, the queen soon grew bored. Slowly, it raised a sharp claw toward Ryaman's eyes. As Ryaman, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively pulled his head back, someone voluntarily broke the silence. What do you think you're doing to my squad member? Just a lowly insect. It was Arasil. The moment he spoke, the queen vanished from sight. Everyone braced for the sound of tearing flesh, but this time, a dull metallic clang echoed. Clang? Arasil had blocked the queen's claw with his sword. Fast, sure, but not so fast I can't react. Don't worry about me. For now, everyone, get moving. Though he spoke as if unconcerned, an aura burned fiercely around him. Clang? At first glance, it seemed he stood a chance, having reacted to the queen's attack. But everyone present knew that this wouldn't last. He's squeezing out every ounce of his strength. Though Arasil was showing his true power now that it was life or death, it was still nowhere near enough. Bellman swung his staff at the wall, opening a tunnel, and addressed everyone. I've created the tunnel. If the professors are in the next section, seek their help immediately. Arasil would die quickly on his own. Running away and leaving him behind would only delay the inevitable before they were caught. Ultimately, whether or not there were professors in the next section, the result would be the same. But no one was eager to move recklessly. Let's send a minimum group to see if there are professors ahead, Lena suggested. All the first years drew their weapons. In the end, it was the seniors who took the initiative. We'll be back soon, even if there aren't any professors. Don't die on us. Bellman cast a barrier spell toward the queen, who was battling Arasil. When it came to holding something in place, barrier magic was ideal, even if it would eventually tear through like paper. I've learned that one barrier isn't enough. So he cast multiple barriers. Just as the queen aimed her claws at Arasil's neck, 12 barriers encircled her. As expected, they tore apart quickly, but her claws were stopped at a certain point. The barriers, which he thought wouldn't hold at all, had momentarily blocked her attack. Bellman felt a glimmer of hope. Only 3 barriers left. If I put everything into this. Bellman created another barrier and tightened his grip. The barrier surrounding the queen shrank, limiting her movement. With her range of motion restricted, she wouldn't be able to make wide, sweeping attacks. It's a battle of time now. Either I'll die from exhaustion, or the professors will arrive first. The queen thrashed, trying to break free from the constricting barriers. Those watching felt a faint glimmer of relief in their previously tense expressions. But in the blink of an eye, Bellman saw something that drained his optimism. What? A dense, sinister energy radiated from the queen's body, shattering the barriers. Bellman, get out of there. Arasil's voice finally reached him. There was no time for Bellman to experience his life flashing before his eyes. The queen's claws were already poised to pierce his forehead. He felt his body tense up, but just then, he heard a sharp crack. Seconds passed, and surprisingly, he was still conscious. Bellman opened his eyes, expecting to see the queen in front of him, but she was gone. Just as he wondered what had happened, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the space. Boom! Everyone's gaze was fixed on a single point. Following their stares, Bellman turned his head and gasped like the others. Phew! Finally found you? There, with a sword embedded in the queen's chest as she slumped against the wall, was a young boy crackling with static electricity. His brother was the one who spoke his name. Mercil, that. Oh, this? What do you think? I finally learned it from father. Is that the descent of thunder? Mercil answered Arasil's question nonchalantly, even in the queen's presence. What do you think I was doing this past year? Don't kid yourself. Last time I was at the estate, they said you still had a long way to go. That was then. I learned it while you were at the academy. I'm still not as good as father, though. Bellman's reaction was no different from Arasil's. The descent of thunder, a technique symbolizing a person striking down like lightning, was a unique skill crafted by Aol von Tenest using the essence of their family's martial arts. And this young boy, not yet even in his teens, had mastered it. Now I understand why the Empire is so keen on Mercil. Steadying himself, Bellman turned to the queen, who seemed to be barely clinging to life. She hadn't moved an inch. Just as they thought she might finally be dead, her internal organs began to turn a sickly shade of grey. What now? What's going to happen this time? Seeming to have an idea, Mercil responded. I think Great Aunt took care of it. What? I used Neogian to keep track. She went to where the dark energy was densest and killed it. Bellman felt a wave of relief. The queen was dead. And soon, the High Spirit would follow. No one knew what might happen once they got outside, but just seeing the current events finally come to an end brought a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the High Spirit ruined the moment with ominous words. Haha, oh, it hurts so much I'm laughing. From the fractured tone of her voice, she truly seemed on the verge of death. To be honest, I didn't expect it to end this quickly. Still, I'm satisfied. The laughter, along with the mention of satisfaction, made it impossible for them to relax. Though we didn't buy much time, things can always be accelerated. Accelerate what, exactly? Everyone was fixated on his voice, caught off guard. Meanwhile, Bellman sensed a sharp change in the flow of energy. A vicious aura of mana and dark energy surged toward them, all converging on a single point, the queen, whom they thought dead. Bellman's eyes widened at the queen's transformation. She had entered a cocoon-like state. Mercil, the queen isn't dead yet. At Bellman's shout, Mercil quickly swung his sword, but only the dry, crackling sound of crushed leaves followed. Crackle. A shell. What they thought was a cocoon was merely an empty husk. The queen's true form had vanished. Blood trickled from her heart. Myrdilla glanced at the sword lodged in her chest and exhaled heavily. Bellin, the sword's owner, spoke in a sympathetic voice. Aren't spirits supposed to be the purest of beings? What on earth happened? Myrdilla didn't answer. She didn't want to respond to a human's questions, and the story was too long to tell. All she wanted now was to feel, with every fiber of her being, the parasite making its way out of her body. Go on, leave. I've given you all the nutrients left in me. When the host's death becomes inevitable, the queen departs. It is her instinct to prioritize her survival, regardless of nearby threats. This also meant that she would soon move toward her next host. Looks like it's about halfway complete. Dordone's body. The queen had very strict criteria for selecting a host. From whether the body was large enough for survival to whether it offered a lifetime's worth of high-quality nutrients, each condition had to be met. Though parasites were disturbing from a host's perspective, there was an advantage to it. The stronger the host, the more advantageous it was for survival. Upon entering a new habitat, the queen invests most of her power into the host, who then enters a dormant state to grow stronger. The queen herself remains as an egg, entering hibernation until the host matures, a kind of investment. Sleep once again, queen. Myrdilla closed her eyes, hoping the queen would transfer all her power to Dordone. The siege battle in the middle of the battlefield surprised many, especially our allies rather than the spirits. How on earth did they manage to build a multi-fortress right in the middle of this place? And it's made of steel, too. Damn, I'm jealous. The difference between having a fortress and not was significant. Attacking from a high ground was ideal for sweeping away enemies. Although it was only the size of a two-story house, it was tall enough to be useful. While I was leisurely observing the battlefield from the second-story watchtower, Limberton asked, "So, you're telling me just to keep an eye on that bat? For now. And what are you up to this time?" I took out the suppressor armor from my coat. I'd borrowed it secretly from the professor's office when I picked up the multi-fortress from storage. Thanks to the chaos, its owner let me borrow it without permission. If it looks like that creature is about to move, shoot it with arrows imbued with aura. Our job is to interfere every time it tries to do anything, annoy it enough that it can't do a single thing in peace. And a sleigh? I'm leaving this with you? A sleigh took the suppressor armor. Specializing in grappling attacks, he was perfect for restraining the enemy. Listen up, everyone, our goal is to lure that bat into attacking the fortress. But it's not moving at all. Don't worry, Limberton. The battle's flowing in our favor. Just sitting there will only harm it. We'd gathered every force within the fortress. And judging by the crumbling giant form, it seemed the slug hunt was a success. Whether it liked it or not, the bat would have no choice but to get involved. All we had to do was wait. Huh. Suddenly, Limberton leaned out of the watchtower window. Did the bat move? No, not that. Some kind of insect is flying. Wow, it's huge. I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just some spirit that looked like an insect. But Limberton's next words made me snap to attention. But why is it flying in the opposite direction? It looks like it's headed toward the arcane chamber. The arcane chamber. The place where Ekoke, who sought Dordone's body, was hiding. and now an insect was flying toward it? I quickly grabbed the telescope. In perfect timing, I witnessed the arcane chamber building exploding as if it had burst apart. What? I barely had a moment to process this when a deep, whale-like bellow echoed through the mountain range. Guoiar? The whale's cry was maddening. Originally, 5 days remained until the ecoke suppression battle. Yet now, only 2 days had passed, and a warning sound was heard. It was a final ultimatum: hurry and grab your last chance, or soon everyone will die. Ecoke was on the verge of gaining the body of the tyrant Dordogne. Her cell, that sound. I've heard it before. Limberton, who lived near the coast, seemed to recognize the sound of the whale, perhaps from his distant sea voyages. Yes, it's a whale. Why is there a whale on the mountain? There's no time to explain, Limberton. I surveyed the situation outside. The slug's body was crumbling, and the survivors inside were starting to escape one by one. Thanks to joining forces with them, the destruction of the spirit gate was expedited. However, there was still the bat I had decided to hunt. The creature is still over there. I aimed my telescope at the bat, which was staring at the lifeless slug. I couldn't read its expression, but from the look in its eyes as it turned back to me, there was an unmistakable hostility. Yes, it's been watching me since earlier. From beginning to end, it seemed the creature was only wary of me, likely because I had easily killed the giant swordfish. It must have recognized that I held the weapon. Interesting. Maybe I could use this to manipulate its mind? Limberton, Aslay, we're heading outside the fortress. Limberton and Aslay followed without a word. With our allies advancing, no spirits remained nearby. I dismantled the multi-fortress and changed course toward the arcane chamber. Limberton seemed surprised, as if he'd expected me to head straight into battle against the spirit legions. Aren't we going forward? No, I'm headed to the arcane chamber. As I glanced at the bat, I saw its gaze follow me, just as I'd expected. Its wariness stemmed from the impending resurrection of the tyrant. With me, the one who killed the giant swordfish, heading in that direction, it was clearly on edge. However, it didn't attack, likely because Rockefeller, who had been commanding from the rear, was on the path to the arcane chamber. After some distance, Rockefeller scowled. Hercel Ben Tenist. I don't know how you managed to build a fortress in the middle of a battlefield, but that's beside the point. Why are you still waving that staff around? Because I'm in the Department of Magic. This brat. Rockefeller's gritted teeth brought me a bit of joy, though only briefly, as he soon issued a stern warning. This is a wartime situation. Even students are treated as soldiers. Be aware that non-combat behavior will be severely punished. I smirked dismissively. Do you realize that Bat is a high-ranking spirit? Think carefully about why it hasn't acted yet. That statement alone was enough. Merely setting up a fortress and making our presence known had kept it from fully participating in battle. Simply by standing our ground, we had created a stalemate, a cold war, so to speak. Rockefeller clicked his tongue in irritation. Tisk, enough. Talking to you drains my patience. So what brings you here? I leaned in and whispered to him. Though I was heading to the arcane chamber, I indeed had business with Rockefeller. Soon, I planned to hunt that bat. Initially, I thought of using the multi-fortress, but its alertness was no joke. So, Professor, I need your help. As I laid out my requests in detail, Rockefeller nodded. He, too, wanted the bat, an essential asset on the battlefield dealt with swiftly. Realizing that my journey to the arcane chamber was merely bait to lure out the bat startled Rockefeller. Oh, the suppressor armor? That's an imperial tool for managing Dorotians, not some toy for you to play with. How dare you use such a precious item? Ah, yes, the suppressor armor I'd secretly borrowed from Rockefeller's office. Thanks to it, I can use it for an important purpose right now. You should be praising me instead. I replied shamelessly, causing Rockefeller to clutch his chest as if he were about to explode from rage. Arg. After a few deep breaths, he regained his composure and spoke. Your mission is to destroy the gate. So why are you heading to the arcane chamber? There's something there, Professor, and you know it. Did you sense it too? I nodded briefly, then checked the bat's line of sight. Aslay, walk in front of me and block its view with your bulk. Limberton, you lead. Keep your bow drawn, and move carefully to stay out of its sight. We adjusted our formation and started toward the arcane chamber. A few steps in, Rockefeller, pretending to survey the battlefield casually, muttered under his breath. It's coming? This wasn't a battle of brute force, it was a carefully orchestrated tactic. Even without the fortress, Rockefeller's support meant everything was in place. Aslay, step aside. As Aslay shifted, I could see the bat flying toward us. Its chest was puffed up, its mouth open wide, as if preparing to unleash some kind of wave attack. But it was a wasted effort because Limberton, skilled in imbuing his arrows with aura, stood in front of me. Limberton, it's fine even if you don't kill it with one shot. Limberton's task was one that demanded nearly acrobatic precision. Hitting a suddenly appearing flying target, even with perfect accuracy, was an extremely challenging shot. But seeing Limberton's pupils dilate, I knew he was locked in. Wing. As I stepped aside, an arrow flew, lodging precisely in the bat's belly with a thud. Guh. Blood dripped from the bat's mouth. It must have been taken aback, not expecting an aura-infused arrow to be fired so suddenly. Even if it had anticipated an attack, it wouldn't have imagined that an archer capable of such precise, rapid aim was nearby. All right, next up. I looked up and saw a floating staff, suspended by telekinesis. It was Rockefeller's doing. The staff's tip began to darken, and space itself warped. This was undoubtedly Rockefeller's ultimate move, gravity magic. Damn, I'll have to command from the back today. Of course, it had the drawback of exhausting him for an entire day after just one use. Whoosh! A black orb appeared, sucking in the very air around it. The bat, still bearing the arrow in its belly, was pulled toward it. The orb slowly descended to the ground and began to dissipate like a heat haze. A slay's eyes flashed, and he charged at the downed bat, suppressor armor in hand. Thud! The bat tried to fly away frantically, but a slay's massive hand seized its leg firmly. It thrashed, biting, and clawing at a slay, but he swiftly grappled the bat, restraining it, and snapped the suppressor armor around its neck and ankles. Click! It was over. Now, what should I do with this? I looked down at the exhausted, panting bat and drew my sword. Just as a clever idea struck me, and I was about to put the sword away, someone with a similar thought intervened. sides.But. Capture it alive. Being a high-ranking spirit, there's much information we can glean from its memories. Of all people, it had to be Rockefeller. TCH. The advance proceeded rapidly. The death of the slug and the absence of the bat had broken the morale of the Spirit Legion. As the joined forces of students and professors unleashed a merciless massacre, Rockefeller thought, battle has always been like this. He glanced over at Hersel's group, who showed only their backs. But those ones, even if they join the battlefield, they can't sync properly with others. Yet they maximize their individual strengths, and the results are outstanding. A slight chuckle escaped from Rockefeller as he recalled his initial assessment of them. Now I understand why sides.But brought them into the Adele Hall. He dismissed his earlier judgment that they were admitted through mere connections. Professor Rockefeller, we're nearing the gate. Any further orders? The approaching professor's words snapped Rockefeller back to reality. This was still a war, and although victory seemed close, it was no time to be lost in thought. What's the status of those who were isolated? Well, there are some casualties and injuries, but overall losses are minimal. Lead the injured to safety, and make sure they return immediately after destroying the gate. But what about that? Just hurry up. The professor tore his gaze from the bat and rushed off. There was no need to look back, the bat's treatment was now the priority. Rockefeller squeezed out the last of his mana to levitate the bat with telekinesis and began heading toward the fortress. Destroying the gate didn't mean the end. In the shattered arcane chamber lay a strange black object. Rockefeller had sensed a growing unease long before the whale's cry. An aura of dark energy had been emanating for some time. The arcane chamber is a vortex of mana. Yet this energy is strong enough to overwhelm even that. He had to investigate what was happening without delay. Ecoke consumed the parasite. Of course, he had unintentionally eaten rotten food in the past, but this time was different. As time passed, he gradually transformed into a whale, eventually growing large enough to fill half of the arcane chamber. Disoriented in this new body, the parasite slipped through his blowhole. The plague doctor, rather than helping, stood by with a satisfied expression. As a result, unknown forces surged within Ecoke's guts, accelerating his growth. Is this really all right? What if they attack now? With the broken arcane chamber, they were exposed to the enemy. Fortunately, the enemies were preoccupied fighting the legions to destroy the spirit gate. In a state where he couldn't even speak properly, the plague doctor muttered nonchalantly, "It'll take about 10 minutes. Ugh. As expected, Ecoke couldn't speak human language. Ecoke, if human language is too difficult, use the spirit language. You. Close your eyes and focus on the soul dwelling within you. While you control the body, the soul of Dordogne is also there. If you can access his memories, you'll be able to speak the spirit language." Frustrated, Ecoke followed the plague doctor's instructions, closing his eyes and concentrating. There was hardly anything he could sense. Should I try speaking? Dordogne, was it? At the moment he spoke the name, the darkness turned a bright blue. The sky was clear, dotted with clouds, and the sea stretched out below him. Ecoke found himself standing on the water in a human form. What? How am I walking on the sea? Perhaps this was some kind of spirit world. Just as he was about to move on, he understood the reason. The ground beneath him was pitch black and quivering. Though it was only a small tremor from its perspective, for Ecoke, a mere tiny being in front of it, it felt like an earthquake. He stumbled in surprise as a voice resonated, echoing through his insides. "Ecoke Bill Evans, you've finally arrived." Ecoke was bewildered. The identity of the black whale was undoubtedly Dordogne. After all, he was transforming into him. How does he know my name? It was a question he had muttered internally, but he heard a reply. "Forgive me, but I read your memories. Ecoke, you poor child, you've endured so much hardship." Ecoke gulped. Dordogne's voice held a gentleness and solemnity that captivated the heart. For Ecoke, who had imagined a ruthless tyrant due to Dordogne's reputation as the tyrant, it was an unexpected revelation. "So you really tried to conquer the human realm?" When he asked timidly, Dordogne's voice cut through the surface of the water with a tone of pity. "My followers resent humans, but I do not. Because, like you, I feel sympathy for them." "What? Humans are pitiful beings, a race fated to live with endless conflict. You are the only ones who consider life itself a burden." Ecoke couldn't grasp what he was saying. Scratching his head in confusion, he waited for Dordogne to continue. "All right, let's not delay. Ecoke, I will grant you my memories. Use them not only for the spirit language but also to draw on the power of this body." Suddenly, the scenery began to shift rapidly. Dizzy, Ecoke lost his balance and sank to the ground. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but Dordogn's memories flashed by, embedding themselves vividly in his mind. Tears began to flow from Ecoke's eyes as he witnessed Dordogn's past. The brutality humans had shown by slaughtering countless beings, contrasting sharply with Dordogn's warm compassion and altruism. As each memory resonated deeply within him, Ecoke slumped down, sobbing. Now I understand. To you, humans must have seemed so conflicted. There were those who loved the spirits, yet others exploited them. Just as he'd witnessed that day, Dordogn's most intense memory emerged. Now I understand why you wanted to conquer the human realm. The memory faded, and Ecoke closed his eyes once more. When he reopened them, the familiar world appeared before him. The plague doctor approached him. Ecoke, can you hear me? The voice wasn't heard through his ears but resonated within his chest. So, this is the spirit language. Yes. But Ecoke, your way of speaking seems different. Really? Reflecting on the plague doctor's words, Ecoke examined his own feelings. I am not Dordogne. I am Ecoke. That much is clear. Yet it feels as though I've become something else entirely. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, something burrowing into his flesh. Oh, right. I still have a parasite inside me. Following Dordogn's memories, Ecoke learned to control his body. This is rather bothersome. As he exhaled deeply, his massive body began to shrink. Soon, he was reduced to the size of the plague doctor, and the queen's body, covered in flesh, emerged within him. Ecoke focused his strength, and with a resounding crack, crunch, the queen's body was crushed. By now, the spirit gate should have been destroyed. I remember that despite all the enemies we killed, about 1/3 of them were supposed to remain. There were many variables, but we were forcing ourselves to follow the flow. Now, the remaining task is to defeat Ecoke before he becomes the tyrant. On the path to the broken arcane chamber, there should be positioned spirits, and perhaps even high-level ones. But I could be at ease. I touched the elixir of dreams that I had kept close to my chest. Strangely, no enemies were visible where I thought they'd be stationed, even after searching carefully. Noticing something amiss, Limberton spoke as he kept scanning the surroundings. Something feels strange. Indeed, I replied. I gazed at the massive whale that emerged after shattering the arcane chamber. Suddenly, I was so startled that I shuddered. The once giant whale's body was gradually shrinking, leaving my mind blank. This is unbelievable. The whale's cry was a warning, indicating 1 hour remained. With about 50 minutes left, Ecoke had obtained Dordogn's flesh. I didn't know how it happened, nor was it the time to ponder. The important thing was that if this were a game, this would be the game over screen. Limberton, a sleigh. Return to the fortress immediately. No sooner had I finished speaking than Limberton's mouth dropped open. Her cell, over there. A wave surged out from the arcane chamber. It was seawater expelled by Ecoke, now transformed into a whale. I quickly dashed toward the fortress to avoid being swept away. Don't look back. Run if you don't want to drown. The only thought in my mind was of a single woman who was probably sleeping in the fortress by now, Dorocian. There was no one else I could rely on, no one but her Dorocian, who could fully unleash her true power without being restrained by the demon-suppressing gear. After destroying the spirit gate, the troops returned. Amid the faces stained with fatigue, Bellman scanned the training grounds. His gaze focused on the back of a student in the most vibrant colored robe. As expected, the colors I see have become a bit more vivid. Even after blinking several times, it remained the same. Out of curiosity, he removed his glasses, wondering if his eyesight had somehow improved. Without the glasses, everything still looks blurry. So, my vision hasn't improved. He had a vague hunch but wasn't certain. As he pondered deeply, Professor Gomon approached to offer some jerky. You all went through a lot. Glancing around, Professor Gomon whispered in a low voice, after work, I'll sneak you some drinks. Araciel and Scylla's faces brightened. More than the drinks, Bellman blurted out what had been on his mind. Professor, I have a question. What is it? Things have been looking a bit different lately. It's as if the colors appear more intense. Could it be that? Professor Gomon's lips formed a surprised Oh, you've awakened a second sense. You've unlocked sight. But you must have been close to death, huh? Bellman immediately understood what Professor Gomon implied. He'd heard that sometimes senses are activated in life or death situations. It must have been the experience of facing death with the queen right in front of him that triggered it. As I thought. Wow, still, something like that usually only happens when you're fully prepared. I only managed it near the end of my first year, but you awakened already, not long after the second semester began? Guess the ones who awaken to the sense of smell first are different. Hearing this, Bellman felt a sense of fulfillment. The second sense that takes the longest to awaken is sight. The other senses would come much quicker. He couldn't help but smile at the realization that he'd taken a step forward, despite always feeling left behind. Congratulations, Bellman. I don't really get it, but it seems like something good happened. Araciel's congratulations prompted others to offer light-hearted words. Hey, does awakening sight mean better vision? Do you still need those lame glasses? Don't get tempted to use visualization magic to make gold, Bellman. That's illegal. These remarks came from his squad mates, Scylla and Lena, and also from Ryaman and Edina. What? You want me to praise you or something? I won't. Besides, you shouldn't get too excited. You might later find out it was premature. Didn't say that, Ryaman? Ahem. Congrats, Bellman, I was planning to awaken first, but you beat me to it? Must be nice, huh? Although Edina's words sounded like congratulations, there was an edge to her tone. In the end, Arisael was the only one who sincerely congratulated him. These guys sometimes seem to lack camaraderie, Bellman thought, biting into his jerky and taking a gulp of water. As they relaxed for a moment, he noticed Mercel and Rix approaching from afar. Ah, you're here. Have some, Bellman offered them 2 pieces of jerky. But where's the big guy? Mercel asked, prompting Arisael to scratch his head. Not sure. I looked around, but he's nowhere to be seen. Is that so? Meanwhile, Rix came over and sat down. Bellman noticed the heaviness in his expression and asked, what's up with Mercel? Oh, Mercel? He's an impressive kid. But that in itself is a problem. Bellman vaguely sensed his troubles. Must be hard to lead him. Exactly. There's something he insisted on achieving, so I allowed it, but I wondered if it was really okay at the time. In the end, Mercel's judgment turned out to be right, though. Being skilled is good, but only to a certain level. It's not easy to keep up with the thoughts of someone who knows so much and is capable of so much. I wonder how many people in that situation would realize the presence of the queen. Above all, seeing strength far beyond a student's level might have even stirred doubts. Bellman himself felt that the moment Mercel plunged his sword into the queen's belly. Maybe Rix is even considering giving up his captain's position. He wanted to say something encouraging, but worried it might weigh down the mood, so he kept silent. They all munched on jerky, their weary shoulders sagging. Then, a sudden high-pitched voice startled Bellman. And what about me? He couldn't immediately remember her name, so he tried mumbling something quietly to cover it up. Gravel, here. However, she seemed to have keen hearing. You forgot my name, didn't you? It's Clabe. Clabe. It was strange. He could remember almost everything, but for some reason, this woman's name was the only one that didn't come to mind easily. Is there some kind of mystery about her? There wasn't anything else to be suspicious of. Maybe she had some kind of mystique that erased her presence. Rix, this guy, he must be dealing with a lot. Bellman handed Rix another piece of jerky. Rockefeller prodded the head of Jurat, who was locked up in an iron cage, with his staff. He had tried to extract information through a memory reading spell, but it had been interrupted by the effects of gravity magic. The only things he'd learned were her name and a few basic details about the spirit realm. It's only a matter of time, Jurat. Wouldn't it be easier for both of us if you just answered my questions? Jurat kept her mouth firmly shut, and Rockefeller continued talking regardless. The spirit realm I saw through your memory is quite fascinating. I never imagined that time would flow differently from this world. Summoned spirits never speak about the spirit realm. While they may not be able to speak, it's not like there were no ways to communicate with them. Writing could be taught to allow them to express themselves. But they kept silent because of the forbidden clauses in the summoning rituals. As days pass here, on the other side, the time in the spirit realm, as seen in the memory, moved much faster compared to this world. A long and fierce civil war had erupted there, which might have passed in the blink of an eye here. The conflict was between those who took up the will of Dordogne and the forces trying to stop them. However, for some unknown reason, the current Spirit King was absent, and as a result, Dordogne's loyalists, who were imprisoned, managed to escape. Seeing as there's no sign of movement, is the Spirit King still absent? Perhaps there was another reason preventing involvement, or maybe it was intentional neglect. More pressing now was finding information about Dordogne and uncovering the weaknesses of the high-ranking spirit in a plague doctor's mask who stayed by Ecoque's side. If you're going to dig through my memories again, do it after you kill me, Juret said. Rockefeller sneered. No, I intend to keep you alive. Spirits who've lived through countless ages are rare. Perhaps you hold the knowledge of erased histories? I'd want that brain preserved, and for as long as possible. Even with all the time that has passed, your endless malice remains untouched. Rockefeller replied coldly, humans are creatures made that way. If there's something we want, we take it. Sometimes, our nature is to obtain it even if it means bending morals. Of course, there were good people in the world. But there were far more who weren't, if not an even split. And Rockefeller was among those who weren't. I'm one of those who live without any regard for morality. As their brief conversation ended and Rockefeller waited for his mana to recover, Juret started to shake her shoulders, letting out a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Rockefeller asked. Oh, it's because something good has happened. Confused, Rockefeller narrowed his eyes. He was about to prod her again with his staff when Juret asked, can you smell the scent of the sea? The sea. Why don't you take a look outside? With a reluctant expression, Rockefeller approached the window. His office was high enough to provide a clear view beyond the barrier. Upon seeing the scene outside, Rockefeller's eyes widened. A massive wave was surging towards the land. The wave struck us. However, thanks to a sleigh, who had grabbed Limberton and me, we managed to survive by clinging to a deep-rooted tree. That was possible because Frostheart was situated on high ground. Even a massive wave was merely a river flowing beneath the mountains. Cough, cough. Limberton fell to his knees on the ground, spitting out seawater. Phew, I almost suffocated to death. I feel the same. If we hadn't taken a deep breath before the water surged to the top of the tree, we might not have survived. Let's get changed first. I dragged my soaking wet body and began walking toward the fortress. Despite everything, my mind was in chaos. There had been too many unexpected variables this time. The arrival of a high-ranking spirit, the warning cry of the whale, which should have been heard 2 days later, and the missing hour that was supposed to be our final push. Ecoke had acquired Dordone's body far too quickly. It's pointless to dwell on it now. What matters is what we do from here. Upon reaching the barrier, the eyes of the guard widened in surprise. Her cell. Go tell Rockefeller to open the barrier for a moment. Oh, all right. Thanks to the wave, even the spirits were swept away. Although they likely didn't drown, many would have been carried down the mountain. The barrier was soon opened, and I entered the fortress, took a shower, and quickly changed. Upstairs, Doroshian was likely asleep. Given the circumstances, I headed toward her room. However, as if she anticipated my arrival, Doroshian was seated on a chair in the lobby and called my name. Did you wash up? How did you know I came in? I saw you coming from outside. She closed her book and patted the seat next to her. Sit down. Steadying my mind, I approached and sat beside her. The task ahead was with Doroshian, and it was